Step by step in front of the whole nobility, the bride walks down the aisle and you can already feel how heavy this dress is about to get. Her name echoes through the chapel, Edith Riedlhoff. This is her wedding day and somehow it already looks like a funeral. Red hair, white dress, dead silent crowd. Edith keeps walking, chin up like she's daring anyone to say something. On paper, this is a picture-perfect ducal wedding, flowers, jewels, the works, almost enough to distract you from how wrong it feels. There's no need to be nervous, the groom tells her, real comforting, coming from a guy who won't even look her in the eye. Because everyone watching isn't just curious, their eyes are full of hatred, contempt, disregard. Charming wedding guests, honestly. No matter how hard you squint, there is zero happiness in this room. Even the priest's blessing sounds like a eulogy. The priest drones on about the creator's embrace, and even Edith thinks kind of sorry for the guy, but none of this blessing is landing. To build a warm, happy family, the priest says next, in front of two people who clearly can't stand each other. Bold words for this room. In her head, Edith's blunt about it, none of this is coming true. Today, she's marrying a man who despises her so much he might just strangle her one day. From the back of the chapel, the two of them look picture-perfect together. Up close, it's ice cold. I bestow my blessing on this beautiful couple, the priest finishes, and somewhere, irony just filed a complaint. Cut to a totally different life, same bad luck. Hand over all your money, a guy demands out of nowhere. Appa, don't tell me you're gambling again, comes the tired reply. Here we go again. It escalates fast, you talk too much, he snaps right before throwing who do you think's been supporting you this whole time, in her face. Then it turns physical, someone screams you damn bitch through the pouring rain, and this is where things go very wrong very fast. A hand grasps at nothing but air, she's falling and there's no catching this one. That's right, the stairs, this is how it ends, mid-argument, mid-fall, no warning at all. Beyond that empty, senseless death, something waits. Her own hands look back at her and she can't stop staring. What is this? A stranger's face stares back from the mirror, gorgeous, unfamiliar, definitely not hers. Who exactly is that? It can't be. Soul transmigration, the wildest trope in every web novel she's ever read, and now she's apparently living it. Yes, she thinks that's a classic plot device. Before she can spiral any further, a maid knocks, Lady Edith. It clicks, this is getting rid of the obsession, a romance novel she's actually read before. Its heroine is bright, pure, and beautiful, basically a walking spring goddess. Meet Reese Sinclair, the Baron's illegitimate daughter and undisputed main character energy. Persecuted by her father's family, dealt a rough hand from birth just for being born on the wrong side of the blanket. But her luck turns when the Duke and Duchess of Rudwick take a liking to her, and suddenly she's living the noble lady life. And that's exactly where she meets them, two men who are both about to fall hard for her. A tight competition breaks out between them for Ree's heart, and that, right there, is where the obsession in the title kicks in. Edith remembers all of it and her stomach drops because she knows exactly where this story is going. So what role does Edith Riedlhoff play in all this romance and drama? Short answer, the foolish, greedy antagonist everyone loves to hate. Great, fantastic, love that for her. In the story, this Edith is jealous to the bone, constantly sabotaging Ree's happy ending, even trying to have her killed. Unlike Ree's rags to riches rise, this Edith grew up never once worrying about money, the spoiled daughter of a nobleman. Back in the present, her maid steps back, "My lady, I have finished." Edith stares at a face that's technically hers now. She barely recognizes the woman looking back, dressed to the nines, hair perfect, and none of it actually hers. "The Lord is waiting for you," the maid adds. Edith beams back an almost too enthusiastic "yes, thank you." The maid just blinks, completely thrown. Servants apparently don't get thanked around here. Edith realizes her mistake a beat too late. As she rushes off, one thought hits her. Is this a redemption arc? Is she actually here to fix all the mess the original Edith made? If she can just remember how the original story goes, she figures, surviving this should be manageable. Yes, I can do this, she tells herself. Do it right this time, and maybe finally she gets a family that actually loves her for free. Yeah, it doesn't take her long to realize just how wrong that hope was. Good morning, she chirps brightly, throwing on her best cheerful new family energy. And just like that, her fantasy gets crushed. Don't you think it's a bit late to call this morning cold, immediate, devastating? That's dear old Count Rygelhoff, wine glass in hand, already unimpressed before she said another word. Tusk, you're so slow, he mutters, not even bothering to look up. Warmest household in the empire, clearly. Why are you messing around? Close the door, he snaps. And right as she reels from that, something else appears in her vision entirely. Identification complete flashes across her sight like some kind of game screen. Okay, that's new. Then, the memory synchronization has started. Whatever that means, it's happening whether she's ready or not. Her knees buckle as the download hits, a flood of memories she never lived slamming straight into her head. Memories crash in, and some of them aren't even Edith's. A young woman begging mid-sentence for once just. Forgive me this time, please, someone begs in the dark. Edith can only watch, stunned. What is this? Turns out that spoiled, hateful little rich girl act was never the whole truth. It was just a facade hiding something much darker. I was wrong, please let me out, young Edith screams from behind a locked door. This is not the childhood anyone signed up for. Don't you think you should repay the kindness of the people who fed and raised you? Guilt, served ice cold, right on schedule. To this family, she was never a daughter, just a walking advertisement, dressed up in jewels to look good for other people. Behind closed doors, she was everyone's punching bag. Even the household staff took their shots at her. Count Rygelhoff's most expensive doll, that's all she ever was to him. Pretty, silent, replaceable. The scars on her arms tell the rest of that story better than any narration could. Back in her own memories now, someone asks her flat out, can you do it, like there was ever really a choice. She starts, and the words just trail off into nothing. Then a voice roars her full name like a thunderclap, Edith Rygelhoff. Somebody is furious. You clearly can't pull yourself together since this morning, he barks, storming toward her like she's the problem here. His face says it louder than his words do. Patience for her has officially run out. You can't make one single mistake today, he warns. Apparently the Rudwicks are rattled and can't get a grip on something big. The plan, she has to insist on bringing 3 of her own maids as personal servants into that household. That's the whole leverage point. Yes, father, she answers, the same obedient line, whether it's this life or the one she already lived and lost. Why, she wonders, is her family always like this? Some things really don't change between worlds. All right, quick recap for herself. This family's been locked in a rivalry since she was a kid. Rygelhoff versus Rudwick. They started as equals until Lord Rudwick came back a war hero and got bumped up to Duke. That's the man who apparently earned it on the battlefield, and he looks every bit the part. And Count Rygelhoff never let it go, convinced that Duke title should have been his. Stolen, in his mind, a grudge that's apparently worth arranging his own daughter's marriage over. So that's the real reason she's been married off, to dig up dirt that could take the Duke down. Don't cry, it's fine, she tells herself. I can turn this into an opportunity. Maybe none of this turns out lucky, but she's exhausted from clawing her way through hard situations, life after life. Our girl steps out of a fancy carriage, one heel at a time, rolling straight into the plot she is desperate to survive. Meet Edith Rygelhoff, new soul, old body, and she is not about to repeat her predecessor's mistakes. She sizes up the situation with a sharp, careful stare. Step 1 of survival, read the room. And there it is, the Rudwick estate, sprawling like a small kingdom of marble and gold. Calling this place a mansion feels like an understatement. It is basically a palace. Her dad can't resist a dig at all that shiny marble, flashy on the outside. He mutters, means nothing without substance underneath. The butler rolls out the welcome mat, greetings from the Rudwick Duchy itself. The Duke and Duchess are already waiting inside, he adds, which means showtime starts now. Her father switches on the charm instantly, all warm smiles for his lovely Edith. Edith clocks it right away that friendliness flipped on like a light switch. She just smiles back and plays along. Alone for a second, she reminds herself it doesn't matter. This family isn't sticking around for long anyway. Because here's the real mission: this mansion is the main stage of the original story. and infiltrating it is exactly how she plans to survive. A grand hall lined with portraits and the announcer's voice booms, presenting Count Rygelhoff and his successor. And Lady Edith Rygelhoff, he finishes, and just like that, every eye in the room turns her way. Edith can't help it, her jaw drops at the sheer size of the place. Wow is right. Their host greets them warmly. Welcome, come on in, dinner's almost ready. Edith studies the couple in front of her, piecing together exactly who she's looking at. Sure enough, Duke Axel Rudwick and his wife, Duchess Jocelyn Rudwick, the power couple running this whole duchy. And then she spots him, Cliff, the male lead of the original story, looking every bit as devastatingly handsome as advertised. Those golden eyes alone practically melt her on the spot, and nearby, that has to be Elize, the story's very own spring goddess. The whole room agrees Elize's beauty is genuinely breathtaking, and she just about melts under the attention. Then it clicks, whoever is standing next to Elize has got to be the man Edith is set to marry. And there he is, sharp features, unreadable expression, the groom himself. Her heart actually skips a beat. Okay, she thinks, this feels a little unfair. She can't stop cataloging the details: that sharp nose, that jawline, somehow sensitive and intense all at once. Broad chest, narrow waist, and yes, she notices the thighs too. Somebody's future husband really said go off. How is a person even allowed to look like this, she wonders, absolutely losing it internally. He catches her staring and shoots her a sly side eye. Busted. Edith laughs it off, nervous and a little too loud. Right, she tells herself, snap out of it, not like she's here to impress anybody. Lucky for her, dinner has other plans. Because the table is absolutely loaded, lobster and all, this Isekai nobility does not skimp on the seafood. Steak sliced paper thin, and Edith is fully locked in on the food now, fiancé be damned. Hooray for noble food, she cheers internally, the meat practically melting in her mouth. But across the table, tension is brewing. Glances flick between Cliff and Elize, and between Edith and her father. The room goes dead quiet all of a sudden, never a good sign at a dinner like this. Her father drops the real ask, insisting on sending in maids from their own house, a request the Duke can practically not refuse. She jumps in fast, laughing it off. Father, I'm really fine, honestly. Then she turns to the Duke directly, asking him to forget the whole request. Her father just worries because she's still so inexperienced, she explains. She flashes her most graceful smile, playing damage control like a pro. The second they are alone, someone rips into her father. Are you crazy? You're not helping, you're making it worse. The tension is thick enough to cut. Everyone's still shaken from that dinner table disaster. Edith wipes her eyes, dead serious now. From this point on, she says, it's for real. She rounds on her father. Did you not see the look on Lord Rudwick's face? Do you have any idea how hard my heart was racing? Why demand it so openly? She presses everyone at that table clocked exactly why he sent for the maids. And this marriage, she adds, trailing off. Her father isn't convinced, but what can you possibly do going in there alone, he worries. Think it through, father, she says. For now, I'm walking in there solo. Her logic: if she goes in alone and nothing goes wrong, their guard drops all on its own. The real mission here is easing their suspicion, plain and simple. She steadies herself, hand on her chest, fully committing to the plan. Earn their trust first, she explains, then fake a little homesickness and quietly bring in one of their own family's maids. Her father mulls it over, clearly still not thrilled about it. Just believe in me, father, she says, and that settles it. From that day on, for a full week, Edith is walking a razor's edge, but somehow she pulls it off. Wait, because suddenly we cut straight to a wedding, veil and all. There's Edith, dressed head to toe in bridal white, bouquet in hand. And there's her groom, sliding a ring onto her finger like it's just another item on the to-do list. Somewhere in the crowd, laughter ripples out, not exactly the warm kind. Did you see that? Someone snickers and Edith feels her ears go hot. The ring slides fully into place, sealing the deal whether she likes it or not. She lets out a slow breath, forcing her expression calm. What's actually going to change from this, she wonders, and just so we're clear, she adds, I've got zero interest in chasing you. Good job, you two, someone calls out from the sidelines, sounding sarcastic and sincere all at once. Later, alone with her thoughts, Edith studies her new husband's calm, distant face. That ring is really on her finger now, official for better or worse. He can barely stand to touch her for more than a few seconds, she notices, and honestly she finds it kind of funny. So childish, she thinks, smirking to herself. Still, dressed in white with flowers in hand, nobody watching would guess this whole marriage is a total setup. Time skips ahead and Edith settles into a life of hobbies and relaxing, with zero fear of getting smacked around by father or brother anymore. Changing into something comfortable, she admits it. This finally feels like living a new life. She sinks back with a long, satisfied sigh. Sure, the wedding dress was tight and the heels were brutal, but hey, she figures, gotta learn to dress like the real Edith would. Mid-hairbrush, she hears a knock at the door. "Come in," she calls out, and a voice hesitantly answers back, "Lady Edith." She keeps brushing, waiting to see who's dropped by. "Oh, Lady Elise," Edith says, a little surprised at the visit. "What's the problem?" Edith asks gently, sensing something's off. Elise hesitates, looking genuinely rattled about whatever she's here to say. "There's something I have to tell you," Elise finally says, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Take a good look at her, because apparently she's the reason Book Edith spent a whole chapter losing her mind. Reese clears her throat. She has something important to tell Edith. Oh no. Our Edith pauses. Wait, she remembers this exact scene from the novel she used to read. See, right after the wedding, Bookalize shows up to apologize for Killian being rude to her. Sweet gesture, right? Except the original Edith did not take it that way at all. Couldn't exactly yell at her own new husband, so guess who caught all the anger instead? Cue Book Edith screaming about someone showing up in a white dress to someone else's wedding, because apparently she is Killian's wife now, thank you very much. And that's the exact scene our Edith is bracing for right now, hand hovering right by Ree's face. Except real Edith just smiles. Interesting choice. Reese goes for it. She wants to apologize on Killian's behalf. She begs Edith not to hold a grudge, insisting Killian only looks cold on the outside. Says he's actually more sensitive than anyone she knows. Bold claim about Mr. Resting Ice Face. Meanwhile, Edith's brain has fully short-circuited. I cannot hate someone this pretty. The narration even chimes in about Ree's hair practically glowing on its own. And eyes like some kind of crystal clear water. Okay, we get it, she's gorgeous. The book is really out here describing her like a skincare ad. So instead of going full villainous, Edith tells Reese straight up, "You don't have to worry, I get it completely." She adds that sure, the marriage was arranged and awkward, but Reese has nothing to be uneasy about. Reese, stunned, admits she genuinely doesn't resent the man who ended up marrying Edith instead. Reese tries to say something else, voice a little shaky. Behind that gentle smile, Edith is doing cold, hard math. Playing nice here massively boosts her odds of surviving this dukedom. Reese has no idea she's talking to a strategist. All she sees is, wow, Edith is so mature and kind. Something Edith says throws Reese completely off guard. "I'm sorry, what do you mean?" A maid pops in with a towel, because apparently even emotional breakthroughs need proper linens. Edith realizes she's basically been holding Reese hostage in conversation. Reese, flustered, almost blurts out Killian's name before panic correcting to "You must be tired." Edith says "Thank you, Lady Elise," out loud, while internally screaming that she wants to bite those cheeks because they're just that cute. And with a warm goodnight, Edith sends Reese off to bed. Smooth villain arc pivot right there. Alone at last, Edith wonders out loud if this means the wedding episode is finally, mercifully over. Now that she's alone, she can finally rest. Famous last words in any romance plot. Cut to Edith soaking in a ridiculously fancy bathtub, sighing about how alive this warm water makes her feel. Rose petals everywhere. Somebody in this palace really understood the assignment. She starts fantasizing out loud. If she's going to be a duke's daughter-in-law, does a maid prep her bath every single day now? Amazing. No internet in this world, sure, but also no job, no rent, and no gambling addict older brother to bail out. She'll take that trade. She starts dreaming up her new social calendar: operas, hunting competitions, picnics, parties, balls. A packed schedule for a former overworked modern girl. Basically, she has fully clocked out of her old life and clocked into Duchess mode. Then a voice interrupts, "You took a bath alone before the new groom even arrived, excuse me." Edith freezes mid-soak, completely caught off guard. And there he is, Killian, dark hair, unreadable face, calling her a cruel bride for not waiting up. Edith blinks. Killian did not see this cameo coming. She's genuinely startled, mid-bath, definitely not dressed for a visitor. Because according to the novel she remembers, Killian was never supposed to set foot in this bridal chamber. Not once. But here he is anyway, staring her down like he owns the place, which, to be fair, he sort of does. He asks, all faux innocent, why she's so surprised. Who else would walk into the bride's chamber besides the groom? Edith recovers fast, tossing back a light "Oh, I didn't expect you to come," like she wasn't just internally panicking. He fires back that it's fortunate she at least has some sense of awareness. Charming as ever, this one. He brings up the wedding itself, insisting she made absolutely sure he couldn't do something during the ceremony. If I still didn't know even after seeing that, so what, don't tell me, Killian buddy finish a sentence. He snaps that he's not exactly expecting some passionate courtship out of this arrangement either. Edith reacts with a very loud internal question mark. Her actual thought, how ridiculous, same honestly. Followed immediately by, it's unfair to be both wicked and handsome like this. Ma'am, focus. She talks herself down, deciding there's no real reason to be mean to Killian, and frankly she doesn't even have the energy to be mad. Still, she instinctively covers up, very much not comfortable being ambushed mid-bath by her technically husband. He claims he's just stating facts, pointing out that she's clearly been avoiding him. He admits he assumed she wouldn't want him in her room today, then asks, point blank, if she's planning on making him stay the night. Instead of waiting for an answer, Killian just turns and walks off. Smooth exit, weirdo energy. Coat swishing, footsteps echoing, he heads straight for the door without so much as a goodbye. Door slams, scene very much over. Back in the tub, Edith just sits there in silence, replaying whatever that was. Her only question, why did he even bother coming? Somewhere down a very dark, very dramatic hallway, footsteps keep echoing like this show has a lighting budget to spend. Killian stalks off into the shadows because subtlety is not in this man's vocabulary. Elsewhere, Killian corners someone with a question, were you the one who came out of the bride's room? He says her name low, Elise, not ominous at all. He just watches her, waiting, giving away absolutely nothing. The explanation gets messy. Something about her having no expectations for tonight and Killian demanding to know what that even means. Reese finally clarifies, Edith was half asleep in the bathtub, that's all she meant. Reese backpedals confused, pardon, but earlier I'm pretty sure. Killian sighs and tells her the real issue. She has a habit of only ever seeing the good in people. He brushes past it, says she doesn't need to think about it, hand resting on her head like she's a puppy. Reese yelps a startled "ah." Then it clicks for him, then of course that means Lady Edith. Did that girl say something? Reese panics, what, great save, very convincing. She admits Edith complimented her dress earlier, and now she's spiraling about whether she got a little too happy about that compliment. She's visibly fretting over one nice sentence like it's a legal contract. Killian, unimpressed, asks if Edith got mad about a dress Reese didn't even pick herself. Reese pushes back, saying he's just nitpicking and imagine how upset Edith must have felt. His comeback, just think about the dress that woman was wearing. Flashback time, Edith in her actual wedding dress, bouquet in hand, looking every bit the bride. And there it is, the word that started this whole mess, vulgar. Somewhere nearby, Edith's expression goes very, very still. Yeah, she heard that. Reese whips around on Killian immediately. Are you calling your own wife vulgar? Killian, how could you say something like that? Killian, wounded, mutters that she's being so cruel to him right now. Sir, you're the one who said the word. Through the window, Edith's voice cuts in ice cold. Is that all you have to say to me? Reese scrambles, Killian, nothing good ever follows that sentence starter. Killian starts to say something that actually sounds sincere. Elise, how I felt today was really. And of course, that's exactly when we get interrupted. A single word cuts through the dark. Elise, someone else is here. Whoever it is casually points out that Killian's here too, awfully late at night, and wants to know exactly what these two are doing. Enter the mystery man in full military dress, medals and all, smirking like he already knows the answer. For a second the whole room just goes cold and quiet. Reese lights up instantly. "Oh, Cliff, so that's his name, everyone meet Cliff." Killian, meanwhile, just stands there in the dark, radiating 0% joy about this reunion. His face says it all, a tight, cold little exclamation point of jealousy. And right on cue the whole scene fades to black. Great, love that for us. Somewhere, somehow, the sun rises on a brand new day, because apparently we're not getting that answer yet. Edith jolts awake, grabbing someone's wrist on pure reflex. Her first thought, wow, this body actually managed to wake up on time after everything that happened yesterday. She sits up, blinking, clearly still processing her own life choices. Her verdict, this is the stamina of a healthy 22-year-old. She's never once in her life been this healthy. Good, she tells herself, I have to think positively. At least I got a healthy body out of this whole mess. New plan forming, maybe just maybe, she can pull off being an adorable daughter-in-law if she plays this right. Sure, Killian's technically just a side character devoted to the actual female lead, but his parents might be nothing like him. She remembers how, in the original story, the Duke and Duchess of Rudwick welcomed Eliza with open arms and way too many hearts in the air. So maybe, just maybe, they'll open their hearts to her too. The first impression wasn't great, but she's deciding right here, okay, let's do this. Translation: to survive the Rudwick household, Edith's own comfort matters a lot less than staying on her new in-law's good side. Enter the Rudwicks, the Duke and Duchess whose approval could make or break her entire new life. Their opinion, she reminds herself, outweighs everything else in this house, including her own pride. Because Edith's real endgame isn't power or romance. It's simply to quietly enjoy a cozy, comfortable life tucked away in a corner of this mansion. Step 1 of Operation Cozy Life: win the in-laws over, starting with a nice, simple greeting. Her brain is already overthinking it like a nervous new hire. She spots an honest-to-goodness servant belle, the kind she's only ever read about in novels, and can't help but marvel at it. If the maids have her back, she figures, turning into the perfect daughter-in-law can't be that hard, right? Being called my lady still feels bizarre to her, but she asks her maid to help her bathe and get ready for the day. It's showtime. Only problem, she can't for the life of her remember the maid's name, so, what was it again, she asks a little sheepishly. Anna, she's told, and Edith wastes no time asking Anna about all the fancy clothes she's brought along. The wardrobe reveal doesn't disappoint, gowns dripping in jewels and lace fit for a duchess. But Edith eyes them warily. They're all like this, so revealing and flashy. Anna simply nods. Worried something this bold will tank her first impression, Edith steels herself, then bursts in with a bright "Good morning, father, mother." The Duke and Duchess both freeze in shock. Even Edith, blinded by her own dazzling outfit, can barely keep her eyes open. Lesson learned: she has Anna tone the dress down, chest included, and strip off the tackiest decorations. Anna obeys without so much as a raised eyebrow, and Edith can't help but notice how easily she went along with it. Looking over the racks of gowns, Edith quietly clocks something odd. The staff here are strangely almost too agreeable. She makes a mental note to get the rest of her dresses altered too, and there's more on her mind besides. Her eyes go wide as another thought hits her. Wait a second, yesterday was technically her wedding night. Should she have scattered rose petals on the bed like they do in the novels? She quickly waves the idea off. She'd definitely make a mess of it. Killian's eyes would probably roll straight back into his head at the thought. Then again, he's supposed to act exactly like his original story self. And in that story, she remembers him as cold and distant toward the girl he's forced to marry. Such a good-looking virgin, she thinks admiringly, then immediately feels bad. Forcing anything on the second male lead is a bit much, honestly. Her smile falters as a stray memory catches up to her. Yesterday wasn't a dream after all, but why did Killian even show up just to argue with her? She pictures his face again, annoyingly handsome even mid-argument. Whatever his reasons, she decides, it was nice getting to see that face of his twice in one day. As the maids finish her hair, one can't help but coo over how good she looks, much to Edith's fluster. "I'm done, my lady," the maid announces, and Edith, still lost in thought, just blinks. My lady, the maid repeats, and Edith snaps back to reality with a startled, huh, oh yes. Hair styled, dress altered, all done ahead of schedule, and Edith can't help but scold herself internally. You have got to get a grip, Choi Soo-na. Anyway, business as usual, time to face the in-laws properly. She rehearses her line one more time. I greet the lord and lady of the duchy. Composed and graceful, Edith drops into a picture-perfect greeting. Did you rest well? The Duchess asks warmly, the Duke watching quietly beside her. You must be exhausted after yesterday, yet you still came to greet us this morning, the Duchess says. I was worried you might be nervous. Thank you, please have a seat. Of course not, thank you, Edith replies smoothly, and the Duchess's smile only grows. A teacup waits for her at the table, looks like her seat was already prepared. In her head, Edith's already guessing they've heard the report. Killian never even slept in the bridal chamber. Of course, Edith, the Duchess says smoothly, I know very well the Count raised you to be refined and elegant. Then the real test begins. The duties of a wife in a noble home, the Duke says. I'm curious whether you can answer this. Lucky for her, Edith's borrowed memories kick in. They're responsible for managing financial transactions and arranging documents, she answers smoothly. Of course, the Duke's household may do things differently. If you teach me, I'll learn it as quickly as I can, she adds, sipping her tea like it's nothing. The Duke studies her over his own cup. I see is all he says. It seems the Count has certainly taught you well, he adds, and something about the way he says it makes the air feel a little heavier. Edith holds her composure, even as her mind races. She already knows people don't exactly see her kindly. But being accused openly of stealing internal documents, that one still stings. She grips her teacup a little tighter, keeping her face perfectly calm. If I'm not good enough, please teach me something else, she says instead. I'll do my best to learn. I see, the Duke murmurs, considering her answer. The Duchess beams. I'm glad you're aware the Count taught you so well. Can you help me with my work starting 2 weeks from now? The Duke asks. Let me know if you need anything before then. Thank you, Edith replies. She seizes the opening. Could you arrange for someone to show me around instead of the young Duke? The Duchess blinks. Sorry, if it's about that then, Killian. Inside, Edith is fuming. What kind of husband skips his own bridal chamber on their wedding night and still expects to play tour guide? Of course, the Duchess says smoothly, shall I call a suitable person for you? Then I'll take my leave, Edith says with a polite bow. All right, Tilda, the Duchess sings back. The second she's out of sight, Edith lets out a breath. I thought I was actually going to suffocate and die in there. Are you all right? A voice asks, catching her mid-meltdown. That voice belongs to a new face, blonde hair, sharp glasses. You're Viscount Renan Filch, right? He straightens his jacket, waiting for her to collect herself. Nice to meet you. I'll be counting on you from now on, Edith says, flashing him a bright smile. She sizes him up, curious about her new guide. Renan Filch, she recalls, is the Duke's aide, assigned by the Duchess to teach her the ins and outs of the household, handling documents and running things whenever the Duke himself is away. Here's the unsettling part. Just like her maid Anna, Renan doesn't exist anywhere in the original story she remembers. No information to go on means no way to know what to expect from him. Do you have any trouble walking? He asks out of nowhere, an oddly specific question. Thanks to you, he adds cryptically, I've started to believe this place isn't just a page in a book. It's real. Edith brushes past the strange comment. I do have work to attend to, so I don't have much time to waste today, she says briskly. Wait, that detail wasn't in the original story either. Startled by the realization, Edith nearly trips down the stairs. First stop on the tour, the jewelry exhibition room. The duchy's most important jewels are kept here, Renan explains, and during major events you may get the chance to wear pieces from this very collection. Next is the armory, a space dedicated to managing weapons and armor for the household. This is mainly used by the Duke and the young masters, Renan notes. Every piece here was crafted by renowned artisans. Wow, so cool, Edith can't help but gush at the sight of it all. Then comes the crown jewel of the estate, the Grand Library. Countless rare books line the shelves, more than she could ever hope to read in one lifetime. Tour still going strong, Edith practically bounces to the next stop. Down another grand staircase they go. As a member of the Duke's family, you're free to come in any time, Renan tells her, including the Sistine Hall where new artwork is displayed every month. I'm so glad, Edith beams. In her old life, she couldn't even afford museum admission when something caught her eye. Now she basically has an art museum in her own home. They step into the Sistine Hall itself, and Edith's eyes light up at the sight waiting inside. Wow, Tilda, she breathes, taking it all in. One piece in particular stops her in her tracks. The two of them wander the sunlit gallery together, the tour winding to a close. The mansion's quite large, so I'll end today's tour here, Renan says. Thank you so much, Renan, Edith replies, genuinely grateful. Between his pleasant voice and easy charm, she barely noticed how fast the whole afternoon flew by. Renan just looks thoughtfully off into the distance, giving nothing away. I just did what needed doing, he says modestly. If it's all right with you, I can show you the rest of the mansion the day after tomorrow. Of course, Renan, Edith chirps happily. On their way back, Renan points out one last spot. This place is called the Hall of Contests. Hall of Contest, Edith echoes, puzzled. Yes, Renan confirms simply. It's a great place to admire the courtyard, he adds, gesturing to the view. Guests of the Duke often gather here, Renan continues, and the Duke himself likes to walk through and talk things over. Elsewhere in the mansion, the day carries on quietly, Killian sharing a meal, easy and unreadable as ever. Back with Edith, Renan lingers in thought, his usual composure slipping just slightly. Edith takes in the quiet garden view, letting the day's events settle. She and Renan linger together at the railing a moment longer, admiring the grounds below. And just like that, something in her expression shifts, like she can't quite shake the feeling that this story isn't going the way she remembers. She leans on the balcony rail, perfectly composed, the picture of a proper new bride. You would never guess she is quietly doing damage control in her head. Her expression sharpens for half a second. Something across the room just caught her eye, and it is not good news. Two familiar faces cut through the crowd. Lord Killian, her brand new husband, and his friend Renan Cliff. Killian clocks her from across the room, quietly thinks she looks stunning, then plays it off with a smirk. A couple of wedding guests spot the two lords sidling up and nearly choke on their champagne. Apparently this is not where anyone expected the groom to be right now. The groom saunters over like nothing is wrong, drink still in hand. Edith's smile does not budge an inch. Her actual thought? Her husband is already drinking with another woman at their own wedding reception, so yeah, this checks out. 10 out of 10 normal, 0 out of 10 surprised. She smooths her dress and files the whole moment away. No scene, no tears, just another thing filed under expected. For a second, she catches herself wondering how the real Edith, the one whose body and life she is borrowing, would have handled this strange thing, grieving someone by wearing their face. Somewhere in that same garden, her new husband is already settling in like he owns the place, which, to be fair, he technically does. Killian Rudwick lounges back, arms crossed, utterly unbothered by the scandal he is causing. This is a man who has never once worried about optics. His whole philosophy on the marriage, in his own words, as long as he gets to enjoy his father's fancy estate, the rest of the details do not much matter to him. Edith, for her part, is doing just fine playing lady of the house, right down to the wistful look over the garden. She admires the grounds out loud, saying that once spring comes and everything blooms, this garden will be lovely to look at. Renan Cliff, ever the gentleman, hesitates before answering, looking a little too invested in her opinion of the landscaping. He tells her it seems he will be coming here more often now. Translation, he has just found himself a new excuse to visit. Edith turns to go, hair catching the breeze, blissfully unaware she has just been adopted as someone's favorite new reason to stop by. Killian teases his friend, asking if they should head out now, Renan, since he did claim he was busy today. Renan laughs it off, but he does not exactly deny it either. Elsewhere, in a much darker room, someone is quietly building a file on Edith. First question out of the gate, how did she behave? This is Duke Rudwick, Killian's father and the real architect of this marriage, gathering intelligence at his desk like it is a military operation. To him, it basically is. His informant reports in dutifully like she is briefing a general, She did exactly what he asked of her. Apparently, Edith toured the estate like she already owned the place and lingered happily in the gallery hall admiring the art. Cultured, apparently. The Duke presses further, asking if his informant noticed anything strange about her at all. The answer comes back simple: no, nothing at all. On the contrary, she carried herself with real dignity, nothing like the rumors suggested. Color the War Duke mildly impressed. But no good report comes without a complication. Someone has written home that Killian and Renan were seen having tea with Lady Elise. The reaction to that news is one word: what? The Duke mutters that he was sure he had instructed his son to behave himself. Worse still, he was seen chatting up another woman right after his wedding. Yes, that wedding, the one we just watched 5 minutes ago. Turns out this whole marriage was never about love. The Duke lays it out plainly: keep the wine count from cozying up to rival Duke Langston and keep him on a tight leash until year's end. As far as paperwork goes, that is all this marriage really is to Killian: ink and formality, nothing more. Killian pushes back on his own father, asking flatly to not be imposed on any further. He is not exactly thrilled about being managed like a chess piece, marriage or no marriage. He knew exactly what was riding on this, he did it anyway. Now dear old dad is left crumpling paperwork and reeling from the fallout. Back to Edith's report card: instead of making a scene about her husband's tea dates, she just let it go like she never saw a thing. The Duke raises an eyebrow. Is that so, he asks. Edith Rigelhoff is unusual too, he admits. Between you and me, that is Duke speak, for I actually like this one. Back in her own quarters, a maid quietly moves to tidy up after Edith finishes her meal. Edith thanks her by name, Anna, warm in a way nobody in this house seems used to. Turns out Anna has been skipping meals out to save coin, this house's resident penny pincher, too awkward to just sit still and rest. Edith greets her warmly, noting she has been working hard since morning. She tells Anna to go eat something and come back when called. Anna just stares, a little stunned. Kindness from an employer is apparently a rare species around here. Alone, Edith second-guesses herself, wondering if being this nice to the staff looks suspicious. Still, she figures she must have done well in front of the Duke and Duchess, and finally lets herself breathe out a sigh of relief. One test down, now for the harder problem on her list: what to do about Elise. Here she is, Elise Sinclair, the girl this entire story was actually supposed to be about. Before all this, her life was nothing close to a fairy tale. Her life was not easy at all before she ever came to the Rudwick household. Elise's own siblings made her life miserable over her illegitimacy, subjecting her to constant harassment and outright persecution. Everything changed after she risked herself to save the Duchess. That single act finally won her the attention of the Duke and Duchess both. From persecuted outsider to the household's rising favorite, practically overnight. The Rudwicks essentially bought her freedom outright, handing the Sinclairs an enormous sum for the rights over her, cash on the table to the very family that mistreated her. And just like that, Elise found herself walking these grounds hand in hand with House Rudwick's favor. Meanwhile, the Sinclairs, who coldly disowned her in the first place, missed their shot at joining the Duke's family, and they regret it bitterly to this day. Back in Edith's old life, this whole tale was just a line from a web novel she used to read on her commute. No other character in that world was entrusted with fate quite like Elise. She remembers thinking at the time that Elise's story sounded nothing at all like her own. Looking back, her real life was one long streak of bad luck from beginning to end. A full year at her company, and she took every kind of abuse her seniors could dish out. The final straw came after work: a breakup text to a boyfriend who had been using his modeling gigs as a side door to meet other women. Walking home afterward, all she wanted was a quiet night unwinding with a trashy web novel. The universe apparently had other plans. And that somehow was the end of that life. But it is not only her own death she is replaying. It is the original Edith's too, the noble woman who died falling down a staircase before this borrowed soul ever arrived, and she wonders what her brother did after it happened. The real Edith's last thought, echoing faintly, was simply wondering if her own mom and dad even cried for her. They probably cared more about her brother than her after she died, she figures. So now she has decided to worry about herself first before anyone like that. Outside the window, someone is quietly reading beneath a tree. Edith recognizes her immediately. Yes, that is Eliza. Instead of sitting here feeling helpless, she decides, why not go try being friendly instead? Wild strategy for this genre, but here we are. Then she spots someone else nearby and does a double take. Is that Killian? Sure enough, Killian is out walking the grounds with Eliza, book in hand. Eliza admits the book is about royal family history and that she never got an education like this. She is scared of becoming a laughingstock in front of the Duke over what she does not know. She smiles it off nervously, book held close. Killian shrugs and tells her fine, whatever makes her happy. He adds that she should just tell him if she ever needs anything, he will help however he can. A very textbook line for a second lead. Someone has clearly read this genre before. Edith, meanwhile, is listening in from a window a suspicious distance away. How exactly she can hear any of this is anyone's guess. Killian's own private verdict on all this, next to Renan Cliff, he could never actually win Eliza's heart. Classic second lead resignation. Edith decides eavesdropping on her own husband is a bit much even for her and starts to pull back from the window. Before Killian can finish his thought, Renan Cliff walks up asking a pointed question. Where is Edith exactly, and did he really leave her behind alone? Edith freezes mid-eavesdrop. Her husband asking after her is the last thing she expected to hear. And there it is, Killian's honest answer drifting back to her. Edith is just a hostage passing through for a while, nothing more. Edith walks off without a word. No tears, no scene, exactly as advertised. Her only real reaction, she already knew that was exactly how he saw her. But not everyone in this house is taking the news so calmly. Enter Layla Sinclair, absolutely losing it, screaming that everyone must have lost their minds and demanding to know why it had to be her, of all people. Meet Layla Sinclair, the youngest of the Sinclair clan and the family's certified drama queen. Her brother barely blinks, asking with a sigh what happened this time. Layla, clearly used to these meltdowns by now. The gossip finally lands. Killian Rudwick married Edith Rigelhoff. Her brother just shrugs, already knew about that. That brother is Damien Sinclair, the family's resident social climber, and even he wonders out loud why it had to be Edith Rigelhoff of all people. His theory, the Duke apparently has a hobby of collecting unremarkable brides for his sons. Layla is, predictably, offended on principle. Damien tells her to calm down before she breaks the good china over it. Layla, teary and furious, is not calming down. Her brother Reese leans in with that too innocent grin, needling her. Does she know something juicy? Edith turns the question right back on him, arms crossed. So tell me, what do you know? When Reese stalls over his tea, she snaps, stop hesitating and tell me. Reese just smirks into his teacup. Well, you certainly have a temper, don't you? Setting his cup down, he poses a real question. How exactly did two certain people end up married? What's the reason behind it? He's clearly enjoying dangling the mystery in front of her. Turns out it traces back to her own father. Count Rigelhoff holds the exclusive distribution rights to the Southern Mines iron ore. In plain terms, whoever controls Dad's mines controls the raw materials for weapons. That's the main issue, Reese says. Do you understand why this matters so much right now? Edith blinks, catching the word he just dropped. You suddenly mentioned weapons. Then she waves it off, playing dumb. How am I supposed to know anything about that? Reese just coos back, oh, my adorable little sister, clearly not buying the act for a second. He switches tack. Does she at least know how the Empire's political power is currently split? He lays it out himself. Duke Langston is angling hard for the throne while the Loyalist faction backs the young emperor and no one else. That's the boy emperor they're talking about, young, freshly crowned and sitting on a very shaky throne. The man holding the Loyalist faction together, Duke Rudwick himself. And apparently he's had to keep a tight leash on Count Rigelhoff just to stop him jumping ship to Duke Langston's side. Edith's jaw drops. What is that supposed to be good news? Are you joking with me? She snaps. That still doesn't explain why they need to get married. Somewhere else, a sly voice tells his bride-to-be that everyone assumes that, and that's exactly when the real fun begins. Back with Edith, Reese just raises an eyebrow. Does Count Rygelhoff look like a man on a leash to you? The mood flips fast. Down a corridor, a furious voice booms out, "This stupid girl." It's Count Rygelhoff himself, red-faced and roaring. "Can't you do anything right?" She flinches, hands over her face. "Father, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, I won't make mistakes next time and see what happens," he barks. "Well, you'll have to keep your word." The threat is brutal. Fail to pry accurate bridge construction secrets out of Earl Everton and there's no food for a week. So was Edith's whole arrogant heiress reputation hiding this the whole time? Back in the present, Reese looks genuinely shaken by what he just told her. Edith can barely get the words out, "That can't be true." Her face says it all, shock, denial, and a flicker of real fear. But Reese holds firm. "I know it's hard to believe, but trust me, I heard it with my own ears." Time skip. Edith's back at her lessons, her tutor walking her through a stack of documents. She perks right up, yes. She settles in beside another girl at the study table, both scratching away at their papers. The tutor glances up. "Yes, it's about time for, is someone waiting for you?" Oh, Edith doesn't know. Turns out not long ago her mistress sent for the royal designer. The red-haired girl beside her, Elise, tilts her head. "Designer." And then it hits her, wait, wasn't this exact scene a chapter in the original story? Elise leans in close, clearly turning something over in her head. Word arrives that the royal designer is requesting to enter, and permission is granted without hesitation. "Let's wrap up today's lesson and call it a day," the tutor says, and the girls head off to the real appointment. The Duchess sighs over her dress catalog. "As I get older, I swear I keep picking the exact same designs every time." Something clicks for Elise. "I remember now." The novel knowledge gears are turning. The Duchess brightens with an idea. "Oh, I see, will you girls choose some designs for me?" She hands over the design book, clearly ready to be dazzled. Elise plays surprised. "Why are you suddenly quizzing me?" while already calculating the safest answer in her head. She already knows how this goes. Whichever dress she picks is the one that's about to get all the praise. Watching this play out, Edith can't help but wonder, is it really okay to be this sure of yourself? As far as Elise is concerned, the outcome's already fixed before it even starts. Even without whatever protagonist's luck she's got, Elise has spent 5 years learning the Duchess's taste inside and out. Compared to that, Edith thinks she's got nothing. Still, Edith screws up her courage and holds up a page. "What do you think of this design?" Her pick, the blue silk dress on page 11. "I think it'll suit the Duchess beautifully," she says, pointing it out with real confidence. But the Duchess just smiles at the wrong girl. "Thank you, Elise, I'm glad you like it." Elise swoops in with her own pitch. The design room's newest piece, silk straight from the royal palace's own supplier. "It seems like the perfect choice," she says, effortlessly stealing the spotlight. "Honestly, with a complexion like yours, any color would suit you," Elise adds smoothly. "Though this particular blue would really bring out your hazel eyes." Edith just watches, thinking, but if it were me. Then the Duchess turns unexpectedly back to her. "Have you found something you like, Edith?" Edith takes the shot. "If we're considering something new, how about something like this?" The reaction is immediate. "Goodness, this is." Her mom tries on the look and just glows. Turns out impeccable taste runs in the family. But Edith's in her 21st century brain is side-eyeing it hard, not exactly her idea of effortless. Out loud though, she just nervously agrees it's a beautiful dress, and trails off. Mom starts second-guessing herself too, worried the dress might be a bit much. Edith swoops in for a hug, reassuring her that a little glamour only makes a woman look more radiant. But secretly, Edith wants nothing to do with winning this competition. In her book, winning just racks up points toward her own doom. Someone points out Mom's still got that natural elegance for the dress, cue the flustered giggling. With that settled, it's time to pick something for the family's other girl, and that's when a certain blonde bursts onto the scene. Enter Elise, who couldn't care less about fashion, anything works, she'll just wear something she already owns. The family's resident-style guy starts pitching florals for a spring tea party, insisting this one's perfect for her too. Edith keeps flipping through fabric samples, quietly weighing her options. Mom keeps piling on pics, though she warns not everyone can pull off that particular shade of pink. He says Eli's strawberry milk cheeks will make the color pop, and even compliments Edith's surprisingly sharp eye for fashion. Next up, a trendy white dress gets floated, while poor Elise keeps insisting she's genuinely fine without any of this fuss. Too formal, they decide, so he offers up a breezier chemise instead. A touch of aquamarine as an accent seals the deal. After all that debating, they land on just 5 outfits total, not bad for a day's work. Edith admits with a completely straight face that picking was genuinely agonizing. Her mom laughs at herself, then turns and insists Edith actually pick something she likes for once. Edith waves off a new dress entirely. What she really wants to know is whether the dressmaker does alterations. Turns out she's just got a few old outfits that need fixing up. The dressmaker's happy to oblige. She calls in her maid Anna to help gather up the pieces that need mending. Because rule number 1 of surviving as a transmigrated villainess, work on flipping your public image. First move, she has the jewels stripped clean off one of her old gowns. Mom notices the sudden shift in taste and can't help but tease her about it. Edith just shrugs it off with a vague something like that. While no one's looking, she quietly pockets a few things, covering her tracks like a pro. Elsewhere in the house, Elise chats away with the family's fixer, none the wiser. Finally alone, Edith lets out a long breath of relief. Finished, she cheers, stretching out like she just pulled off a heist. Because those diamond beads she just pried off, she's already doing the math on how much they're worth. Calling her mother, playing the doting daughter, it's all part of a slow, calculated plan to get closer and safer. Then out of nowhere, her husband Killian shows up at her door. Edith's instantly suspicious. The guy doesn't just drop by for no reason. All he says is "follow me," cryptic as ever. Turns out it's just Elise, inviting her over for tea. The two head out together, all dressed up for the occasion. Edith can't help but let out a little sigh, bracing herself. She racks her brain trying to remember if this scene even happened in the original story. Guess she's about to find out live. She trails a step behind him down the long hallway. She's pretty sure poor Killian got roped into playing escort against his will. Then, completely unprompted, she starts absolutely admiring his back like she's window shopping. Broad shoulders, slim waist, she's fully cataloging the guy like a mood board. She promises herself just one modest little peek, and immediately regrets every choice that led to this. Yep, he definitely just caught her staring. She backpedals with a big, awkward apology. Killian's not really in the mood to laugh it off though, he's got a warning for her. Watch what you say around Elise, he tells her flatly. Edith just blinks at him, unbothered, that's all he's got. She fires back, all mock wounded, like his little warning was a personal attack. He doesn't take the bait, just reminds her dryly that he's human too and has feelings. Human, could have fooled her, she had him pegged as a snake. Then she turns the tables, asking if she's allowed to talk to Elise with the same manners he's been showing her. It's basically a standoff now, both sides accusing the other of trying to cast her as the villain. But Edith holds her ground, she's not the type to be pushed around that easily. That actually catches him off guard. Yeah, she admits she's annoyed, but that's a whole separate issue from what's about to happen at tea. The two head onward, tension still simmering, toward wherever Elise is waiting. They finally arrive, greeted with a cheerful, "Welcome, Lady Edith." Edith slips right back into polite hostess mode, all smiles for Elise. They settle in for tea outside, though something about the setup already has Edith bracing for impact. The host, let's call him the family's silver fox, says it looks like she's settling into her new life just fine. He checks in almost too casually, asking if she's been overworking herself. Then he drops it, shouldn't a couple of newlyweds be off on a trip together instead of sitting here? Edith is instantly flustered. He suggests it's actually the perfect time to start touring the territories now that winter's over. Killian just nods along, considering it. But then Killian turns it around on Elise instead, offering to take her on the trip she'd wanted. Edith jumps in immediately, telling Elise not to let him pressure her into anything. Killian counters that leaving Elise behind with Edith around might cause even more trouble. Even the silver fox has to admit, yeah, he's got a point there. Watching the three of them bicker, Edith notes how much they look like an ordinary bunch of squabbling siblings. But then a thought creeps in, what happens if you take the silver fox out of that picture entirely? Because without him around as a buffer, rumors about Elias would spread in no time. Killian just watches her think it through, murmuring that her mind clearly works on a different level than Elias. The silver fox turns the question right at her, so, what does Lady Edith think? Caught off guard, all she can manage is a startled my thoughts. He lays out the plan plainly, him being the only one who'd actually leave the mansion. Which means Elias, Killian, and Edith would all be staying behind together, and he wants to know exactly how she feels about that. Edith's mind goes completely blank about me, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. He's already laying out the players, her, Elias, and her own husband, Killian. Cliff lets the sentence dangle, and you can already tell he's cooking up something awkward. He needles her about being stuck right in the middle of it all, and Edith's polite smile does not move an inch. Edith cuts him off cold. Wait a minute. Inside her head, she's already rolling her eyes. This guy is being way too obnoxious. She calls him out for playing with people like they're nothing and can't help thinking how easy that is for him to say, when he knows full well her own husband doesn't love her. Killian just stands there, unreadable as ever, letting the whole barb pass right over him. Elias sighs to herself that manners are apparently in short supply around here, while Edith looks perfectly unbothered. Killian blinks, caught off guard. It's technically Cliff's job as heir to handle the territory inspection, so why is Killian wondering if he could pull rank and go in his place instead? Killian tries to backpedal. No, what I meant was, and doesn't get very far. Edith turns back to Cliff, all sweetness about that idea of bringing Elias along on the trip. Honestly, she says. It was a bit much of me, she admits. I got ahead of myself. Long carriage rides are exhausting, she points out, and since Elias isn't exactly Cliff's wife, it was a pretty bold thing to suggest in the first place. She tilts her head with a knowing smile. A bit burdensome, don't you think? Elias goes red on the spot. The jab landed exactly where Edith aimed it. She fumbles for words, clearly rattled by the sudden spotlight. Edith, meanwhile, looks perfectly satisfied with herself. Elias goes quiet, turning something over in her head. Something clicks and her eyes go wide. Wait, just now, Elias starts, looking back at Edith like she's seeing her differently. Edith's own thought creeps in too. Did she really just see that right, and is she the one who's misjudged someone here? Elias speaks up before anyone can ask. No, I was just thinking Lady Edith really does have a generous heart. Cliff just repeats the word back, savoring it like he's not sure he believes it. For a split second, something colder flickers behind his easy smile. Night settles over the estate, quiet and heavy. Out on the balcony, Killian stands alone with his thoughts, and none of them look comfortable. His jaw is tight, like he is still chewing on something from earlier. Why did he starts and can't quite finish the thought. Funny enough, downstairs the servants are gossiping about what a kind, understanding young lord he is, if only they knew. A voice catches him off guard on the terrace. Killian. It's Elias, squinting at her brother. What are you doing out here alone at night? He just says her name, like he's buying time to get his face back in order. She presses gently. Is something wrong? She waits, flowers in hand, giving him room to answer. No, he says, plastering on a smile. Nothing at all. He changes the subject fast. He'd heard she ordered new dresses and mother's thrilled she's finally treating herself. Elias brightens. Oh, you've already bought me so many. I feel bad, she adds, causing trouble every time. What's there to be sorry for? Killian says. Mothers always envied families who got a daughter. With a household full of sons who all grew up to be knights, their mother had always longed for a girl of her own. The whole family together, the Duke, the Duchess, 3 sons in uniform, and Elias, the one daughter everybody dotes on. Elias turns serious for a second. Still, buying dresses for Edith would have made her happier. She's your wife after all. Killian frowns. What are you talking about? That day, Elias says Edith didn't even try to buy herself a single dress. Killian's caught flat-footed. What? She just altered the dresses she already owned, Elias explains, and spent the whole time helping Mother and me pick out ours. Just altering, he repeats, stunned. The same woman with a reputation for never wearing a dress twice, and she didn't buy herself a single new one. That Edith Rijloff, he mutters before catching himself with a bitter laugh. Guess buying her a dress isn't good enough, but picking out everyone else's is fine. Elise jumps to defend her. I'm sure that's not what she meant. And Killian just smirks back, or is this really about you not liking the dressmaker? His mind drifts back to another night entirely. He remembers catching her off guard in the bath, teasing her about her sudden modesty, and admitting to himself that for once being near her didn't bother him at all. He can't help but notice her, he thinks, when she's like this. Then he shuts it down hard, telling himself she's vulgar, that he doesn't want to look at that disgusting sight at all. But Edith notices him watching and pulls back, caught somewhere between shock and hurt. Killian, she asks quietly, and he realizes this is exactly the pattern between them. She looks him dead in the eye. You enjoy hurting me, don't you? The memory hits him like a headache, and he presses a hand to his temple. He shakes it off, dragging himself back to the present. Elise, still waiting on an answer, asks him point blank, "Do you hate Edith that much?" His reply comes instantly, "That woman is a snake." He's convinced it's all an act. The second everyone lets their guard down, he says, "She'll show her fangs." Killian, Elise gasps, clearly not expecting that much venom. Still fuming, he decides he'll find her a new designer, one good enough for her supposedly impossible standards. It's only for the family's reputation, he tells himself, nothing more than that. Back in her own room, Edith's maid mentions that her perfume is running low. "Shall I call for the perfume artisan?" the maid asks. Edith blinks. "Perfume? Right," Edith murmurs to herself, "it's not going to refill itself. I suppose I'll spend my own money on it, only fair." Because here's the truth nobody in this world knows. Edith has no idea how secure her place really is, so she's been quietly saving every coin just in case. Last time she sent a dress out for repair, she quietly had the diamond beads pulled off at first. She just hasn't cashed them in yet. Still, she reasons, a noblewoman should at least buy herself some perfume and cosmetics, and she has been saving up for exactly that. She almost laughs at herself. After a lifetime with nothing, she genuinely doesn't know how to spend money. She used to think hiding in a bathroom stall to reapply a worn-down lipstick was the height of luxury. A flash of her old life, hiding in an office bathroom stall, careful that nobody ever saw her doing even that much for herself. The real reason she hid, she admits, was that nobody back then ever loved her. But she's got a second life now, so she's taking what she can get, starting with some real perfume. "Anna, call the perfume artisan." For once, she just lets herself enjoy it. "Yes, my lady," Anna answers with a small smile. A whole table of perfume bottles arrives, each one glittering like she's finally allowed to have them. But her good mood doesn't last. Edith freezes. What is this?" Her hands go tight around the fabric of her dress. "Just now," she whispers, "what did I just hear?" Edith freezes mid-breath. Wait, what did you just say? Whatever she just heard, it knocked her flat. Her mind is spiraling right now. What am I even hearing? Yes, same, Edith, let's rewind and figure out how we got here. Rewind the clock a little earlier that same day, because this whole mess started somewhere way more mundane: shopping. A slick perfume merchant leans in, pitching Edith his finest rose scent, the crown jewel of his whole shop. He swears this scent is perfect for someone young like her, heavy, rich, exactly what a fashionable noblewoman should be wearing. Edith just smirks at her maid, clearly enjoying playing the picky customer a little too much. He breaks down the science of it. This is the classic Titania rose, the scent everyone pictures when they think rose perfume. Only catch, it is so strong it might be a lot for a young lady to pull off. Edith is already side-eyeing the price tag. And there it is. A single 100 milliliter bottle costs more than 200,000. Edith practically short-circuits on the spot. Nope, she backpedals fast, deciding to just stick with her usual scent instead of blowing her budget on something new. Her maid steps in with a compromise, suggesting she just mix a bit of a different rose scent into her usual perfume instead. The maid gets it. Nobody wants to give up a scent they're used to. But she's got a point to make too. Now that Edith's married, maybe it's time her signature scent grew up a little. Edith's actually convinced a deeper scent doesn't sound like a bad idea, and this one only runs about 130,000 zenas. Only, apparently. The merchant hesitates the second Edith opens her mouth again. He can already tell what's coming. And there it is, the haggle. Edith flashes a sweet smile and asks if he'd take 120,000 zenas instead. He stammers out a pardon. He clearly wasn't expecting a duchess to negotiate like a market vendor. He counters with 120,500, close enough. Edith's basically already won. She plays it off as not wanting people gossiping about her spending too much right after her wedding and promises to come back when she needs more. He's clearly still not thrilled about the discount, but what's he gonna do, say no to a duke's new wife? He caves, muttering that the young duke sure landed himself a sharp one. Deal accepted. The bottle changes hands. Edith walks away with her discount perfume and zero regrets. Except she immediately starts internally screaming about how insane prices are in this world. Rich problems, truly. Turns out that was just the perfume. Her maid casually reminds her she also grabbed a blush and a brush to go with it. Add it all up and she just dropped around 150,000 in a single shopping trip. Edith is doing math she does not want to be doing. She's spiraling again, convinced she's about to completely lose her grip on the value of money. Even with all this gold at her fingertips, she still can't spend it without guilt. Is she just pathetic, she wonders. Here's why. Flashback to her old life, to the moment her older brother took her hard-earned salary right out of her hands. That memory never really left her. Even now, remembering it, she can't shake the guilt every time she spends freely. But she shakes it off. She decides to actually enjoy this new life's luxury for once, guilt or not. Because out of everything money can buy, she's starting to realize some things in life just can't be bought. And with that little epiphany, Edith's already got her next destination locked in, practically glowing with excitement. She calls out to her maid Anna that she's heading to the Sistine Hall, and just like that, she's off. She steps inside and just breathes out a wow. Turns out the Sistine Hall is the Royal Art Museum, and it does not disappoint. Edith admits she came here for herself this time, no ulterior motive, just wanting to look at some art. Enter Rees, immediately clowning her. He never pegged the Rigelhofs as art people, and jokes she's probably only here because she got overwhelmed and passed out. Edith is silently begging the universe to know why he's like this. She just deadpans right back, yep, totally overwhelmed, exactly like he said. Sarcasm fully loaded. As they walk the gallery together, she's genuinely struck by it. How does one single painting hold this many people's emotions at once? She stops at a painting of a warrior on horseback, reading the tragedy of war right off his face and how badly he clearly wants it to end. The painting itself says it all: a knight charging into chaos, not for glory but because someone has to stop the bloodshed. Rees goes quiet next to her, just watching her read the painting so precisely. He doesn't say a word. Then he drops it. This painting commemorates his own grandfather's victory over the Yanok kingdom. Edith just gave A Total Stranger's Family a 5-star review. It clicks for her all at once. Wait, so the warrior in the painting is Rees' own grandfather. Rees presses further. He's never once heard she was into art, so why is she really here? She dodges with the classic. People's tastes just change as they grow up, okay. He asks for her favorite artist. She has to admit sheepishly she doesn't actually know any. Cover blown. Not even one, he presses. She's mortified. The Rigelhofs, as everyone knows, just never cared about art. She turns away with a little huff, clearly plotting something behind that smug little smile. Footsteps echo down the gallery hall. Rees eyes her suspiciously, sensing trouble brewing. Something down the corridor catches Edith's eye. Oh, that tone never means anything good. Rees just stares at her, bracing for whatever's coming next. She stammers, spotting another painting down the hall. That is, her mischief radar is fully activated now. She wanders over to a new painting, staring a little too intently, humming a suspicious little hum. Rees demands to know what exactly she keeps staring at. She plays innocent, nothing in particular, it's just that. And there's the punchline. She casually says it's a bit small. Rees has no idea yet just how personally he's about to take this. The gears are turning behind his eyes. Some words just hit different when you're a man standing next to a painting like that. His face slowly starts to heat up as the insult fully lands. He absolutely loses it. Wow, what are you? It's obvious I'm not the body model for that painting. Nobody accused you of anything, Rees. Edith just shrugs, totally unbothered. Him, sure, the least convincing agreement in history. He keeps digging, insisting there's no way a noble's son would ever bear it all for an artist. She just grins, I didn't even ask you, Tilda, and twists the knife with a whatever you say, Tilda. Completely defeated, he throws his hands up, declaring it's impossible to have a serious art conversation with someone like her. She's just delighted. Once he's gone, she finally cracks up for real. Honestly, she couldn't have lived with herself if she hadn't gotten that joke in. She goes quiet again, eyes drifting over to yet another painting on the wall. And she just can't help herself, so it must be bigger than this, Tilda. One more jab in before she sneaks off with that grin still plastered on her face. See you next chapter. Picture this, sunlight pouring through a massive glass greenhouse, flowers everywhere. This is where our girl starts her morning, and honestly, she is living the dream. She stretches, tips her sun hat back, and sighs, "Aw, what a nice day, pure vacation energy." Strolling through her garden, she thinks that if every day could feel like this, she would not have a single thing left to wish for. Bold claim for someone who just got a whole new life. Her face just glows with satisfaction. This is a woman fully embracing her glow up. Here is the setup. It has been 2 months since she was reincarnated into the body of a noblewoman named Edith, living the easiest, do just the bare minimum kind of life you can imagine. She practically melts over the sunlight, the breeze, even the air itself, saying she wishes every day could be exactly like this one. Somebody has clearly never had a bad Monday in this life. She just keeps soaking it all in, completely at peace with her fancy new existence. Add in gourmet meals every single day and a private art gallery to wander whenever she wants. And yeah, she has adapted to noble life way better than she ever expected. Case in point, that spread of fine dishes and wine she gets to enjoy at literally every single meal. Noble life really said no notes. Sure, most people at court still eye her with suspicion, but her maid Anna is always sweet to her, basically the one bright spot in a house full of side eyes. And then there is one more perk on her list, she thinks to herself, trailing off with a little smile. She spots a familiar blonde face and lights right up, waving him down. Ah, Linon, long time no see. Linon just freezes up, stammering it is nothing, with a big question mark practically floating over his head. Smooth, Mr. Awkward. She lets him off the hook, telling him not to let her keep him from his work and to catch up again later. And with that she strolls off, leaving him standing right there. Linon just stares after her, clearly still processing whatever that was. Ducking behind a tree, she checks that she made it to her real destination undetected. This is not a woman sneaking off to do anything productive. Turns out her so-called morning walk has an ulterior motive, the training grounds where the real show is about to start. She creeps in behind a bush like she is running a stakeout, peeking through the leaves. And there he is, swords clashing, shirt very much not present. The training grounds deliver every single time. She notes very casually that her husband is looking especially fit today, very casually. She admits it does not matter how many times she catches this view, it hits just as hard as the first time. Big muscular energy incoming, she says. The swordsman keeps swinging away, completely unaware he is being thoroughly appreciated from the bushes. She zeroes in on his back like she is studying a masterpiece, every muscle line, all of it. Some things do not need commentary, but she gives it anyway. Caught in the act of staring, she just goes for it and calls his name out loud, Rees. She just beams at him, all sparkle, not even a little embarrassed about being spotted. Her mind drifts somewhere else for a second, an old memory surfacing. Someone from before who used to make that exact same kind of face. She admits to herself that back in her old life, she never really lived, not in a full 28 years of it. Back then, as a woman named Choi Soo-na, she was never this foolish over anyone. Funny how a whole new life can change that. Later, she shows off some paperwork she reorganized into a neat table for the household, and a young lady nearby blinks in total confusion at the word tables. She tries explaining it is just a way to organize information clearly, but she is met with a very blank stare. Wait a second, she realizes with a jolt, do table charts not even exist in this world? Maybe the universe just was not built with spreadsheets in mind. She shows off her handiwork anyway, insisting it makes everything so much easier to read. The young lady hesitates, clearly holding back an opinion, murmuring that she is sure the Duchess will think of a better way to do it. Someone chimes in, wondering out loud if this new system might make things a little awkward for everyone else. The Duchess turns from the window, quietly second-guessing whether she got a little carried away with her own methods. She is interrupted by the young lady announcing the Duchess has arrived, quickly explaining she was just walking Edith through some documents. Edith's face does a slow double-take. That is not quite how any of that happened. The Duchess beams, praising the young lady for helping Edith out so much, credit officially misplaced. Edith's brain short-circuits a little. Wait, she was the one explaining it to her, this is completely backwards. Her mind flashes back to her old office job, getting scolded for messy paperwork and promising to redo it. Guess old habits really do come full circle. Back in the moment, she grips her freshly organized documents, ready to make her case properly this time. She turns to her mother-in-law directly this time, asking if she would take a look at this table form she came up with. The young lady tilts her head at the unfamiliar term while the Duchess explains that with so much information on these papers, this layout might actually help. She walks the Duchess through it step by step, the item name here, then the relevant details lined up right beside it. Quantity, purchase price, all of it laid out clean and easy to scan, while the young lady watches closely. She explains that splitting everything into rows just makes it way easier to read at a glance. Basic spreadsheet logic, revolutionary in this world apparently. The young lady suddenly pauses mid-thought, like something just clicked. A slightly horrified realization creeps in. Did she just accidentally make it look like Ree's whole family was bad at this? And right alongside her, Edith has the exact same thought hit her like a truck. She just pulled a move straight out of the scheming villainous playbook. She braces herself a little, waiting to see how this is all going to land. But the Duchess is delighted, calling it simple yet somehow packed with everything you need to know at a glance. She asks how Edith even came up with this, and Edith, genuinely caught off guard, can only ask if she really means it. The Duchess insists it is brilliant, no hesitation at all. She decides on the spot that she is organizing all her own documents like this from now on. Then comes the ask, could Edith format everything she is assigned this same way so the rest of the household can learn from it too? Edith lights up completely, chirping back a happy yes, mother, spreadsheet queen officially crowned. As the two of them settle in over the paperwork, the young lady lingers in the background, watching with an unreadable look on her face. Something tells you this is not the last we hear about it. We open in Ree's study, morning light everywhere, and he is holding up a stack of paperwork like it is Exhibit A. His mother squints at it. This grid system for organizing everything, a woman thought this up, she asks. Rees does not even blink. That's right, he says. She flips through page after page of it, clearly impressed already. Turns out it is Edith's work, and by the look on the Duchess's face, this woman is officially a fan. Rees walks her through it. Edith's system compresses a mountain of estate paperwork into something anyone could read in 10 seconds flat. For a second, his mother goes quiet, like she is turning something else over in her head entirely. Then, out of nowhere, she gets serious. Has Rees ever considered how rough a political marriage actually is on the person marrying in? After all, she reminds him, Edith had to leave her entire home behind just to be here. His mother squeezes his arm, looking genuinely pleased with how this conversation went. Before things get any deeper, there is a knock at the door, perfect timing as always. The door clicks open. Excuse me, someone says, stepping inside. It is Linon, Ree's ever-serious aide, papers already in hand like he was born holding a clipboard. Oh, young master, he says, surprised to find Rees already busy. He offers to come back later if it is a bad time. No, Rees tells him, you actually came at exactly the right time, Linon. Edith jumps in too, holding up more of her own notes. There is something she would like him to look at as well. This girl never stops working. Rees looks over her notes again, visibly impressed for the second time in one scene. Edith clocks it too. The Duchess seems genuinely satisfied. Score 1 for the new girl in the house. Elsewhere, Edith nods along agreeably. She thinks the Duchess is right about pretty much everything, honestly. Rees turns to someone else in the room to sing Edith's praises. not everyone is thrilled to hear it. A young noblewoman raised right there in the Sinclair house grips her own dress, comparing herself to Edith, and coming up short. Ouch. Reese notices immediately. Yeah, he thinks something is definitely off with her. Turns out Edith's secret weapon is not some hidden talent. It is 4 straight years of personal coaching from the Duchess herself. No wonder the poor girl is a little green with envy watching Edith walk off. But hold on, training is not the same thing as being smarter, Reese reminds himself. He is not buying the comparison. His mind wanders somewhere else entirely, to a fiery redhead who is about to become a much bigger problem. He remembers catching her staring at a painting in the Sistine Hall like she had seen a ghost. Cut to a completely different mansion, sunrise, birds going off outside the window like an alarm clock. Inside, the halls sit quiet, the kind of quiet that never lasts in these stories. A striking red-headed noblewoman spins around to find a man standing right behind her. Killian, she says, catching herself, so that is his name. And there he is, Killian, dressed to the nines, looking like he would rather be literally anywhere else. Every inch the proper noble, gold trim included. She studies him for a second, clearly cooking up something. So she asks, would you actually do it, already testing him? He sighs. She never once backs down from an argument, does she? Never learned how to lose, he shoots back, almost laughing despite himself. I wonder how that would even feel, he adds. She cannot help herself. Teasing this guy is honestly too much fun. Though quietly, she is also hoping he will not actually murder her for it. She wonders what dragged him here so early. Did the wine count pick another fight with him? At least today, nobody was giving her the usual suspicious side-eye. Or maybe she thinks this is about Reese instead. Is Killian here to fight her battles again? Deciding that must be it, she figures a little small talk is her best defense. He tries some small talk of his own, of all things, commenting on how chilly the wind feels this morning. She reaches to shut the window against the draft. Then his eyes narrow. Something is about to go very wrong very fast. The door slams open completely out of nowhere. And suddenly the two of them go stumbling straight into each other. Well, what are you doing? He sputters, caught totally off guard. She is just as flustered, face inches from his. Killian, she stammers. Her heart is absolutely hammering. He is way too close for comfort. Panicking, her brain short-circuits into thinking about her mother's favorite dress shop. Anything to avoid thinking about this. Wait, hush, she blinks, finally snapping out of it. He is just as lost as she is right now. He needles her about her reputation for never wearing the same dress twice, then very unhelpfully offers to just buy her a new one. That does not land the way he seems to think it will. She snaps back that she is not nearly as shallow as he thinks. She did not even order a new dress last time, for the record. He offers to arrange a shopping trip for her anyway, completely missing the point of what she just said. That is the last straw. She has officially had enough. The tension in the room spikes instantly. Killian, she snaps, you definitely do not know one single thing about me. At this point, she says, he is just hunting for excuses to hate her. And somehow, she adds, she is always the one who ends up taking the blame. Is that really all you want from me? She explodes. That actually stops him cold, what he says genuinely thrown. His mind flashes back to his own wedding day. He says he knew exactly how this would go the second he walked into that hall. His face in the memory is already ice cold, even back then. He remembers thinking she always blamed him for everything, no matter how much space he tried to give her. The wedding smile in his memory never once reaches his eyes. Your attitude, he starts, has always been as if. Like she never even wanted to be there in the first place, he finishes. He actually laughs bitterly. About that, he says. He brings up the time her family flat out threatened his. Was that really me? She fires back. Who made that threat? She is not about to take the fall for her entire family. So what? He presses. Are you saying you should be cut loose from the rest of the Rigelhofs? He finishes, and there it is. She is a Rigelhof, the same family causing Edith's entire political marriage headache. Oh, she says quietly, I see. All the fight just drains right out of her. To everyone in this palace, she realizes she has never really been a person, just a Rigelhof. He turns and walks off without another word. She trails behind him, saying nothing at all. Alone again, her face falls into shadow. Killian is not doing much better, something is clearly eating at him too. You do not know anything about me, he echoes back at her, cold and final. Nothing at all. She just smiles, the kind of smile that means the exact opposite of happy. And just like that, the conversation is over. Whatever was left between them just walked out the door. Later, dressed for some other appointment entirely, Killian shows up somewhere else, and he is definitely not here for pleasantries. Do not try anything suspicious, he warns coldly. That is the only warning anyone is getting. The warning lands like a slap across the room. Back in her own room, alone with just the candlelight, she is left to stew in everything that just happened. Still by herself, she wraps her arms tight around her own shoulders. Still like this, she murmurs, even though she is supposedly a new person now. She does not move for a long moment. I need to figure out how to get out of here, she admits to herself, quiet and determined. Meet Killian, all dressed up in gold trim, standing in some fancy hall looking like his brain just short-circuited. He cannot even remember what just happened, he just knows his stomach is doing backflips about it. Across the room, Edith freezes mid-breath, clearly not expecting whatever just went down between them. She blames the rose perfume in the air for why she cannot even remember what she just said to him. Whatever it was, he just turns and walks straight out, leaving her standing there completely flustered. Killian, she says quietly, you don't know one single thing about me. Ouch, that one lands. Nothing at all, he mutters back, but deep down, even he knows she's not exactly wrong. New day, new outfit, last night's drama gets quietly folded away like it never happened. Killian rubs his temple. Everything he supposedly knows about Edith traces straight back to her father, the wine count, nothing more. And yet every time he insists he's got her figured out, something in his own head just refuses to add up. Cue the mystery headache. Wow, wonder what could possibly be causing that. Before he can spiral any further, a way too cheerful voice cuts straight through the fog. Enter Reese, blonde, sunny, book in hand, and clearly the one bright spot in his entire morning. She waves him down without a second thought, saying his name like nothing could possibly be wrong today. Big eyes, bigger smile. Reese has a way of making even the gloomiest hallway feel lighter. Why the face, she asks, buddy, if only she knew what he'd just been stewing over. The narration practically drapes her in wildflowers, calling her pure and innocent Reese with zero irony whatsoever. She checks his forehead like a worried mom double-checking a sick kid. No fever, just bad vibes. It's nothing, Reese, he says out loud. In his head though, compared to Edith's perfume, roses might as well smell like garbage. His actual excuse, he just ran into some pitiful woman earlier. Real smooth, Killian. Reese isn't buying it. Did you say something to Edith again, she starts. But in his head, he's already decided she's just a spy the Rigelhoffs planted in his house. He changes the subject fast. Because if she really is just a spy, why waste any warmth on her at all, right? Cut clean across the mansion to a totally different scene, a maid answering a summons from her actual lady. That lady is Edith, and today she's got a rare idea brewing. Let's actually go outside for once. Back in her old life, a bad day meant one giant iced Americano and a long, aimless walk to clear her head. Yep, Edith is not originally from this world at all. She's got a whole other lifetime of memories rattling around up there. Her maid agrees instantly, already planning to clear the outing with the Duchess first. Just getting dressed for a normal day out, and it already feels like a whole treat. Come to think of it, she realizes she's barely stepped outside since landing in this world at all. She hands off the plans with an easy smile. Finally, something to actually look forward to. Because staying cooped up in this house all day, that's a one-way ticket to spiraling. And just like that, she's finally out the door. Out in the open air, Edith realizes she actually has no plan whatsoever. Lucky for her, Anna is already on it. First suggestion, Rubelmary Street, stacked wall to wall with dress shops and dessert cafes. Second suggestion, Darsa Street, home to galleries, theaters, and conveniently the bank. Oh, and apparently there's a legendary bakery over there too. Strawberry tarts so popular they reportedly sell out within minutes of the shop opening. Noted. But Edith isn't really here to shop. She wants to know where she can sell off a few pieces of jewelry instead. Her maid rattles off 3 options without missing a beat: the old reliable Amabil, the newer Datrias, or Route Pecan just off the main street. This maid clearly did her homework. Edith just smiles, already thinking ahead. Honestly, at this point she's basically this whole story's built-in tour guide, practically sitting in the narrator's lap explaining the map for us. Darsa Street it is. Edith's got some jewelry she wants to unload. Great, she says, already buzzing over the plan. One quick errand at the jeweler's later, and they're already back out on the street. Edith counts through the cash right there on the sidewalk: 490,000, 500,000, 510,000, and counting. Turns out the tiniest diamonds were actually the priciest part of the whole lot. Her maid pivots straight to business. Wasn't the bank supposed to be around here somewhere too? Just a little further this way, her maid promises, and they'll hit the most well-known bank in the district. And there it is. Great, I'm finally done. Edith cheers, arms up, mission accomplished. Turns out opening an account here is shockingly easy. No ID required, apparently, just a fake name will do. Because she has no idea when the Duke might toss her out of that mansion for good, and a little emergency cash outside those walls just feels safer. Thanks for everything, Anna, she beams, genuinely grateful for the help. Her maid laughs, joking that this is a weird definition of fun since they mostly just ran errands all day. Time for food instead. They settle into a cozy little restaurant for a well-earned meal. Now that she's got some emergency funds stashed away, she's already scheming her next move. Anna, do commoners even own a carriage? She asks. Just curious in case I ever need to make a run for it in the middle of the night. Better to have an escape route mapped out now, she figures, than to need one someday and not know a thing. Her maid breaks it down. Commoners can't afford a real train ticket, so they usually just ride the luggage car instead. Or they cram into a shaky group wagon together, basically a carriage with a roof and way less legroom. There's a train station right by the south gate that connects straight to the nearest city, for future reference. A room at an inn runs as cheap as 3,000 zenas a night, though sleeping in a stable means watching out for fleas. Edith has about 100 more questions rattling around in her head. Her maid sneezes right out of nowhere. Somebody must be talking about her, Edith thinks, quietly reminding herself Anna answers to the Rudwick family first. So she keeps the rest of her questions to herself for now. This much progress will have to be enough for one day. Anything else you'd like to do? Her maid asks. No, Edith says, smiling for real this time. Everything today was easy thanks to you. For the first time in a while, she actually feels lighter. Back home though, she's straight back to the books, this time trying to tell fresh soybeans from old ones. Even she has to wonder why she's cramming farming trivia. Would she actually survive as a farmer if it ever came to that? A sudden knock snaps her right out of her research spiral. Anna, what brings you here? She asks. The Duchess is asking for you, my lady, comes the reply. Oh, and one more thing, her maid adds, the jeweler has just arrived. Edith's whole expression shifts. The jeweler, that word alone seems to hit different. Wait, don't tell her today is that day. Because if this really is the exact scene from the novel she read back in her old life, today is the day Edith gets humiliated in front of everyone. And she is not exactly thrilled to find out how that plays out. We open on a memory. A jeweler visits the Rudwick mansion every single season, and this particular visit is about to become an infamous little side story. It's set right after Edith's wedding, with Edith and her fiery friend Reese posing together for the occasion. As always though, the whole ducal family is fawning over Reese while barely sparing Edith a glance. Edith just stands there, quietly getting used to being the one nobody notices. Reese actually feels bad about it. She can tell Edith's being left out and it's bugging her. Edith reaches for a piece, hesitates, and a nervous wait a moment slips out before she can stop it. So Reese steps in and suggests a small necklace for Edith instead. A kind gesture, or so it seems. Somebody clearly takes that as an insult. Ha, how dare you say that to me, comes the icy reply. Cliff rounds on Edith, half accusing her of just trying to stir things up. Flustered, she swears that's not it at all. She tries to explain herself, but the words trail off before she can finish. Reese just waves it off, all smiles, saying she's content enough with what she's already got. Cliff cleans out the entire jewelry collection for Reese with a blank check, leaving only that one small necklace for Edith. A cute story for everyone else, a bitter footnote for her. Back in the present, someone eyes an aquamarine piece, wondering if it would suit Reese's eyes. They agree it would look stunning with a bright dress, and eyes move on to a pearl necklace next. Reese admits to herself she almost skipped this whole outing, even though the Duchess is the one who called her here. She just can't bring herself to jump in and help pick things out the way she usually would. A memory flashes by, Edith, delighted over yet another gift of diamonds, clearly not the miserable Edith the old story painted her as. Something about all of it feels off to her now. Just choose one already, Killian tells her, snapping her back to the present. We'll like it no matter what you pick, he reassures her. She admits she almost didn't come, dreading an awkward run-in with Killian. But now, staring at this huge jewelry piece, she finally gets why Edith felt so shut out back then. The gem catches the light in her hand, and for a second she just stares at it. How much would something like this even cost, she asks, almost afraid of the answer. Edith, someone calls out, startled by her reaction. Wait, could it be? Reese wonders that Edith is echoing lines straight out of the original story. Edith, meanwhile, is still stuck on her own wait a moment. Isn't this actually really pretty? Someone blurts, practically glowing over the necklace. Oh my, is this a ruby? Reese gasps, and the jeweler proudly confirms its top quality. He keeps bragging about the craftsmanship, then someone suggests Edith should be the one to try it on. Should I, she wonders, hand hovering over the necklace. Killian, she says, catching something odd in his expression. He straightens his own collar, quiet and unreadable. Turn around, he tells her simply. His fingers work the clasp at the back of her neck. Wait, why is he acting so strange all of a sudden, she wonders, completely thrown by the gesture. It must have been the Duchess's doing, she figures, watching the jeweler charm Edith and Killian both. We can't keep worrying the Duchess, right, she reasons, then turns to Killian to ask what he thinks. She strikes a pose, absolutely dazzling in her new jewels. Killian quietly tries on a piece of his own, his expression giving nothing away. It's fine, he says simply, before Reese turns right around and just asks the jeweler for the price outright. Yes, young master, the butler answers, handing something over. Oh my, someone teases Killian, this is his very first gift for his wife. What a great husband you are, Edith tells him warmly, then offers to cover the rest of the bill herself. Cliff, someone cries out, if you're buying all this for Reese, then what about Edith? Honestly, fair point. Reese can't help a sly little thought. If she'd grabbed one of those huge necklaces, she could have sold it for a tidy runaway fund. She wonders just how much that fund would have grown, smirking to herself. Then she catches herself and goes quiet, fingers brushing the necklace at her throat. This one, though, she admits, she could never bring herself to sell. A hand reaches for an envelope waiting on the table. The letter's blunt, keep ignoring me like this, it warns, and there won't be any more invitations. Elsewhere, the gossip mill turns. Edith was never one for events anyway, someone sniffs, and if she had gone, she'd only have spread rumors about Reese. Charming crowd, honestly. Wait a second, Reese mutters, noticing something about the letter's wax seal that stops her cold. She reads it again, and every trace of humor drains out of her face. The message is a threat. I've waited long enough, it says. Isn't it time you started doing your part? It knows exactly what she's been up to, helping the Duchess with sensitive documents straight from the Duke. The demand is blunt. Find anything about the Duke's military strength, steal it, and hand it straight over. Can't steal the whole thing? Fine, just summarize it, the letter says, promising to wait for her reply. If he already knows she's been near the Duke's paperwork, she realizes this is way bigger than she thought. There's only one explanation. Someone inside the Rigelhoff household is feeding him information from the inside. Somewhere shadowy figures move unseen, playing their part in the scheme. Her eyes narrow, she is not about to just hand over state secrets. All right then, she decides. Time to write a reply addressed straight to Edith's father, the wine count himself. She lays it on thick. The Duke's forces turned out far stronger than expected, and any move against them would end in total defeat. The ducal family hasn't done anything wrong, she argues. Building up the military was ordered by the emperor himself, so why all this hatred for the Rudwicks, the actual war duke's own house? The emperor, she reminds him, is alive and perfectly well. Most of the nobility stands firmly behind him too, so there's no real opening left for Archduke Langston to seize the throne. Please, she writes, just give up on the rebellion. Even the story itself takes a breather here for a ridiculous little cartoon aside before getting back to business. Better, she writes, to grow the Rigelhoff family's strength under the Rudwick's protection instead. Sincerely, with love, your daughter Edith, forged and sealed. Phew, she sighs, finally got it all off her chest. A lie, maybe, but the kind meant to head off something much worse. She doubts the Count will drop his ambitions over one letter, but that, she decides, isn't her problem anymore. Somewhere else, a reply arrives from a direction nobody expected, and whoever's reading it is not pleased, accusing someone of throwing away their own father's name and honor. The mystery man behind it all sits in silence, weighing his next move. To the ground, he finally says, whatever that means, it is not good. The scene opens ice cold. Guards flank the doors while someone repeats the accusation straight to Edith's face. Did she leak the ducal family's private documents to outsiders? Edith doesn't flinch. Sitting stiff on that blood-red couch, she looks him dead in the eye and says it plain, I have not. In walks the bearded war duke Rudwick himself, dead serious, demanding she swear on her own father's honor that she's telling the truth. Edith doesn't hesitate. She swears on her honor and her life right in front of her father-in-law, a promise that's about to matter way more than she realizes. Three sharp-dressed nobles look on, unimpressed. One coolly points out that if she's lying, she just threw away her father's name and her own honor with it. A voice in the dark cuts through with two cold words, to the ground. Somebody in this room is about to hit rock bottom. Edith reels back, stunned. What do you mean by that? This interrogation just got a whole lot more serious. Flashback time. We rewind to see how this whole mess actually started, with a servant handing documents to the Duke and a stiff "Yes, my lord." Turns out Edith herself had handed a stack of papers to her bespectacled office colleague long before any of this blew up. Those exact documents, the ones Edith was assigned to organize, are now sitting in the Duke's hands as evidence against her. The Duke admits it himself. Yes, he asked his aide Linon to prepare these for Edith. All these papers, he says, drawing the moment out. And here's the kicker, every single one of them is stuffed with false information. The blonde accuser leans in. Her own father has apparently been buying stock based only on what's written in those fake papers, which he claims proves the Count got played. My father, Edith mutters, blindsided. Someone else in the room finally speaks up, excuse me, but, and you can feel everyone brace for another twist. Edith, papers still in her lap, looks genuinely lost. Honestly, she admits, I'm not even sure what the issue is here. The accuser isn't buying her confusion for a second. There must be another reason you cooked up these fake documents, he presses. I did not leak any document, Edith says flatly. One of the dark-haired nobles actually looks kind of impressed, gotta admit. He says, you've got guts saying that right now. The Duke isn't letting her off that easy. Fine then, explain how information that was only given to you ended up in Count Rigelhoff's hands. Edith fires a question right back. Hold on, are you seriously implying I was the only person who could have gotten to these papers? Because last she checked, there's also Linon, the guy who actually wrote them, plus everyone else working in that same office. The Duke's jaw tightens. The only other people with access, he admits, are my own wife and Lady Rees. Someone drops her full name like a verdict, Edith Rigelhoff, and she visibly shakes. Wait, she thinks, this played out exactly the same way in the original story. Her mind spirals into a flashback. After the wedding, she remembers she was never once called Edith Rudwick, not one single time. She realizes with a chill that he only ever brought her into this family to spring a political trap. Back in the present, the nobles start pulling at that same thread. So then, what's Lady Rees' actual last name? Is it Rees Rudwick? Cut back to Linon, arms full of paperwork, backing Edith up. I organized these documents myself, he says, and both the Duchess and Lady Rees knew that. In her head, Edith replays an old conversation. Obviously, I'd be the first suspect if something went wrong, she'd told him. You think I wouldn't realize that? If you really didn't trust me, she'd said, you never would have handed me fake documents in the first place, you'd have just kept me out of the loop entirely. She can't help a sly little smile creeping in because she's starting to see exactly what's really going on here. Maybe, she says coolly, you're just pretending I leaked those documents so you'd finally have an excuse to move against my father. That lands hard. The Duke and the dark-haired noble both flinch like she just said their whole plan out loud. Well, unless, Edith trails off, clearly not done twisting the knife just yet. Ugh, I'm sick of this, she groans, done playing nice for the room. Deep down though, she knows the truth. She never leaked a thing, so how did that information actually land in the Count's hands? There's no way Reese did this, she reasons, which only leaves one chilling possibility. Is there an actual spy hiding inside the Rigelhoff mansion? But then again, if a spy could reach documents that easily, there'd have been zero point arranging this whole political marriage and shipping her off here in the first place. And then it clicks, of course. In the original story, it really was Edith who leaked everything. The original Edith, the moment she started that office job, quietly started feeding information straight to her own father. That version of her ended up trapped, alone by a window, never once given the chance to be publicly recognized as part of the ducal family. It's exactly like what happened in the jewelry incident, she realizes. No matter what she personally does, the story just keeps happening anyway. Maybe she thinks she really is just doomed to play the role of Edith, script and all. No matter what I do, she thinks it's impossible to fight the natural flow of the original story. Could this whole mess be proof of that? For a second, the weight of it all cracks straight through her, and a single tear slips out before she can stop it. We flash back further to the oath itself. The exact wording glows in violent magenta until death comes to me at the hands of Killian. Someone's eye twitches at the words because that oath isn't just dramatic flair, it's a literal magic contract. Edith's composure finally slips, tears welling up despite everything she's been holding together. I'm so dumb, she scolds herself, I shouldn't even be crying right now. One of the men in the room throws her own words back at her. Didn't I already tell you, he says, you swore on your honor and your life. Edith doesn't back down an inch. If you're so convinced I did it, she says, then just take my head. That gets a reaction fast. What are you? Someone blurts out, clearly not expecting her to go there. Cooler heads try to step in. Wouldn't it be smarter, one of them suggests, to actually investigate this thoroughly before deciding anything? Of course, another replies with a sly little smirk, though in the meantime he adds, we'll keep the suspect under close surveillance. The threat lands cold. If you're really innocent, someone warns her, you'd better start praying the truth comes out. Edith just thinks, great, this is playing out exactly like the original story again. Plans start moving. Linon is about to get assigned as her official watcher when someone cuts in fast, I'll do it. There's a sharp glint of steel in the air. Nobody in this room is fully relaxed right now. Edith spins around, startled. Killian, wait, she calls as he strides off down the hall with the others, leaving her scrambling to catch up. Follow me, he says simply, pulling her along without much room for argument. Somewhere nearby, a loud thud rings out and Linon just stands there going. Oh, clearly already realizing exactly what Killian's about to pull. Have you completely lost your mind? Edith demands the second they are alone. I wish that were the case, Killian answers grimly. You think I'm joking right now, she snaps. Then he asks something totally out of left field. Do you even know what they nicknamed Duke Axel Rudwick on the battlefield? They called him the Sudden Guillotine, Killian reveals. Edith can't help but smirk, guess that nickname's gotten a little too big for him these days. Something in his tone worries her. What's wrong with you? She asks, genuinely thrown. Does it even matter to you? He shoots back, whether he takes my head or not. And for once, it's Edith who flinches. Still, he reasons, walking ahead of her, if you really didn't commit a crime, you shouldn't be the one paying for it. Do that, and the truth will come out for sure. I don't know about that, Edith says, unconvinced. Do you actually believe that? Here's the thing though, she tells him flatly, since neither of you actually believes me, I'm done trusting either of you from now on. They're going to frame me as the culprit no matter what I say. What? He asks, caught off guard. Isn't that just how it is? She shoots back, completely unbothered. After all, she reminds him, you were the ones who put those fake documents in my hands to begin with, and you were the ones who told me my father acted on that exact information. Why didn't you all just investigate more carefully before jumping to conclusions? She asks bitterly. Guess that's just how you people operate. Now I'm stuck in this room with no choice but to accept your rulings. Killian just stands there afterward, alone, letting out a long, heavy breath. Edith watches him carefully, unsure what to make of the promise hanging in the air between them. The man across from her seals it with an oath. On his honor, this gets handled right. He goes further, promising to shield her from anyone too quick to judge. And he'll keep her in the loop on every single lead they dig up. Edith just shrugs it off. Fine, do what you want, she says, though she's clearly got doubts about where this is headed. Somewhere close by, someone can't believe he's actually staying neutral in a case this juicy. Turns out the only two suspects left standing are a Duchess and Reese. Someone pushes back hard. How can he possibly promise fairness when everyone involved is this close to him? He doesn't answer, just a long loaded silence. Cut to the Imperial Palace, all spires and golden light, because apparently that's where we're headed next. Guards lined up out front like it's a huge deal. Spoiler, it kind of is. A carriage rolls up and someone special is stepping out to a very warm welcome. It's Reese, arriving to a delighted "you're finally here" from the princess herself. A palace regular waves her down too, all smiles about how long it's been. Say hello to Princess Catherine Iberia, host of this whole gathering, and we're about to learn Reese's biggest fan. Word around the palace, Reese is basically a wild beast, terrifyingly strong enough that whole noble families flinch at her name. She's also the only noblewoman in the empire rocking short hair and riding pants instead of gowns, rules be damned. Basically, she's the one menace even the emperor gave up trying to tame. But here's the twist, around Catherine all that terror just melts. Reese gets scolded for being too formal and told to just use her name. Catherine practically raced over the second she heard Reese had arrived. Catherine teases her, "Is your crush on me fading, Reese?" and gets a flustered denial right back. Apparently Catherine only ever lets her guard down like this around her. Someone else in the group finally tells Catherine to quit teasing the poor woman. Ironic, considering he's the guy who apparently stole away Catherine's longtime crush in the first place. "Oh, I was just kidding," he says. "Doesn't sound like a joke when you say it that serious," someone fires back. The whole crew heads inside together, ready for whatever palace drama's on the menu today. Someone notices a familiar face is missing. Killian never showed up. Reese raises an eyebrow. Did something happen to him? Turns out Killian just got married and is off spending time with his new wife, Edith. Though honestly, calling it a real marriage might be generous. Because this whole union is really just fallout from an old feud between two noble houses, nothing more. Reese wrinkles her nose. Just hearing those family names is enough to gross her out. Worse, someone's openly gloating that Edith turned out even more clueless than they'd hoped, which only makes their scheme easier. Meanwhile, Edith herself just weaves through the crowd, completely unaware she's already being written off as an easy target. Back at the party, someone grills Catherine. How is she royalty and not care about politics at all? The emperor can't be thrilled. Catherine just groans. There's not a day that goes by without him nagging her about castle politics. Before it can turn into something sweeter, Reese just shuts the whole moment down with one sharp stop. Catherine waves it off. She's got a guest to entertain and tells him to go bore himself with politics instead. Oh, and say hi to the Duchess for her. Then she's already dragging Reese off to go see a brand new horse she just got. Left behind, the guy just mutters that Catherine sure has a personality all her own. Elsewhere, someone corners another man with a loaded question. So how did that chat with your wife go? Judging by the headache he's nursing, not great. When his friend suggests he just come along to the palace instead, he looks genuinely stunned. Why would you even want me there? He asks warily. Don't you know? Comes the cryptic reply. Turns out that's Killian, snapping that there's no way he's showing up at the palace looking like this. while someone nearby insists she was only trying to update him on the ongoing investigation. His attendant Linon checks in on him, and Killian reluctantly agrees he'll head out soon after all. Someone close to him, his sister it looks like, realizes this isn't really about the family's reputation at all. She's never seen him this rattled before. Suddenly we're somewhere else entirely, a dark hospital room and someone stirring awake in the middle of the night. Whoever this is, they're clearly not okay, quietly falling apart in the dark. A kid from the next bed shuffles over, Roman 4 pole in tow, gently asking if it hurts. "Sorry for waking you," she mumbles. "Don't worry," comes the reply, "neither of them can sleep anyway." Two kids both stuck in this hospital ward, about to bond over the worst possible circumstances. One of them blurts out that she just wishes she could die already. The other insists she's not scared of that, she just trails off. Meanwhile, her own dad's on the phone, griping that he's stuck babysitting this brat, while she quietly admits her parents are just annoyed she's sick at all. Her friend's own brother is actually a perfect bone marrow match, but he's refusing, too scared it'll hurt. Just nothing, the room just goes quiet. Then her dad snaps something almost too cruel to say out loud. Just use a pig's marrow on her instead, she'd honestly rather just die. Her friend calls her out gently, then admits something raw of her own. She's actually jealous. At least her friend has someone who could save her. On the other hand, she starts to say, and stops herself. All she really wants is to make it to her 20th birthday. That's it, that's the whole wish. She imagines a totally normal life, putting on makeup, just walking down a street like anyone else. Just watching how other people get to live. And then reality snaps back in. None of that's real, it's only a dream. Even now, she says, memories of her friend keep coming back. If only she could have had that same chance. Her friend just keeps crying quietly, and there's nothing anyone can say to fix it. "I thought I could handle anything else," she whispers at the end of her rope. And just like that, Edith jolts awake in bed, this world's Edith, hand pressed to her chest. That was her memory the whole time. Her hospital roommate, terrified of dying all those years ago. Edith got the transplant, went home, and never got the chance to say goodbye. But she's here now, alive in a whole new life. And this time she's decided, as long as she's breathing, she can handle anything they throw at her. Ever since Edith decided to stop stressing over every little thing, life has actually been pretty chill for her lately. No grand schemes today, just some quiet free time at home and a well-earned rest. She settles in with her tea like the day is already won. That peace lasts about 5 seconds because Killian barges in right as her meal is served. The staff scramble to pull him up a chair because apparently nobody warned them he was dropping by either. Edith's smile does not budge an inch, but you can practically hear the record scratch in her head. Yeah, this quiet morning thing was never going to last. She asks him flat out why he barged in on her mealtime without so much as a warning. Killian does not exactly have a smooth answer ready. Turns out this was the only slot in his schedule. Edith just blinks. "Oh, okay then. Busy, huh?" Edith side-eyes him, quietly wondering if he is ever actually going to explain why he is here. Her brain helpfully offers a theory. Maybe it is just because he is handsome. Very scientific reasoning there, Edith. Or maybe, she muses, it is the whole fit and broody thing he has got going on. Killian has no idea he is being rated over breakfast. She spirals into a full internet meme tier defense of marrying a good-looking husband, then apologizes to some imaginary stranger online for ever doubting the logic. Never change, Edith. Whatever is going on with him, she decides the food comes first. An uninvited guest is not about to ruin a perfectly good meal, thank you very much. She takes a bite and just melts a little. Delicious, she admits, and for a second the tension actually cracks. Then Killian drops it. Reese is officially on the suspect list. Edith's stomach flips, but she keeps her face steady. He adds that Reese will be looked into properly, so she should not worry. Edith goes quiet. That is not exactly comforting. That clearly cost him something to say. Edith just keeps chewing, suddenly very focused on her bread. No reason to panic, she tells herself. She did not do anything wrong and this soup is genuinely great, so back to eating. Why stress over something out of her control anyway? Soup is finished, at least there is still bread. Killian lets out a long sigh, then spots something on the table. Wait, what is that? Something slides quietly across the table right toward him. Edith explains she put a lid on her extra soup just in case he wanted some, a tiny peace offering disguised as leftovers. He is genuinely thrown, half offering to split it before waving it off. He had already eaten plenty. Sure you did, big guy. With Killian gone, the house goes quiet again, and so does Edith's mood. No web novels to binge in this world, she sighs, the one thing she actually misses from her old life. No such luck, this world simply does not have those. She flops down dramatically, genuinely a little lonely now that he has left. So what now? A memory surfaces. Back in her old life she used to fold paper cranes just for fun. So she turns to her maid Anna and asks what hobbies the young nobles are even into these days. Anna rattles off the usual answers: embroidery, painting, or for the more active types, horseback riding. Edith flashes back to her old life, remembering how badly her friend Suna once butchered a painting of a dog until it looked like an elephant. Not exactly encouraging. Horses freak her out a little, and embroidery feels like something she would never dare hand off to a love interest in a novel. Lucky for her, stone-face Anna has one more idea: dressing up tiny wooden figurines. Edith perks right up. Is it basically like dressing up an old-school doll? She never had one growing up, so where do people even buy them? Anna explains most girls used to get custom ones made, but these days you can just buy them ready-made from a shop. Edith checks her purse. 50,000 zenas for a solid pair of figurines, pricier than she expected, but hey, worth it. She hands over 200,000 and asks Anna to grab good fabric and sewing tools while she is at it. Whatever is left over, she adds, Anna can just keep for the trouble. Stone-face Anna, blunt as ever, says she does not need extra pay. Edith presses back. Is it because Anna does not want to take anything from her? Anna nearly short-circuits. No, that is not it at all. Edith backpedals, insisting she was not trying to make it weird. Anna just says serving her is the job, plain and simple. And honestly, she has been doing it loyally since the day Edith first arrived in this house. Edith has known Anna from the very start, one of the few people in this whole mansion who never buttered her up for nothing in return. That kind of loyalty, expecting nothing back, has never exactly been common around here. Edith reads quietly, guessing Anna is probably worried about there being too much leftover cash. She tells Anna to just think of it as a thank you gift. Anna quietly admits that would actually make her happy. So Edith tells her to just take it already. Anna hesitates, saying nothing. Thank you, my lady, she finally says. Edith sits down to start her new project, feeling pretty good about herself. Solid start so far, she figures. Reality check: sewing is hard and her stitches are already a disaster. This is way harder than she thought. Is this hobby number 4 she is about to quit? Anna shows back up hauling an absurd amount of gear. Edith just stares. Why do you have so much stuff? Turns out Anna bought a matching pair of wooden dolls, one man, one woman, plus every supply imaginable. She even had the seamstress sketch extra clothing patterns just in case. Edith, a little overwhelmed, insists this is already more than enough. Edith decides Anna has gotten a little warmer toward her lately, even if that stone face never really changes. Alright, this is officially her hobby now. She does not care if she is bad at it. Is not the whole point of life spending your time and money on things that actually make you happy? In the short time any of us actually get here, she figures. Calling this a luxury might be generous, considering she is not even good at it yet. Thinking back, in her old life, this kind of calm, unhurried mindset was something she never once let herself have. Every purchase came wrapped in stress and guilt. Maybe that is exactly why she ended up here, living someone else's life in a whole new world, so she could finally learn what it feels like to live for herself. She holds up her finished handiwork. Not bad at all, she admits, genuinely proud of herself. Time for the big finale, she declares, smushing her 2 little wooden dolls together for a dramatic kiss. So what is next on the agenda? Probably time to actually learn embroidery for real, she figures. And then, completely out of nowhere, Edith. She jumps a mile. What is it? Killian storms in, dead serious. Your handwritten letter has been found. He points straight at her, and suddenly that cozy little hobby afternoon feels very far away. Cliffhanger alert, folks, see you next chapter. Welcome to tea time at the Rigelhoff estate. Well, sort of. Because what starts as polite small talk is about to turn into full-blown gossip. One of the guests, Layla, doesn't even bother being subtle. Her first question is basically, how did this whole mess even happen? Turns out she's talking about Edith. Ever since Edith's marriage, she's basically been on probation, and now that some of the Duke's private documents have leaked, her fate might already be sealed. The reason why? Edith's own father, Count Rigelhoff, has been circling the Duke's family for a while now, and to him, Edith's just been a spare piece on the board the whole time. The plan was simple and pretty cold. Marry her into the Duke's family, then have her quietly funnel secrets back home. But hold on, would the Count really hand his own daughter something that important to smuggle out? Layla's brother isn't so sure that tracks. And here's the twist nobody saw coming. What if the leak wasn't real intel at all, just bait? Sounds like Edith's family may have walked straight into the Duke's trap. Back at the estate, Layla turns to her own brother for answers, because apparently this family runs on scheming. Layla wants to just tattle to the Duke and cash in on the chaos. Her brother waves her off. Edith's going to sink herself without any help. The real problem, he says, is someone named Reese. See, with Killian's own marriage locked in, the odds of Reese marrying into the family through Cliff just went up, and that throws off their whole plan. Layla is not having it. She practically slams the table, insisting there's no way someone like Reese marries up. Because in her mind, there's no way someone looked down on like that ends up the next Duchess of Rudwick. Her brother's blunter about it. If Reese ever gets full control over Cliff, their own plans are toast. Because that would kill any chance of Layla marrying into the Rudwick line herself. So Layla does what any scheming noble would do, starts wondering how to turn Edith into a useful pawn of her own. She pitches the idea to an ally, who is, understandably, a little lost on where she's going with this. Her plan, fan the flames a little and just let Edith take care of the Reese problem herself. Two birds, one stone, get rid of a rival and watch Edith dig her own grave at the same time. Cold, but efficient. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, someone is about to lose it. You can hear Edith's name being shouted through the halls. Edith herself looks almost amused by the commotion she's apparently caused. Killian storms in without even knocking, manners clearly optional when you're the Duke, and drops the bombshell. They found a document in her handwriting. He's furious, and honestly, who wouldn't be if their private files just got leaked? He warns her that her father will be summoned soon too, and demands to know exactly how she plans to explain herself. Killian's not buying any of it. As far as he's concerned, this is dead serious. He reminds her exactly who she's dealing with, the great Duke of Rudwick himself. Edith tries to explain there's more context here than he thinks. Even mid-interrogation, Edith can't help but notice how annoyingly good-looking he is while yelling at her. Priorities, Edith. Someone slips quietly into the room to interrupt the standoff. It's Linon, Edith's own aide, letting her know the Duke wants to see her. Edith can't shake the worry that even her own people might suspect she's the leak. She hesitates, searching his face for any hint of doubt. Whatever she's feeling, she doesn't let it show. Walking past Killian, she just teases him to relax. New evidence showing up should be a good thing, right? Killian just watches her go, clearly not sure what to make of her confidence. Alone with the evidence, even Edith has to admit it. Yash, that really does look like her handwriting. She's called into the room where Killian, her father the Count, and the rest of the family are already waiting. Killian offers her a deal, come clean about her father's involvement and she won't be punished. Edith isn't interested in that framing at all. She reminds him flatly that she already gave her word on this, and her word means something. Instead of pleading, she goes on the offensive, pull out her old rioting samples and compare them side by side. And she's got receipts. Her own grid lines are finer than the ones on the leaked document. Whoever forged this clearly didn't understand her system. Her father isn't ready to back down though, suggesting she might have faked the sloppy parts on purpose just to look innocent. Edith just smirks. If she really expected to get caught, she wouldn't have used her real handwriting at all. Even Linon backs her up, pointing out the handwriting really is a little off, and offers to fetch his own diary to prove the difference. Killian agrees, and Linon's told he can grab it through Anna if he needs to. So off Linon goes to dig up the proof. Left alone, Edith studies the forged page more closely. Whoever made this clearly knew something about how documents and finances get organized. That narrows the suspect list fast. Only 2 people ever learned her exact filing method from her directly, the Duchess and Rees. Except neither of them has an obvious reason to leak the Duke's own secrets, and there were way easier ways to fake this if that was really the goal. And that's when it hits her. This whole thing feels less like a real leak and more like someone's trying to force events back onto a script, like she's living inside a story someone else already wrote. Back with the men, her father pores over the same evidence, clearly turning something over in his head too. Edith pulls out a reference book of her own writing to line up every letter, dead set on proving her case. She zeroes in on the letter Q written in a cursive style she never uses. Small detail, but it's exactly the kind of thing that gives a forger away. Her father studies the proof, and for once he doesn't have a comeback ready. Edith allows herself a small victory moment, finally, some solid proof in her corner. Right on cue, Rees arrives at the door announcing herself. The room reacts with a bit of surprise as she walks in. Nobody was expecting her to show up right now. Turns out it wasn't a coincidence, her father called her here himself, and she's arrived at exactly the right moment. Killian lays out the timeline. Rees has spent 4 years assisting Duchess Jocelyn, and Edith personally taught her that exact table grid method. Rees confirms it, even adding that the Duchess loved the system. So Killian pushes further, who else could possibly know this method? Rees isn't totally sure, admitting they'd have to check if the Duchess taught it to anyone else. Edith chimes in too. Cliff and Killian both had a rough idea of the system as well, but beyond that, the list should be short. Rees agrees, probably nobody else outside that small circle. But even as she says it, something about the question seems to leave her a little rattled. She finally asks the obvious question back: why exactly is everyone so interested in this all of a sudden? Watching her reaction, Edith can't help but wonder, did Rees really not fully grasp the method back then, or is something else going on? Before anyone can dig deeper, her father shuts the question down cold. Someone leans in close and drops the bomb. Looks like we're in a seriously strange situation, Edith. And from the flinch on her face, you know it's bad. That's Edith Rigelhoff, standing tall in her fanciest armor, the kind of dress you wear when you know you're about to get grilled. She just stares them down. Is that seriously your conclusion, she says, not even bothering to hide how disappointed she is. The wine count fires right back, reminding her that she was the one who called this evidence rock-solid proof against herself. He taps the paperwork wrong, table grid, mismatched handwriting. Somebody clearly faked this whole thing. You've seen the same proof I have, he tells her, so she can't just wave it off because Rees said so. Edith just stands there with papers scattered everywhere, trying to keep her cool while her whole world quietly caves in. In the original story, this is exactly how Rees exposed Edith as the culprit. Problem is she can't remember how that scene actually went. She's sure she's innocent, but that just leaves one nagging question: why would Rees even want to frame her? Then she spots it, something's missing off her desk. Wait, my diary. She storms in yelling his name and catches Killian completely red-handed, her diary wide open in his hands. He just freezes mid-page, looking exactly like a kid caught with a hand in the cookie jar. Oh my God, she snaps, you do not just read someone's diary like that. You clearly don't have 1 ounce of respect for me, she fumes. All he can manage is a weak no. He just breathes her name, Edith, as the torn page flutters to the floor between them. Cut to her father and the War Duke hashing it out. You've got a point, one admits, but there's still no hard proof either way. So the wine count decides, we'll let this one slide for now. Rewind to a colder memory. Killian, flat and unmoved, tells her straight up, I can't trust you. She walks off and tosses back, I know, you've always said that and I know you always will. He presses harder. You're a Rigelhoff. Of course we're going to suspect you. How many times do I have to say I don't care about our family's feud, she snaps. Guess that doesn't matter to you though. And what about every time you helped your father with his little conspiracies, he shoots back. Something jolts through her out of nowhere. What are you, she gasps. A flood of memories crashes into her all at once, memories that were never supposed to be hers. The original Edith seduced men for secrets and even torched the Rudwick family's honor at their own party. No wonder nobody trusts the name. The memory keeps rolling. A glittering ballroom, Edith dressed to the nines, right before everything went wrong. Snapped back to the present, she mutters to herself, why would those memories hit me right now? She's visibly shaken and Killian is right there, watching every second of it. He crosses his arms and quietly offers, I'll walk you to your room. Still rattled, she thinks to herself, way too much just happened at once. She steels herself, can't let my guard down because I bet Reese is. Right on cue, Reese catches up to him, Killian, there you are. Walking beside him, she asks the obvious question, was there some kind of problem? Killian stays quiet for a beat, then finally asks, what happened earlier? He admits, I'd like to believe that too, but... Reese pushes him, do you actually have any evidence? It's inconclusive, he admits. Meanwhile, Edith, listening from the next room, winces, oh God, I really shouldn't be eavesdropping. She sighs to herself, guess I can't count on Killian being in my corner. Reese, worried, says, none of what I told you got used against her, right? I should go explain myself to the Duke. Killian cuts her off flat, that won't be necessary. Reese just blinks, but... He shuts it down completely, either way we're letting this one go, no need to talk about it any further. Reese isn't buying it, we really shouldn't be digging up ancient history, right, Killian? And now, a lighter turn diary time. Entry reads, this morning I hid by the training grounds and spied on Killian in his armor. More diary gold? Yep, confirmed. Killian's way more my type than Cliff, though it's not just the looks, he even waved at Reese when she walked by. She practically swoons on the page, honestly thought I'd go blind right then and there. And Killian, reading every single word of it, mutters to himself, why would this woman want me to smile at her? Someone bolts down the hallway at full speed, probably Killian, trying to outrun his own embarrassment. He calls out to his brother instead, Cliff, let's go train for a bit. Cliff just smirks, oh my. Pretty boy can't resist needling him, you don't look very happy, brother. Killian, done with it, does your head still hurt? Just stop talking and get to the training grounds. New scene, Edith walks a long hallway toward one very important door, bracing herself the whole way. She knocks and just waits. The Duchess welcomes her in warmly, come on in, I was waiting for you, Edith. I heard you had a rough time yesterday. Someone nearby gives her an encouraging smile before she has to explain herself. She steps inside, and you can tell right away some wounds hurt worse on the inside than the outside ever could. She blurts it out anyway, no, Duchess, I genuinely didn't steal those documents. Her voice wavers, I don't know if. She pushes through it anyway, I was even willing to put my life on the line, I really didn't. And then the Duchess says the one thing Edith needed to hear most, I believe you. Even so, Edith stays humble. But I get it if you're going to be more careful around me from now on. The Duchess just smiles. I've seen how hard you've been trying to fit in here and how hard you've worked for me. I mean, how could I not notice? I've been through the exact same thing myself once. A quiet, glowing moment passes between the two of them. Even Cliff chimes in, surprisingly sincere for once. I don't know who tried to pull this stunt, but... The Duchess finishes it for him, I'm sure it wasn't you, my child. And Edith just about loses it. She's full on crying now, every wall finally down. Through the tears, she calls her mother for the first time and starts to confess, the truth is, in the Rigelhoff family she starts, and that is exactly where this chapter yanks the rug out from under you. Somewhere on the castle grounds, a servant comes sprinting, screaming for the young masters, Cliff and Killian. The news lands like a gut punch, Lady Edith just collapsed out of nowhere. Cut to Killian and Cliff mid-sword practice, shirts off, blades locked, because nothing says family drama like shirtless fencing. The Duchess breaks it down. Edith was mid-conversation with her when she just dropped, no warning, no explanation. Killian's face goes cold and unreadable, not the reaction you'd expect from a guy who's supposedly just her husband on paper. He sucks in a sharp breath, the news clearly landing harder than he lets on. And just like that he's bolting, shirt half off, dignity fully abandoned. Elsewhere, the Duchess is piecing it together with her household. Edith's collapse, she figures, was her body finally giving out after weeks of stress. Killian presses her. Did something happen recently that could have pushed Edith over the edge like this? The Duchess doesn't sugarcoat it. No real danger, she says, but Edith needs rest and Killian needs to actually start taking care of her. Killian's mind drifts somewhere darker, back to the interrogation his own father put Edith through. Was she crying that hard? Enough to make her face swell and her body just shut down. He remembers exactly how he used to think of her, Edith Riedlhoff, the stuck-up woman who always looked down on everyone. That was the label he'd slapped on her. But what he actually saw was a woman who cried until she collapsed, because for once in her life, nobody believed a word she said. The silence sits heavy on him. No punchline here, just a guy realizing he might have gotten this badly wrong. He remembers holding her while she cried it out, and it's clearly eating at him more than he'd ever admit out loud. Back in the present, a maid leads someone down the hall, and Killian, catching the tail end of it, asks his mother point blank what exactly she and Edith had been talking about. The Duchess lays it out. Edith swore up and down she never touched those private documents everyone's accusing her of stealing. Same story every single time she's asked. Consistent as a broken record or maybe just telling the truth. Then his mother drops the real gut check. If that's really what she kept saying, maybe he should have just trusted her. She admits she told Edith flat out that she believed her. And after that, Edith broke down completely, because apparently being believed for once was enough to open the floodgates. The Duchess says Edith was practically overflowing with gratitude, just for being taken at her word. That, the Duchess says, was really all Edith ever wanted, just one person to actually believe her. It yanks Killian back to a memory of his own, him coldly telling Edith I can't trust you and her firing back that she already knew that he'd always said that and always would. The memory hits him like a punch to the gut, his own guilt written all over his face. The stress catches up with Killian too. He groans and clutches his head while his mother rushes to steady him. She's already yelling for the doctor, but he waves her off, insisting he's fine. He tries to play it off as just a headache, something a little rest will fix. Reese, watching nearby, isn't buying it. Reese reaches for him, worried, saying his name like she already knows something's wrong. She explains she only came because she'd heard Edith fainted, but one look at Killian's face, and suddenly she's asking why he looks like death warmed over. For a second, his expression twists into something almost too smug for a guy with a splitting headache, like some other voice in his head is purring sweet nothings about Ree's violet-scented hands. Whatever that flicker was, he shakes it off fast, pressing his hands to his face like he's trying to physically hold himself together. The headache isn't letting up. If anything, it's getting worse, like something is pushing back from the inside. He reaches out and brushes Ree's hair back without even seeming to register what he's doing, and she freezes, startled, saying his name again. His mother watches all of this from the doorway with quiet, growing concern. Killian pulls back and apologizes to Reese, saying he just needs to go rest for a bit. But the second he's alone, everything goes dark, like his mind is being dragged somewhere else entirely. And we drop into a memory. Edith, unconscious, drifting through what looks like literal stardust. A single tear slides down her sleeping face, frozen mid-fall in this dreamlike void. A ghostly figure stands alone in the dark, the echo of who Edith used to be before any of this started. She wakes up disoriented in the pitch black, no idea where she is. Her first thought is bleak and blunt. Did she die again? Like this isn't even close to her first time waking up dead. Before she can spiral further, a glitching system message cuts in, cold and clinical. Edith Riedlhoff, you're bound by 3 main rules to keep your journey on track, and rule 1 is that you can never reveal secrets about yourself that the story is supposed to keep hidden. She stares at it, stunned. 3 rules, in order to maintain. This is the first she's hearing any of this. She demands answers. What does any of this actually mean? But she barely gets the question out before she flinches, like she's already being cut off. She screams for it to wait as that same rule glows back at her, refusing to budge. She's being physically yanked backward through the void, grasping at nothing. She begs to know the other two rules before she's pulled away completely, but the memory just dissolves into static. She jolts awake for real this time, gasping, red hair everywhere. Still catching her breath, disoriented, tangled in the sheets. Her maid bursts in, relieved out of her mind. "My lady, are you awake?" Edith's brain immediately panics on a totally different level. Wait, 2 whole days passed? Please tell her she didn't blurt out something insane right before she blacked out. She actually starts to confess to the maid. "Anna, the truth is, I in the Rigelho," before catching herself with an awkward hiccup mid-sentence. The maid panics at the sudden outburst and Edith scrambles to cover, mumbling that her body just hurts a little. Smooth recovery. She just asks for a glass of water instead and the maid, none the wiser, happily obliges. The maid almost slips in a question of her own, and also did kill. Edith shuts that down instantly. No, it's nothing because clearly there is absolutely something going on there. Here's the reveal for anyone just tuning in. The moment Edith woke up in this body, she instantly clocked exactly what she'd landed in. She's the villainess of the romance novel getting rid of the obsession. Her survival plan was simple on paper. Be nice, do everything right, and dodge the death sentence every version of this story seems to have waiting for her. Step 2 of the plan, cozy up to the actual leads of the novel and become their friend instead of their obstacle. Worst case, she figured she'd just coast through life as a rich, mostly ignored daughter-in-law, keeping her distance from her husband and living comfortably off the family fortune. Except no matter what she tried, no matter how hard she twisted the plot, the story kept snapping back onto its original track like it was on rails. It felt less like bad luck and more like some invisible hand was steering everything toward one single, unavoidable outcome. And buried in that same memory is a stranger, another girl falling through the same kind of void, admitting she'd been fooling herself too. She can't actually rewrite this story any more than Edith can. Because she says Edith is just like her. Neither of them, she says, was ever meant to be the main character of this story. The label comes back into focus, cold and final. Edith Rigelhoff, the villainess of this romance novel. A background character whose secrets stay hidden on purpose, written specifically to make everyone despise her. A minor role with one job in the plot, get executed, beheaded by her own husband's blade. And that, she realizes with a chill, is the exact fate barreling straight at her. Back in the present, something clicks behind her eyes. Oh right, it's that one, like she's just remembered exactly which card to play. She pushes herself up, resolve visibly hardening on her face. All that trauma from the leaked document scandal is still fresh, but she's done wallowing. Time to move and move now. She creeps down the hallway in the dead of night, footsteps deliberately quiet. She reaches a door and eases it open with a soft, telltale creak. Turns out she's sneaking straight into Killian's bedroom. He's out cold, completely unaware he's about to have company. She creeps closer, silk hem rustling, careful not to make a single sound. Staring down at him, one bitter thought runs through her head. What a disgusting person he is, or so she keeps telling herself. She reminds herself he only married her because he was forced to, and that any kindness he shows is just an act, even when it feels real. No matter how hard she tries to let it go, the thought will not leave her alone. She lingers a moment longer, drinking in the sight of him before forcing herself to look away. Of course he looks like an angel asleep. He is basically the male lead of this novel. And yeah, he is exactly the man she fell for. Eyes wet, she whispers to the sleeping man, please, after this, go back to despising her like he is supposed to. For just a second she lets her guard down and rests her head beside him, not realizing he is not really asleep at all. Just as she turns to leave, a hand shoots out and grabs her clean by the hair. This is it, she thinks. Now he will wake up and look at her with all the usual contempt. Instead, she just about jumps out of her skin, caught completely red-handed. He does not let go, smirking as he tells her she has been hiding this side of herself well, then asks, with zero mercy, if she is in a rut. He looks entirely too pleased with himself. She sputters out a denial that convinces absolutely nobody. He just grins wider, says fine, let's do it then, and yanks her right back into bed. He leans in, teasing that they are about to find out whether the so-called snake-like flower Edith Rigelhoff can actually satisfy him. Slowly unbuttoning his shirt, he wonders out loud if her body might just surprise him in bed. "Wah, wait a second, Killian," she yelps, suddenly nowhere near as composed as she would like to be. But underneath the panic sits a real question. Is he actually okay with doing this with someone like her? He goes quiet for a beat, something unreadable crossing his face. The truth is right now she is not Reese. Somewhere else entirely, a bright, easy smile belongs to the woman he is really thinking of. He tries to convince himself that compared to what he feels for Reese, this woman in front of him should not mean a thing, should she? Edith cannot hear the thought, but somehow her chest aches like she did. "You should not even be asking me that," he murmurs instead, tilting her chin up, "not after how bold you were to do this in the first place." After all, was not she the one who snuck into his room in the dead of night? Whatever answer she was about to give gets lost completely in the kiss. Somewhere in the dark, he leans down to gather up whatever fell to the floor between them. He throws back the curtain and tells her, only half joking, that she has clearly been dying to get her hands on the body she is always staring at, so tonight she can have all the warmth she wants. It clicks for her all at once. He has read her diary. That is exactly how he knows every secret thought she has ever had about him. For once, he is the one who looks a little caught out. The rest of the night dissolves into something neither of them planned, and neither of them wants to stop. Between breaths, he actually stops to ask her gently if this feels good. She can barely get the word out, but it is a yes. The night gets a whole lot less quiet after that. "We will leave the rest to your imagination. So you can actually look cute, Edith Rigelhoff," he teases, and she about combusts on the spot. Somewhere in her spinning head, one thought keeps repeating: she must be losing her mind. Come morning, Edith just lies there grinning like an idiot. They actually did it. Killian waves off the staff, telling them the bath can wait and he wants the day entirely to himself. Subtle, he is not. The servant bows out with a very diplomatic "yes, young master," and not a single follow-up question. Edith yelps as he scoops her clean off her feet. I can walk, you know," she protests, blanket and all, going nowhere fast. He does not even slow down. "No," is his entire response, followed by him personally testing the bathwater so it is just right for her. She sinks into the water with a happy sigh, and he cannot help but remember the first night she stayed here, dozing off in this very tub. "You really do love a good bathtub, don't you?" he teases. She laughs it off, a little too flustered to argue. Seriously, she thinks, what has gotten into this man? Even if last night was just heat of the moment hatred, she figured he would wake up regretting it completely. But then again, when has anything with Killian ever gone the way the story said it should? In the original novel, her seduction never worked on him at all, so maybe, she wonders, last night was just pity. Or maybe it is simpler than that. With Reese clearly falling for a man named Cliff these days, Killian has just given up on that false hope. The thought stings a lot more than she expects it to. Killian interrupts her spiraling with an actual apology, sorry for pushing her body so hard so soon after she just recovered, and orders her to rest up for a few days. Sweetness is the last thing she expected from him after a wedding full of cold shoulders, and she still has no idea what changed, only that he held her and said her name like he meant it. Whatever it really was, even he does not seem to have the words for it yet. Time skips forward and Edith is back on her feet, rubbing her temple like she is trying to shake off more than just a headache. A worried little apology from her maid Anna snaps her back. "It's nothing, really," Edith insists, not sounding all that convincing. That night the dream comes back again, the strange one she has had before. A cold, mechanical voice tells her that because an alternate situation has occurred, the author's authority is being reduced. She recognizes this. It is tied to the 3 rules she was shown the last time she blacked out. Could part of the very first rule be getting lifted? The system flatly confirms it. The exception conditions for Rule 1 have been met. She demands to know what those conditions actually were, but as always, it will not tell her. Then, out of nowhere, a beep cuts through the silence and her whole expression shifts. A single word flashes up out of nowhere, imitation. Edith blinks, totally lost. Yeah, he same, Edith same. She frowns up at the strange prompt, demanding answers. What in the world does that even mean? The system finally spits out an answer. The first condition to clear this stage is tied to who the original Edith really was. Edith goes rigid whatever comes next about the girl she replaced. She's not ready to hear it. And here's the kicker, the system claims anyone, not just some chosen hero, could be the main character of this world. Edith clutches onto one fact like a lifeline. Whatever happens, she has to keep the original story on track as much as she possibly can. Great, she thinks this system clearly knows exactly which novel it dumped her into. Isn't this a little much, she mutters. Curled up by the window, Edith works through the weirdness in her head. This isn't just one company pulling strings here, and she's already cracked one piece of the puzzle. Authority, she reasons, just means the scope of power someone actually holds, and apparently some people in this world have plenty of it to spare. So is the author the actual god of this world? Big question for a girl who used to just read stories like this before bed. Or was she simply born to play out the original plot beat for beat? Her own system just shrugs, information incomplete, insufficient data. If the novel's already finished being written, what could possibly weaken the author's grip on it now, and by how much has that grip already slipped? Light floods between her open palms as she poses the real question, looking back to the very start. What's actually been thrown off course the most? Is it the events, the characters, or the story itself? Edith's got a hunch this list is about to get personal. The real question nagging at her now, where exactly is this author hiding? Whatever she's about to land on, Edith looks dead certain of it for once. Cut to a hazy memory, a couple caught in a sunlit garden, proof that this fate might already be drifting away from the story as written. From behind, a familiar red-haired figure squares her shoulders. It's too early, she decides, to throw in the towel. Too early to give up now, not when she's finally getting somewhere. She turns to the window, steadying herself. She just needs to make sure one more time exactly how far this goes. Her own heartbeat thunders in her ears as she finally says it out loud. This is me, Edith. Across the room, a man nearly jumps out of his skin. Back in the family parlor, Edith takes her mother's hands and promises her, plainly, I'm fine now. Did I worry you, Mom? She asks with a soft smile. Truth is, she's been quietly healing for a good while now. Word around the palace, the Duke and Duchess just paid the Imperial Palace a visit, likely to hash out some rival duke's recent moves. Her mother sighs that it's safer not to hope for too much. The War Duke, apparently, has been worried sick about Edith, and admits he leaned on her way too hard. He'd just come off a brutal stretch on the battlefield, which is why he snapped at her, though funnily enough, he was all gentleness with a girl named Elise. Guess the War Duke just gets awkward on his own turf. Just tell him not to worry about me, Edith says, grateful. Then comes the real question, what does she want to do now? Nobody's going to force her hand. Sitting with her mother, Edith admits what's weighing on her. Every eye in the estate is on her. She's just the Count's daughter now, and people have already written her off as a thief even though she never touched a single document. Even if she clears her name someday, she knows she won't feel steady taking her next steps forward. Not yet. Still, she squares up and decides, anyway, I'll do this. If she stays idle, she worries, whoever framed her could easily strike again, so she asks her mother straight up. Can she work directly under someone she trusts, basically asking to be put under watch herself. Her mother's already been mulling it over, and as it happens, a young lord named Renan Vils could use some help. If it's Renan, Edith trails off, clearly turning the name over in her head. Renan already knows about the whole document scandal, but he's got no ties to the rival family, and he's the one who combed through the evidence with ice-cold precision in the first place. Besides her maid Anna, he might be one of the only people left who doesn't look at Edith like she's already guilty. She figures she's managed to keep his suspicions buried, for now at least. She's crossed paths with Renan a few times before. It'll be fine, probably. Yes, I'm happy to do that, she says brightly to her mother, already wondering how Renan is going to react to her showing up. Why does she even care how he reacts? Edith, honey, you know exactly why. Face to face with him again, Renan looks about as emotive as a filing cabinet. Great start. I'll help you starting today, she announces, cheeks a little pink. What should I do first, she asks, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. Renan doesn't even glance up. Step 1, sort this entire mountain of receipts by year. Receipts, she blinks at the sheer volume of them. Oh boy, why is this pile such a disaster? Turns out it's not even her mess to begin with, its fallout from whoever worked this desk before her. Word is, the last guy felt so insulted by something Renan said that he chucked this entire stack on the floor and stormed out. Edith's new job, literally cleaning up his tantrum. Dead silence, Renan just blinks back at her through his glasses like none of this is his problem. Edith just sighs and gets to work anyway, not like she's got a better option. The two of them settle into an oddly comfortable quiet, working side by side without much need for words. From above, the study looks almost peaceful, Edith buried in paperwork, Renan quietly working across from her. This place is quiet, she thinks, surprising herself with how much she means it as a compliment. Every so often, all she can hear is the soft scratch of his pen crossing the page. The rustle of turning pages, a stripe of warm sunlight across the desk, it's the small things making this job bearable. For a moment, this cluttered little office feels like peace itself. She keeps her head down and her pen moving, determined not to waste this chance. Let me mark what I've gathered, Renan says, then adds almost formally, thank you for your hard work. Their hands brush as she passes him the finished box of files, and neither of them quite comments on it. You've made improvements, thank you as well, he tells her, handing something back her way. Renan, she starts, and something in her tone makes it clear she doesn't want to hear praise from him. Actually, old habits and old wounds die hard. In her past life, she explains, her old boss was an absolute nightmare, the type with too much pride to ever say a kind word. He used to call people like her a child who couldn't function in polite society. Charming guy. You had real ability, Renan cuts in. There are only two things I actually want from you. Honesty and good behavior, simple as that, and somehow exactly what she needed to hear. I'll see you tomorrow, she calls, waving as she heads out for the day. Back home, her maid Anna is already waiting. Did you wait long, Anna? No, comes the simple answer. Left alone in the study, Renan's expression cracks just slightly, like something about today is bothering him more than he'd admit. He stares out the window a beat too long, clearly caught somewhere between feelings he doesn't have a name for yet. Elsewhere, a door creaks open. Did you call for me? A sharp-dressed stranger swirls a glass of wine, offering an easy apology. Maybe you're busy, that's not good. Someone off-panel cuts straight to the point. I heard you observed Edith today. All eyes at the table turn to him as the question lands. What's your opinion? Whatever he says next, it's not going to be nothing. Wine in hand, all charm and sharp eyes, he lets the real reason for the invite hang in the air with just one word. But there it is, words gotten around that Rees has been keeping very close tabs on Edith lately. Spying, they call it. He is not thrilled about that phrasing. Cut to Edith herself picking at dinner, clearly only half paying attention. She's got one question on her mind, did anyone actually see him? Enter Linnell, the Duke's razor-sharp aide, quietly clocking everything from the sidelines. Keep an eye on this one. Back with Rees, and he's got a bad feeling. Is Linnell watching him a little too closely for comfort? Meanwhile, the household's buzzing with gossip. Who actually asked for Edith's help first? Nobody quite agrees. One noblewoman just cannot get over it. Out of everyone available, why her? Why Edith? Back to business, Rees walks Edith through a stack of documents, dead serious about not losing a single page. He's quick to clarify to anyone listening, Edith's only here to help with the work. Nothing more, definitely nothing more. Cut to Edith, glasses on, all focus, clearly not catching the undertone of that little speech. Somewhere nearby, someone just quietly agrees, yeah, that's right. Back at dinner, the questions keep coming. Any suspicious signs from her yet? Rees shrugs it off, he's barely spent half a day with her. He even downplays his own office, insisting it's nowhere fancy enough to catch a noblewoman's eye. And yet somehow, nothing about the job seems to bother her. Elsewhere, Rise is hard at work of her own, meticulous and focused as ever, earning quiet praise for it. Back with Linnell, he can't help but sing Edith's praises, sharp focus, quick understanding, and patience for days. Edith, overhearing all this, is doing her absolute best to keep a straight face. Someone teases Reese that he must have worked hard since Edith clearly likes him now. He plays it cool, he's only known her a day. Cornered by his own excuse, all he can manage is a very unconvincing, okay. Dinner winds down, glasses raised, promises to catch up again soon. But someone's parting order lingers in the air, cold and clear. Don't you dare stop watching that woman. Later, Reese wanders the halls alone, clearly somewhere else entirely in his head. Cut to Edith, jaw practically on the floor. Apparently that was the first time anyone's ever heard Linnell compliment a person like that. Elsewhere, someone just straight up asks Reese if Linnell's got a crush on Edith. Of course he does, she laughs. Reese, standing right there, breaks out in a cold sweat. They keep going, pointing out Linnell's single, wondering if maybe he and Edith end up together the same way the Count once did. Reese forces a smile through it. Honestly, wouldn't that be a shame, he says in a way that convinces absolutely nobody. Enter Killian, smirking, casually noting it really would be a loss to lose an aide as good as Linnell. The room can't believe he just said that out loud. Wait, they push back, you don't actually care about that woman, do you? Dinner rolls on around them while that question just sits there, completely unanswered. Killian laughs it off. How could he possibly care, he says. Nobody in the room looks convinced, and honestly neither should you. Turns out Reese once tried her hardest on Reese too and never got so much as a flicker out of him. Now they're wondering if Edith's the one who finally cracks that shell. He shuts it down fast. Absolutely not. Reese slips away from the table, cape trailing behind him, clearly needing some air. Cut to Killian telling someone he'll catch up shortly. He's got somewhere else to be first. A quiet aside notes Edith and Reese are strikingly different kinds of beautiful, standing there side by side. A closer look at Reese herself, confident, magnetic, clearly used to being the center of attention. Killian nears her door, already half warning himself. She's a sensual woman and they are about to be alone together for hours. Real smooth plan, buddy. He hesitates outside, knuckles hovering, working up the nerve to knock. The lock clicks, he steadies himself before stepping through. The door creaks open and the faint scent of roses drifts out to meet him. He steps inside, quiet, careful, footsteps barely making a sound. But the room's empty, nobody's home. Then he spots it, a life-sized doll dressed up in a gown, and he's suddenly holding it. No way, he mutters, staring down at the thing in his own two hands. He fumbles to keep it from crashing to the floor. Reese bursts in right at that exact moment and absolutely loses it. What is he even doing in here, she demands, mortified, insisting the doll's just a dumb hobby she picked up drunk one night. Then she flips it right back on him. Why is he barging into someone else's room anyway? Put that away, he snaps, just as flustered as she is now. The doll gets stashed away, and an incredibly awkward silence settles over the room. Neither of them says a word for a long beat. She finally breaks first. So how has he been? Then she clocks something else entirely. Did he seriously just sit down on her bed? Reese scrambles to steer the conversation somewhere, anywhere else. She mentions she's been helping her mother's aide lately, and that Linnell was the one who actually got her started. Of course Killian knows him, he says. Linnell's the Duke's closest aide after all. He adds a little context. The Filch family are just vassals under the Duke, nothing more. Rewind further back, Linnell's father Theo Filch once served directly under Killian's own father. Now that role belongs to his son, Baron Linnell, running things for the Duke in the capital. Reese admits she grew up right alongside Linnell, practically since they were kids. Cue the flashback, young Linnell, nose buried in a book under a tree. And nearby, young Reese, wooden sword in hand, already going at it. He keeps swinging away, determined to get stronger with every hit. Grinning ear to ear, he shows off his form like he's already won. Come on, he shouts at his sparring partner, be stronger already. His partner, thoroughly worn out, finally taps out of the drill. Young Reese needles the bookish one in the group. Shouldn't somebody be out training too instead of reading? He'd rather know why she's fine just sitting there studying all day instead. The kids settle into the shade together, that restless kid energy still buzzing between them. One of them offers to practice too, if anyone's actually up for it. Young Linnell just watches quietly, off in his own little world as usual. Back in the present, Killian muses that Linnell was always exactly like that, even back then. Rise privately can't shake a strange feeling about him, like he doesn't quite belong to the story she thought she knew. There's clearly real history there, some road young Linnell and Reese crossed together a long time ago. She admits, at least to herself, that this world runs a lot deeper than any book could ever capture, and she still can't figure out why he showed up to tell her all this. Looks like she wants to know why he came by, Killian says, reading her exactly right. He settles in properly, ready to actually explain himself for once. He tells her straight, he's heading out to check on the Risen estate soon. Rise takes that in quietly, turning it over in her head. It's no quick trip either, days by carriage way up north, one of the Duke's own holdings. The estate itself finally comes into view, sprawling and grand, clearly no small posting. Turns out it's being handed straight to Killian, the second son who was never getting the dukedom anyway. A consolation prize dressed up as a castle. He tells her plainly he'll be gone for quite a while. Then, almost too casually, he asks if she'd like to come along. Reese heads down the grand staircase in silence, already lost in his own thoughts before he's even out the door. Turning to Edith, Reese allows himself a small laugh. You must be joking, he teases, but I really am thankful for the invitation, even if you don't mean it. Edith just smiles back. Have a safe trip, she tells him, keeping it short and polite. The moment he's alone again, his smile drops. I was such a fool for asking that, he mutters to himself. A servant comes jogging up. Young master, the Duke is waiting for you outside. Reese snaps back to business. Understood, I'll go right away, he says and heads for the door. Cut to Edith stretching hard at her desk after a long study session. Phew, that's enough for today, she groans. She catches her tutor staring and calls him out. Why are you looking at me like that, Linnon? Linnon, the prim, bespectacled tutor, just raises an eyebrow, clearly amused by her dramatics. It's nothing, Linnon says, adjusting his glasses. By the way, the Duchess wants you to come see her once you're done here. Edith perks right up. Oh, thank you, I'll go right away. As she rushes off, Linnon settles back down at his desk, already buried in his own work again. For a moment he just sits there, quietly getting back to his own paperwork, calm as ever. The Duchess greets her warmly. You got here so quickly, she says, holding out a written schedule. Next month is Countess Hermaine's Bazaar, the Duchess explains. So we're hosting an embroidery reunion here to help prepare a few things for it, she continues. Would you like to attend? Edith's eyes light up with recognition. This is the bazaar episode from the original story it's actually starting. See, these bazaars exist to raise money for different causes, and the star attraction is always the gorgeous embroidery made by the noble wives. As the story once put it, embroidery is basically the virtue for women in these romance novels, so events like this are prime bragging rights. Whenever a noblewoman throws a bazaar, tradition says the other ladies host their own embroidery reunion first, open to all ages. And given Duchess Rudwick's rank sits above pretty much every other noble house in the region, it only makes sense she's the one hosting these gatherings the most, sunflowers and all. The blonde girl at her side looks nervous. I don't know if I could make anything as fine as you, Duchess. The Duchess waves it off. Don't worry about that. The real problem here is that I won't be able to make anything even close to acceptable myself, the Duchess admits, laughing at her own expense. Back home, Edith turns to her maid Anna, thread in hand. Anna, is this usually this hard to do? Anna just stares back, speechless. I have to refuse, Edith blurts, already rehearsing her excuse. I'm very grateful for the consideration, but... Her blonde friend hesitates too. I don't think she starts, trailing off as Edith reaches for her hand. That's right, the girl says suddenly, brightening. I'd feel a lot more confident doing this with Edith. The Duchess nods along. I think so too, that would take a lot of pressure off you both, Edith. Edith sighs to herself. There's no way she'll ever outstitch the actual main characters anyway. In that case, I guess I'll attend. At the reunion, the blonde girl proudly unfurls her work. This is a shawl I finished recently. I'm planning to embroider a whole garden of flowers onto it. The other guests are stunned. How could that be when she already makes pieces this beautiful? Someone leans in, impressed. Did you really make this all by yourself? A couple of guests start gossiping nearby. That pattern's amazing, who knew she could handle a weaver so skillfully? Come to think of it, did Reese ever do embroidery back in the original story? Edith just blinks, caught off guard by the question hanging in the air. The ladies turn their attention to her. Oh, Edith, what are you going to make? She fumbles a bit. Well, I was planning on making a handkerchief. I figure it's the only thing I could pull off, given how little skill I actually have, she adds, only half joking. Later, needle in hand, Edith holds up a spool for her friend's opinion. What do you think of using this color? She turns the thread over, still waiting on an answer. You could do pink borders with yellow sides, her friend suggests. I think it'd look lovely. Edith softens, realizing her friend probably just didn't want her sitting there alone. She almost says something about it, then just smiles instead. A couple of older women drift over to inspect the work. That's similar to a design my nephew did 2 years ago, one notes, while Edith's friend chimes in that it'll look gorgeous once it's finished. Oh, I remember that handkerchief too, the other agrees. How old is Lady Lisa now, anyway? 16 and pregnant, if you can believe it, comes the reply. So she must have made that handkerchief at 14. Goodness, she was such a little girl back then. Edith catches the subtext immediately. They're calling her design a kid's work. How charming, she thinks dryly. She sends off a quiet thanks to Reese for the color idea, before the scene shifts entirely. Elsewhere, an older noblewoman tells Edith, I think those colors will suit his eyes perfectly. Don't you think he looks better in colors that match his eyes? The woman presses. Edith caves. He does. Just please don't tell Killian I said that. I feel shy about it, she admits, as another lady grins. Ah, the honeymoon phase really is sweet, isn't it? Meanwhile, Reese rides in silence through unfamiliar country, the quiet broken only by hoofbeats. Then the castle comes into view over the mountains and he finally turns to his companion. What do you think, Killian? They make their way down a forest path together, dogs trotting ahead. It's a bit far from the capital, but, Reese admits. Killian claps a hand on his shoulder. There are very few territories with this much potential for development. And 10 days by carriage really isn't that far, Killian adds. Less than a week if you go by horseback. Reese had honestly worried it would be a letdown being so far outside the Duke's usual territory, but the castle's held up well even with just a skeleton staff keeping it running. Sure, the inside's a bit rough around the edges, nothing too luxurious. He'll need better furniture once he's back in the capital, especially since Edith comes from a family where money is basically the whole point. He pictures her dripping in jewels, unimpressed by an old castle like this. But honestly, that's not even the real problem here. Snapping out of it, Reese asks Killian, how cold does it get here in winter? Just a bit colder than the capital, Killian replies. Snow's the bigger issue more than the temperature, Killian adds, but this territory's never seen an avalanche, not once. Glad to hear it, Reese says, visibly relieved. Killian smirks a little, looks like you're pleased with the place. Yeah, it's pretty good, Reese admits. I think it'd be smarter to build up industry here rather than lean on farming, there's a lot of room for it. He's already picturing it, a proper trade route for merchants heading to the capital. Killian studies him for a second, then let me ask you something. Are you really satisfied with just this? He asks point blank. Reese goes quiet, his easy smile fading as the question lands harder than he expected. He starts, and that's right where the chapter cuts out, leaving it hanging. Alone against the sky, teenage Killian can only manage a small, aching reply. What if he is not satisfied at all? He fires the question right back, listing off everything his father could offer instead: more territory, a higher title, even his own position as Duke. His father, the Duke, stands alone and tense and finally just says his son's name, Killian. Killian reminds him flatly that he was already promised the succession once before. So why bring it up again now? A hazy memory surfaces, a formal family portrait from back when things were simpler. Walking together, young Killian presses harder. Why is his father asking him this question only now? At some grand ceremony, Killian claps along with the crowd, playing his part perfectly on the outside. But inside, the real answer burns. He always did exactly what his father wanted. The memory turns sharper. Teenage Killian explodes, demanding to know what his father means by wanting him to marry. He cries out for his father, the Duke, and starts to name the only two things he has ever truly wished for. Then comes the devastating finish. His father took both of those things away from him. Walking the grounds together, Killian silently forces himself to bury those useless, painful thoughts. Out loud, all he offers is a flat "I'm satisfied with this." The silence that follows says otherwise. His father catches that guarded look on his face, then briskly moves on to business. The moment the property title changes hands, he will come manage the place himself. Footsteps on gravel. His father keeps talking, laying out plans to turn the place into a real merchant route. He warns that a growing trade route means growing crime, so security has to come first. Killian's only answer is a clipped, obedient "Yes, Duke," and with that the flashback ends. Cut to the present, the capital's bazaar is in full swing, vendors calling out over stalls packed with goods. Edith and Reese wander in together, taking in just how big this year's event has become. They pause at a jewelry stall, admiring the sheer variety on display. At the dessert table, Edith jokes she can practically smell the sugar in the air, and Reese happily agrees. Reese suddenly tugs Edith toward another stall. It is the section selling their own embroidery pieces. They lean in to check out the display, curious how their handiwork stacks up. Reese pouts that her friend Anna lied about how good her piece looked, while Edith notices hers already has a ribbon tied on it. Someone claimed it first. That means it already sold. Edith figures this bazaar is going to be more competitive than expected. Reese spots Killian nearby and teases Edith outright. Her male lead is clearly hunting for a chance to buy up everything connected to her. Edith fans herself, weighing whether she should step in and lend a hand. She talks herself into it, scheming to help a suitor named Cliff win Reese's piece, and insisting, none too convincingly, it has nothing to do with her own handkerchief sitting right next to it. Killian strolls up smoothly and offers to buy the girls some pie, playing the doting fiancé without missing a beat. Edith admits to herself it has been a while since she was last in the capital. She barely recognizes how society works these days. Nearby, a cluster of nobles start muttering about these new generations, scandalized that that lowly woman was even allowed to attend. Edith and Reese walk right past the gossiping group, the tension in the air impossible to miss. Surprisingly, a young noble turns and quietly scolds his own mother for the comment. He explains Reese may not be blood-related, but the Duke took her in as family, and both the Duke and Duchess genuinely care about her. Edith just watches, unbothered, thinking this is exactly like her past life. These people always talk loud enough to be heard, hoping to shame you. She keeps Reese close, letting the thought trail off. Another jab lands that they must keep Reese around like some kind of pet. Edith brushes it off, reminding her these people simply do not understand how things work anymore. The ringleader, Countess Bryn, doubles down in front of a wall of roses. A countryside girl like Reese does not know anything, she claims, insisting they are just trying to stir up trouble. Edith and Reese stand close together, bracing for whatever comes next. The mockery continues. They cannot even place Reese's face. They sneer, dismissing her as a nobody from nowhere. Then the attack pivots straight at Edith. If she cannot even recognize Countess Bryn on sight, shouldn't she be the one ashamed of her own lack of social knowledge? Edith fires back without missing a beat. Her name changed with her marriage, so maybe check the facts before lecturing anyone else. They sneer that word is the Duke has a new, obnoxious daughter-in-law. And honestly, she's even worse than they expected. The insult tops itself. Now they think even the bastard girl is better than Edith, someone who apparently ranks lower than the Duke's own illegitimate daughter. Something in Edith's expression turns ice cold as she warns Countess Bryn she has just made a very serious mistake. The pair bolt off, clearly rattled, one muttering pity for Mr. Killian having to put up with her. Edith just crosses her arms, she's just acting up, nothing more. A passerby asks if Edith even knew them. She answers coolly that the woman is apparently a friend of Countess Sinclair, brushing the whole thing off. Reese looks stricken, guilty that Edith took heat because of her. Edith tells her flatly not to worry about it. She barely even listened to what they said, she adds, and privately muses that at this point in the story, she must be somewhere around the 4th volume of the original novel. Other nobles crowd around Reese with real warmth this time, gushing over how lovely she looks and how they saw her piece get snapped up earlier. They keep piling on the praise for her skill, though it's clear the wider court is split. Some adore Reese, others still look down on her. Off to the side, forgotten for the moment, Edith just sighs that she's bored. Surrounded by admirers, Reese modestly insists she's still not good enough, and someone reminds her that even the Duchess adopted her for her qualities alone. From a distance, Edith notices Killian greet Reese first and tells herself she genuinely doesn't mind being the one who waits. Reese walks up to Killian, freshly back from his trip, and he simply confirms it. Yes, he just returned. Edith hovers nearby, tangled in nerves. Would he be upset if she didn't go over and greet him too? Killian's eyes flick toward her, quietly watching her work up the courage. She finally steps up and nearly blurts something else entirely before catching herself. Did you have a safe trip? Relief washes over her. She almost admitted out loud that she missed him. Caught in his gaze, she asks, a little flustered, why he's looking at her like that. He answers warmly, finally responding to her earlier question. Yes, he made it back without any trouble. He leans in with a soft smile and asks how she has been, and for a moment it's just the two of them. Over tea, Edith admits she was too busy fumbling through a mediocre embroidery piece to see him sooner. Killian just smirks, he can see why. Flustered, she stumbles over her words before recovering, excusing herself to go fix her makeup for a moment. Privately, the real reason is just too much iced tea from boredom. Killian, none the wiser, simply tells her to go ahead. It would have been the perfect day if it had just ended right there. Instead, Edith walks alone down a quiet hallway. At the mirror, a dark silhouette suddenly appears behind her reflection, someone she never even heard approach. A hand closes around her wrist from behind, and she gasps, completely caught off guard. Far off, Killian suddenly goes rigid, sensing something is very wrong. Who is it? And that's exactly where this chapter cuts out. Turns out that voice belongs to Shane Rigelhoff, her own brother, apparently crashing the party in disguise. Edith's stomach drops. She'd completely forgotten the Rigelhoffs could even be here. Once the shock wears off, Shane rounds on her, demanding to know what exactly she thinks she's doing, and how she could throw their entire plan under the bus like that. Edith fires right back. She thought he had lost it, after he sent a letter telling her to stop fighting the Rudwick family altogether. Shane insists that letter came with a list of the Rudwick's weapons and gear attached, but the whole document turned out to be fake. So now he's grilling her. Did someone hand her that fake list on purpose? And did she write that suspiciously convenient letter just in case she was being watched? Edith holds her ground. He's misreading the whole thing. She says that letter was completely sincere. Then she flips the question right back on him, exactly who gave him that weapons document in the first place. A hand shoots out to snatch the letter before she can finish, and Edith barely gets out from Yo before she's cut off cold. Cut to a garden party in the present. Reese sits alone outside, arms crossed, grumbling that Edith is taking way longer than expected to get back. He's stewing on something specific too. That scowl says he's already replaying a conversation he wasn't supposed to overhear. Meanwhile, the party rolls on without him, a cluster of noble ladies giggling and gossiping just out of earshot. One of them wonders aloud if Edith got huffy that everyone's attention keeps drifting to Reese instead, then trails off, remembering something odd from just a moment ago. Turns out that something odd is just an excuse to trash talk her, just a country girl who doesn't know any better. They sneer, only good for stirring up trouble at their fancy event. The gossip gets uglier. Apparently it's common knowledge that even her own husband can't be bothered with her. They snicker. And here's the kicker, that marriage was just a forced peace deal with Count Rigelhoff. Even the gossips admit it, saying they actually feel sorry for Reese. The party chatter rolls right along, oblivious to the fact that the guy they are pitying might be close enough to hear every word. A couple of star-struck girls spot Reese and practically melt. Oh my, he's here, gushing about how handsome he is and how lucky the Countess must be. Reese does not stick around for the compliments. He's already striding off, Edith and the others trailing behind him. His excuse to slip away, he suddenly, urgently needs to go wash his hands. Sure, buddy. Nobody questions it, the group just shrugs and lets him go. Except he's not actually headed for the bathroom, he's quietly tailing someone down the hall. And then he freezes, eyes going wide at whatever he's just spotted. Edith is off having a hushed, tense conversation with none other than Shane Rigelhoff, and Reese can't make out a single word of it. He only catches a fragment, something about our family, and Shane's chilling reply. You're right, that's exactly why it's necessary. Once Shane's gone, Edith lets out a long, heavy sigh, clearly rattled by whatever that conversation was really about. Reese, still watching from a distance, can't stop turning the same question over in his head. What exactly were they talking about? Then Edith turns and spots him, genuinely startled to find her husband standing right there. He doesn't waste time on pleasantries either. Why, he asks flatly, did she take so long? She brushes it off, claiming she was just admiring the beautiful mansion, but Reese isn't buying it for a second. Still, the two of them fall into step together down the garden path, tension simmering quietly under the small talk. Edith can't quite hide her surprise. She genuinely didn't expect him to come looking for her himself. Reese needles her right back. Why the shock? Isn't she happy someone bothered to come find her? It clearly lands. Edith softens completely at the thought that someone out there would actually care if she vanished, and just says simply, of course. New scene. Word spreads that every single item at this year's charity bazaar sold for top dollar, and shockingly, even Edith's donated handkerchief found a buyer. The proceeds are all going straight to orphanages across the empire, a nice reminder that under all the court drama, some things here are genuinely good. Off on his own, Reese can't help but feel relieved that handkerchief sold before the bazaar ended. Definitely not because he's the one who bought it, definitely. Someone close to him isn't letting it go that easily, teasing does he even know what color bird Edith stitched onto that handkerchief. He tries to play it cool, why would he care, right before getting hit with the answer it's the exact color of his own eyes. Reese's brain short circuits on the spot. Edith had sworn everyone to secrecy about that little detail, but somebody thought it was too cute not to spill. Ever the pessimist about his own life, Reese immediately talks himself out of it. Surely it was just a play to win his mother's approval. And that, he insists to absolutely no one, is the only reason he bought the handkerchief himself. Sure it is. Before that thought can even settle, a shout of "My lady" rips through the party and yanks everyone's attention. The commotion pulls Reese and the rest of the guests toward the source of the noise. Edith's face goes from confused to furious in about half a second. What exactly is going on here? A woman drops to her knees on the red carpet in front of her, practically begging forgiveness, with a stern chaperone standing guard behind her. She apologizes for the disturbance, explaining that the Count has been worried sick about Edith since she left home. Then Shane steps into view too, and we get the reveal this kneeling woman is Sophia, Edith's childhood maid, apparently just as worried as everyone else. Shane lays it on thick they only barged in uninvited because the Count pressured him, since they'd never even been offered a simple visit. Reese isn't fooled by the sob story. He's been dodging exactly this kind of visit for a reason, and they still muscled their way in anyway. Edith demands to know what Shane really means by all this, and his answer sounds sweet enough on the surface because, after all, she's still his little sister. Then his voice drops ice cold. You dumb woman, the tender act is just cover so the Duke's family doesn't get suspicious, and the only reason she matters to them at all is that she's now living inside that house. Which is exactly why, Shane says, they want to leave one of their own people behind with her. Before Edith can even react, Reese jumps in and agrees to take Sophia on as her new personal maid, and Edith's alarmed Killian says this is the last thing she wanted. In his mind, it's a kind gesture. A maid who's known her since birth should put the Count's worries to rest. Edith can only stammer why so suddenly before horror creeps across her face. No, this cannot be happening. She tries to deny it out loud, but her head is already spinning, the room swimming around her. Whatever memory just hit her, it's enough to make her legs give out as panicked shouts of "My lady" ring out. Chaos erupts. What happened? What's wrong? As Reese lunges to catch her before she hits the ground. He holds her close, genuinely rattled, while somewhere behind them Sophia coolly introduces herself as the new maid, hoping they'll get along. Edith walks the halls with her unsettling new shadow trailing a step behind, and Sophia's little long time no see lands like anything but a friendly greeting. Life goes on regardless. The Countess has staff get Sophia a uniform and a room, and just like that the spy has officially moved in. Later, Reese admits he'd heard the whole story from Shane and could barely believe it, though from what he's seen, Edith really has just been living quietly here. Watching Sophia carry a tea tray like nothing's wrong, Edith can't shake one nagging thought: is all of this happening because reality has already started drifting from the story she remembers? Because she remembers this exact chapter. In the novel, it was the one where Sophia skulks around the mansion as a secret spy. In that story, Sophia doesn't just watch and listen. She leaks secrets, spies on everyone, and even attempts poison. Back in the moment, Reese presses her about the weapons document again, and Edith insists flatly that she never sent any information at all. Which means, he reasons out loud, someone on the Duke's side must have forged her handwriting to fake the whole thing. Reese lets the subject drop for now, but that pause says the mystery is far from settled. Then a memory hits Edith like a slap, a colder, crueler version of Reese snarling that she's forgotten who owns her, and promising to break her of that naughty dog attitude for good. Novel Reese was not the sweetheart standing in front of her now, and that is a terrifying thing to remember. Edith doubles over, gasping. This one hurt worse than she expected. Did that last hit crack a rib? Through the pain, she realizes the cruelty is deliberate. Every strike lands exactly where the bruises won't show. A dark-haired woman looms over her. Seems like you really decided to betray your own family, she spits down. Edith forces herself to answer. What are you talking about? She fires back. I was just telling the truth. She pushes further, demanding to know why everyone's so sure this rebel archduke can win, all while quietly noting how much political ground her own house has already lost. In her head, she runs the numbers. The current emperor's power is simply overwhelming, and the Rudwick family is just one of many houses propping him up. One look at Duke Rudwick's rise, built entirely on the battlefield, and the smart move is obvious. Stay loyal to the emperor, not gamble on a rebellion. But logic doesn't matter here. The woman just smiles, gripping her sword, and calmly declares that the emperor and the Rudwicks are both going to fall. No question about it. She keeps going, painting a picture of that archduke on the throne, and asks if Edith's ever heard the phrase about getting rid of the hounds once the hunt is over. Once her own father claws his way to a dukedom, she says, the rest of them are expendable too. Edith's sarcasm apparently lands because the woman rounds on her, furious that a supposed pet would dare mock her betters. The blows come again, punctuated with a warning. Stay a pretty, useless doll if she wants, but the moment she becomes truly useless, there'll be consequences. Then the real threat drops, ice cold. She could always just kill Edith outright and pin the murder on the Rudwicks. The scene cuts to a quiet study where a bespectacled young lord works through paperwork, completely unaware of the storm brewing under his own roof. Back in her room, Edith slumps at her desk with a heavy sigh, dreading the mansion she still has to go home to. The truth comes into focus. Since the day this woman, Sophia, arrived, she stripped away every scrap of Edith's freedom, controlling her, watching her, and quietly starving her with one condition dangled over her head: prove you're useful enough to eat. Sophia sneers that even an animal knows better, that Edith's acting worse than a beast. Edith doesn't flinch this time. Funny, coming from my father's dog. While Edith goes hungry, Sophia helps herself to a plate right in front of her, eating like she owns the place, because as far as she's concerned, she basically does. What happened to you since you got here? Sophia mocks. You weren't always this mouthy. Edith doesn't back down, snapping that a full stomach clearly hasn't done much for Sophia's brain and asking if she hit her head or something. Staring at an empty dinner table, Edith admits to herself quietly that she's never been treated this badly, not even in her previous life. And yet somehow she's still standing after all this woman's violence. Even Edith can't quite believe it. The real Edith, it turns out, endured this exact treatment since childhood without ever fighting back. But the person living in that body now is someone else entirely. That thought alone is enough to make her refuse to give up no matter what, and it carries her straight into a much warmer memory. She teases someone about really enjoying the day's dessert and gets a startled what in return. Cut to the bespectacled young lord from the study, laughing awkwardly and insisting the sweets really do taste especially good today. Edith offers him the last piece, half joking that he's welcome to finish it. But, "I don't usually care for sweets," he claims very seriously from behind a stack of books. Edith studies him and privately decides he's exactly the type who'd rather eat something bland and bitter than admit he likes anything nice. And yet there he is, quietly devouring the pastry the second he thinks no one's watching, sunflowers blooming behind him like the universe is in on the joke. Why does he look so handsome today? Edith thinks, flustered, realizing he only turned down the sweets to be polite. Well, it would be a waste not to eat it then. He offers to have the servants bring more. Edith practically yelps no, suddenly very interested in changing the subject. Alone in her room later, she's still kicking herself. She really should have asked for seconds. Reality creeps back in. She counts the days until he's back, wondering if there's any way out of what's coming because right now his study is the only place she's allowed to eat at all. Normally, it's the maid Anna who brings her meals. Nobody thinks twice when Sophia starts doing it instead, which is exactly the problem. At dinner, she notes it's been a while since Killian joined her to eat, a small thing that suddenly feels significant. She can't quite figure out why he'd suddenly make the gesture. Killian suggests carefully that if she's seen eating with a maid who's been with her since birth, it would put the Count's worries to rest. A quiet excuse to get her a protector without ever saying what he really means. Edith wonders if he actually believed whatever Sean told him, and if that means he's been worried about her. Then she catches herself and groans. She's clearly just hungry enough to be imagining things. Before Sophia can show up and make a show of eating in front of her again, Edith decides to slip out for some air instead. Elsewhere, Sophia pushes a tea cart and stews over how Edith doesn't flinch anymore even after a slap to the face. It feels like she's losing her grip. Worse, after everything, this girl still has the nerve to look her dead in the eye and talk back. Sophia decides she'll just have to break that attitude. Might even be fun when a voice calls out, "Edith." She turns, surprised to spot Edith somewhere she shouldn't be. That voice, Sophia realizes, and then Killian invites Edith to join him for tea and peach pie. Standing beside him is someone Sophia recognizes with a jolt, Lady Reese Sinclair. The story flashes back further to before Sophia ever set foot in the Rigelhoff mansion. A young master calls out, "Wait a moment, Sophia." A much younger Sophia lights up. "Oh, young master," she eagerly asks if she can request a favor once she's placed at the Duke's mansion. "Ask me anything," he tells her, and then, out of nowhere, asks if she knows the name Reese Sinclair. He instructs her to report back anything unusual by letter and warns her not to breathe a word of it to his father. Sophia never once let herself dream of becoming his wife. Being useful to him was always supposed to be enough. But watching him fall for that so-called illegitimate girl's innocent act, she decides she can't just let it happen. From a balcony above, she watches Killian standing there with Reese and Edith together, and something in her curdles. How is she supposed to just stand by and watch that unfold? Back in the present, Edith feels lightheaded. She hasn't eaten a thing all day. No matter what she manages to eat elsewhere, she's certain Sophia will just force her to throw it all back up again. So she can't bring herself to join the others for pie, already dreading how Sophia will make her pay for it later. She notices Killian watching her walk away with an unusually serious look on his face. A knock at her door, Edith tenses, startled. It's Sophia, tray in hand, and Edith can't help but notice what's on it. It's the peach pie, the one Reese sent just for her. Even Sophia grudgingly lets it slide this time, starving her too obviously would raise questions. "Go ahead, eat it before I change my mind." Edith's hands reach for it before she can even second-guess herself. "Oh, okay," she manages, and somewhere nearby, Killian can't quite hide a satisfied little smirk. Sophia lays the tray out all prim and proper, playing the perfect doting maid. This is exactly where things go wrong. One bite in and Edith's whole face changes. That is not a good sign. Her throat locks up and blood hits her lips. Whatever's in that pie, it was never meant for dessert. She hits the floor screaming as the whole room completely loses it. Even through the pain, one thought cuts through clear as day. This poison wasn't supposed to be used yet. A second maid comes bursting in, absolutely hysterical, screaming for her lady to hang on. Somebody realizes, way too late, that this whole disaster was somebody else's plan all along. Sophia swears up and down she didn't poison anything, insisting she only meant to treat Edith to some pie. Nobody in the room looks convinced. But Edith, still shaking, has a much bigger problem. This is playing out exactly like a scene from a novel she has read before. Turns out the poison was slipped into a cake that Reese had sent over, staged just right to make it look like Reese tried to kill her. Edith just mutters one name like a verdict, Sophia. The room fills up fast with worried faces, and Edith clocks one in particular walking in, Killian. Everyone's fussing over her the moment she stirs, begging her not to push herself. Sophia reads the room completely wrong, convinced Edith is just quietly warning her to keep her mouth shut, while someone else turns to apologize to Reese for getting treated so harshly. Edith tries to play it off as just a stomach ache. Nobody's buying it, she was coughing up blood 5 minutes ago. Someone finally says it outright. Sophia is the one who handed over that poison. Her defense? She suddenly got allergic to peaches. One unimpressed guy shuts that excuse down flat. This is not funny. Edith privately doubts they will find anything, figuring Sophia would have ditched the evidence by now. Then a maid comes running. "Young master, I found something suspicious." And there it is, a poison bottle held up like a smoking gun. Isn't this a little too on the nose for a novel scene? That bottle practically has a skull on it screaming poison. Whoever planted it did not even try to be subtle. The bloodhound, Cliff, just smirks, interesting. Sophia insists the bottle isn't hers, tears and all, while Edith sits with her, listening a little too calmly for someone who just got poisoned. Cliff starts connecting the dots out loud. Someone snuck in, planted the bottle and got caught almost too easily. Edith's eyes narrow. Was that really a dumb mistake or something else entirely? Reese thanks Cliff for looking out for Edith, clearly relieved someone's actually digging for the truth. Edith can't shake the thought, is this happening because the story demands it? Cliff, unaware of any of that, just says he'll keep digging and heads off with the bottle. Somewhere else, Sophia's unraveling, panicking that they searched the room so fast. Someone else sounds almost delighted, looking forward to hearing her excuse for this one. Sophia's fear curdles into a smirk. You thought you were so smart, but reality says otherwise. Then, out of nowhere, a chilling warning hangs over the whole mess. Try to oppose me one more time and I'll kill you. A figure in white drifts off down a dark hallway. Either way, it's not like that would help her now. Cliff, piecing it together elsewhere, murmurs to himself. Then, in other words, cut to a doctor breaking down the poison for Killian. It's not that strong on its own, but on someone poorly fed, it could cause serious pain and bleeding. Killian thanks her for the work while, off to the side, someone else strolls by without a care in the world. The doctor starts packing up her things, ready to move on to her next patient. Killian presses further, worried she seemed to be in so much pain. Is there anything that can actually help her? The doctor hesitates. There are painkillers in the prescription, but she doesn't think they'll do much for his wife. Here's the kicker, Edith's been starving herself for days, and that makes even a weak poison potentially fatal. Killian just stares, starving. The doctor shrugs it off. Plenty of noble women starve themselves to stay thin. Killian can't accept it, remembering now just how impossibly thin she'd gotten. His mind drifts back to Edith, and he finds himself watching her a little differently now. Wait, he catches himself. How could he have known her body was in such rough shape and said nothing? He remembers her always taking tea alone, eating that same poisoned pie by herself. Something about it nags at him. Killian sits with it, quiet and unreadable. Then his thoughts turn cold. What a hideous, pathetic woman doing all that just to get some attention. He's sure she must have planned this. Is that really it? Even he isn't fully convinced, but before their marriage her reputation already pointed that way. Flashback to a glittering ballroom, Edith, dazzling and calculating, exactly the kind of noblewoman who only ever acted out of self-interest. No wonder people turned cold on her fast. The nobles gossip it out themselves. Maybe this was never about framing Reese at all. Maybe Edith just wanted the attention. Back at her bedside, Killian can't believe all he can do now is sit there and watch her suffer. Edith stirs, catching what she thinks is Killian's voice, wondering why on earth she would ever take poison on purpose. Slowly, she comes back to full consciousness. Just as I thought, Edith says flatly, "You think I did this on purpose again?" Killian can only blurt out, "You're awake." "Edith, why did you?" Killian starts. She cuts him off cold. "Killian, please leave." Alone with it, Edith admits to herself she thought she'd stopped hoping for better from him. It still stings just as much. Through it all, only one person actually stood up for her, Reese. Edith's sure there's more going on here than anyone's willing to admit. Reese's reaction says it all. She is genuinely hurt that anyone would think she'd hurt Edith. 3 men corner Reese with the evidence, the same poison bottle, the same poison found in the pie. But if she really was trying, one of them starts, doubt creeping into his own voice. Reese pushes back, hurt she doesn't get why everyone's so sure she'd want to hurt Edith. She was excited to finally meet someone her own age, not plot against her. "I still believe we can be great friends," Reese insists. "Honestly, how do you not get won over by that?" The room folds instantly, apologizing for ever doubting their angelic female protagonist. Subtle, nobody. Edith goes straight to her mother for advice. What does Reese even like? She wants to get her a gift, and Mom is thrilled by the idea. Books turn out to be a nightmare to pick, so embroidery supplies win out instead. Edith wraps it all up in white paper with a silk ribbon, gratitude and all, and now that she's finally healed up, she's ready to deliver it herself. A week later, back on her feet in her own room, Edith practically pumps her fist. It has been way too long since she's been able to actually get out and do something. Dressed up and ready, with an attendant fussing over the final touches, Edith heads out to make good on that gift. Then, out of nowhere, a name gets shouted across the room like a bomb going off: Edith Rudwick. Someone freezes mid-gesture, jaw dropped, gripping a jeweled pendant like it just changed everything. And that is exactly where this chapter leaves you hanging. After nearly a week away, Edith is finally back on her feet and thrilled to be returning to work, throwing a triumphant fist in the air while her maid gets the room ready. Her celebration doesn't last long. One touch to her own collar and her face goes rigid, like something has just clicked into place, and it is not good. She turns to go, but her stride falters. Whatever just occurred to her is enough to freeze her mid-step, eyes wide with dawning dread. The door all but bursts open as someone bellows her married name, Edith Rudwick, and from the look on her face she already knows this is not a social call. Killian storms in, dark hair, darker mood, practically shaking with fury as he demands to know exactly what she's done. He's holding it right there in his hand, the very thread she gave as a gift, like a piece of damning evidence he can't quite believe is real. "Tell me you didn't do that," he demands, hand outstretched, while Edith can only ask what on earth he's talking about. Then the bomb drops. Reese is unconscious and the investigation has already confirmed the gifted thread was poisoned. "That can't be," Edith breathes, stunned. "What are you saying?" Turns out Edith already saw this coming. She'd read this exact disaster in the original story, Sophia rigging a poisoned thread as a gift to Reese under Edith's own name, and thought buying the present pre-wrapped herself would be enough to stop it. It wasn't enough. Staring at the very gift now stained red in her mind, she realizes that even changing every detail she could, the story found a way to happen anyway. Did the story itself just swap her innocent gift for a poisoned one? She barely has time to process the thought before he's right back in her face demanding an answer. "What the hell did you do?" he snaps again. "I didn't do anything," she insists, right back at him. "Killian, I get why you're suspicious," she says, "but just think about this calmly for a second, because whatever force is rewriting events here is stronger than either of them realizes." She points out the obvious. After the poisoned pie incident, every eye in the house is already on her. Pulling the same trick twice would be a spectacularly dumb move. And if I actually had that kind of power over the story, she adds, I'd have changed a lot more than this by now. Killian's face stays locked in stony doubt. It's not that I don't want to believe you, he groans, dragging a hand down his face, but do you know how many of these things have happened around you lately? How exactly am I supposed to not doubt you? The words land hard and Edith's expression crumples just a little before she looks away. Her comeback catches everyone off guard. She wants more surveillance on herself, not less. Her maid nearly drops something in shock. I'm innocent, Edith reasons, so it doesn't matter how closely you watch me. All that changes is the number of maids following me around. Killian goes quiet, jaw tight. Do you have any idea how frustrating this is for me? He finally mutters. But he caves anyway. All right, he says, then let Anna come back to serve you again. The order goes out immediately. Anna is reinstated as Edith's personal maid, effective right away, no questions asked. Edith can't hide her relief that Killian acted on it instantly instead of dragging his feet. Privately, she can't help but smirk a little. She half expected him to make her wait. Getting Anna back means one very specific thing. Sophia no longer has a hand controlling what happens to her body. How long did she really think she could keep pulling my strings? Edith thinks, delighted with herself. The investigation grinds on. Guards are already grilling the merchant who sold the thread, though he's apparently too big a name in the business to have risked something this stupid. Next question, who else even had access to the gift? Turns out almost nobody could get near Ree's room except maybe her personal maid, Cliff. Alone with Killian now, Edith steadies herself. Killian, she starts, what I'm about to say is going to sound like an excuse, but I think someone's using me as a scapegoat, she tells him, and I can't shake the feeling their real target is Rees. Her logic is cold and clear. If Rees actually dies, Edith gets punished as the culprit, 2 birds with 1 stone for whoever's really behind this. Killian's breath catches. Continue, he says, and for the first time he actually sounds like he's listening. Word around the estate says a certain pair of nobles have a history of scheming against Rees, rumors that, notably, nobody's ever bothered denying. Killian admits he doesn't keep up with noble gossip much, but he can't argue that the rumors have gone unchallenged. Honestly though, he adds, watching his own staff move through the halls, I don't think there's a single spy from the Sinclair side inside this mansion. Even he isn't fully sure of that. It reminds Edith of the time the War Duke himself falsely accused Killian of leaking documents, like her father-in-law thinks scandal alone stains the Rudwick name. Killian looks borderline offended she'd even bring that up. How could you say something like that? We would never let something like that touch our honor, he insists, very much missing her point. See, she says, that's exactly how it feels being treated like this over and over. That time I swore on my life and still nobody believed me. That one actually lands. I'm not blaming your whole family for this, she clarifies gently, so don't worry, I don't really think that badly of you all. Then, almost offhand, although thinking about it, someone like me probably isn't worth all this trouble anyway. You are surprisingly good at running yourself down, Killian deadpans, while Edith mentally scolds herself for even saying that. I just don't know if my father and brother are going to accept it, she admits. Still, she notices something different this time. Killian actually seems to be trying to believe her, which is more than he managed after that whole poisoned pie fiasco. I understand, he tells her simply. Edith softens. Honestly, she admits, I don't even care that much about being proven innocent to them anymore. Killian's mind drifts to Rees, picturing how crushed she'll be once she learns the gift meant for her was poisoned in the first place. You, he says carefully, don't hate Rees, do you? Edith blinks, genuinely thrown. What, why would I? Well, he admits, everyone tends to focus on Rees more than you, so Edith's expression shifts into something a little too knowing. I see, she says. Don't get the wrong idea, she cuts in, chin up. I'm Edith Rudwick. As if to prove it, she asks him right back whether he honestly thinks she'd get jealous of another woman just for being more popular. Killian just looks at her, quietly smitten. The second the words are out, Edith is internally screaming. She genuinely cannot believe she just delivered a line that cool. Before she can recover, she feels a hand curl around the back of her head, pulling her in. Why is he? She starts to think. Her thought doesn't even finish. Is all she manages before he closes the distance completely. Her whole brain short-circuits into one word, what? And just like that, Killian kisses her, no warning, no hesitation, right in the middle of an argument about poison and suspicion. He pulls back, looking almost as stunned as she is, one hand pressed to his own face like he can't quite believe what he just did either. For a moment, none of the poison, the suspicion, or the politics matter. He just holds her close, surrounded by roses and soft light. The whole room seems to exhale, the tension finally easing into something a lot warmer. Face to face, neither one seems in any hurry to break the moment. Killian, Edith finally manages, searching his face for an explanation. I just is all the great and terrifying Killian can stammer out. Realizing he has absolutely no excuse ready, he just blurts out, I'm sorry. Smooth recovery, big guy. Left alone with her thoughts, Edith is still stuck on one question: why did he do that? It's more confusing than the actual murder investigation. A few days pass. Is it settled then? Someone asks, and the mood in the room says otherwise. Is that really all they're going to do about this? Edith presses. Yes, comes the answer, that's right. The poison used was subtle enough that it's nearly impossible to trace, her maids explain, leaving nowhere near enough evidence for a solid conclusion. How strange, Edith mutters, unconvinced. Killian admits he'd hoped to lean on Ree's backing to steady things politically, but with her still unconscious, he's dangerously exposed instead. Rees lies motionless in bed, still out cold, while somewhere in the dark a pair of unfamiliar eyes glint, watching everything unfold. Somewhere else in the house, a quiet certainty is settling in. Cliff is not the type to just let this go. Elsewhere, tempers are already flaring over what happens next. Are you telling me you're going to? Someone starts, cut off mid-sentence. A silver-haired noble erupts, furious that they'd let the whole matter settle after just a few days of digging, not with the Langston faction already breathing down their necks. It was my father's call, he admits bitterly, and I honestly didn't expect Killian to just go along with it either. Rees hasn't woken up since that day. Someone else has clearly had enough of waiting around. I can't let this slide, they vow. I'll just have to handle it myself. And just like that, the real culprit is still out there. Cliff is losing it, demanding to know if they are really about to drop the investigation into who poisoned Rees after just a few days. Killian agrees it is a lot, given how tense things already are with the Langston family. He admits even he was floored by this call. It was their father's decision in the end, and honestly, Killian says he did not expect it to go down like this either. Cliff points out Rees still has not woken up since that day. Edith might look better, Rees does not. Standing alone in the dark, Cliff swears he cannot let this slide. If nobody else will act, he will handle it himself. He hates that the family is putting any trust in her at all, and if the Emperor had not ordered him to stay put in the palace, he would already be at Rees' side. Cliff curses the Langston name under his breath, and across the room, Killian just looks like he is turning something over in his head. Killian lays out the obvious hole in the theory: plenty of people had time to sneak into Rees' room, so why would Edith suddenly poison her own gift of all things? He calls his brother out for jumping to conclusions just because it is Rees on the line. How exactly would a watched, guarded Edith dodge every guard in the mansion and slip poison onto that thread without anyone noticing? Are the guards really that useless? Their father actually concedes the point. Killian, he admits, has a good argument there. Which goes over great. Somebody just about explodes with a furious father. Even the maid's luggage got searched top to bottom after the infamous pie incident, and still, nothing turned up. So the ruling comes down: keep the whole thing quiet until somebody finds actual new evidence. Alone with his thoughts, Killian murmurs a single name: Catherine, like a plan just clicked into place. He smirks. His father is about to visit the royal palace soon anyway, so how about this? Cut to Edith, absolutely spiraling. How did this end up happening? Because in the original story, Edith never once rode in the same carriage as the Duke. And she definitely never got anywhere near the royal palace either, yet here they are. Rewind a few hours, someone's checking in warmly, telling Edith how much better she is looking these days. Edith beams that she is fully recovered, though really, she gives all the credit to Anna, glad Killian put her maid back at her side. Edith invites Anna to actually sit and eat with her, for once a small, genuine kindness between mistress and maid. Word comes that Linon has been asking after her, and Edith lights up at the news she might get back to helping him. She is cleared to go back to his office starting now, but before that, there is one more thing. The princess herself has summoned her to the royal palace, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we got here. Edith's mother explains the royal family has always shared a special bond with theirs. Of course, they would be curious about her too. Edith laughs it off. I don't really think so, mother, not remotely convinced. Cliff gives the rundown on Princess Catherine, a woman who does whatever she wants, etiquette be damned, the only noblewoman who refuses dresses and long hair. She rides wild horses for fun, apparently, and the only time she ever calms down is when Reese is around. They call her the most free-spirited woman alive, and honestly, that tracks. Privately, Edith admits she always liked that about Catherine in the books. She just hopes the princess is open-minded enough to end up in her corner. Edith drifts back to the first time Catherine and Reese ever crossed paths. Turns out Cliff was Catherine's first love. But then Reese walked in and stole his heart instead, and Catherine, jealous as she was, never once let it turn ugly between them. Back to the present, Edith and the Duke ride in dead silence, not a word between them. Even their hands look tense, nobody wants to be the first to speak. Edith does not buy for a second that this summons comes from anywhere good. She braces herself, weighing whatever good intentions are supposedly behind this invitation. She's led into the garden to meet the princess, and the temperature in the air could not be colder if it tried. Standing there, Edith can only wonder, what does this woman actually want from her? She does not even dare open her mouth until the princess formally acknowledges her greeting, royal etiquette at its most excruciating. A single sharp eye sizes her up from the shadows. "Oh, you are that woman from the Rigelhofs," the princess drawls. Edith corrects her, "It is Rudwick now, your highness." Catherine cuts straight to business. Better to talk now than over tea, given the rumors that Edith likes to dabble in poison. Edith's stomach drops. Cliff must be the one who told her. She holds her ground. She has never touched poison, though she will admit her old behavior was not exactly a saint's. Beyond that, there is nothing more to say. The rumor is just a misunderstanding, plain and simple. Catherine notes coolly that Edith clearly already knew the rumors were out there. She presses harder. Does Edith really think her forced marriage was fair? Killian has done nothing but suffer for it. Edith stays calm. It was her father's call, and yes, she admits it is a shame how much damage has come from it. But does the princess really believe that any of this is a game to her? Catherine reminds her both she and the emperor have targets on their backs right now. Loyalty is the only thing that matters. "Go ahead then," Catherine says. "Be the vicious little flower you have always been, Edith Rigelhoff." Edith's face goes stone still. Flashback: in the original story, Reese and Catherine used to sneak off together down Rubelmary Street. Catherine even wore a wig to hide who she really was, the one and only time she ever put on a dress in the whole story. Once her royal duties were done, she would throw a huge tea party with Reese's help, and honestly, look how far she has come since then. Edith steels herself. That is exactly why she is going to say this. No matter what anyone says about her, Edith figures Catherine simply followed the path she believed was right for her. She always loved that story, a princess just trying to protect her own freedom. Edith tells her flatly she is not going to waste her breath on the same rotten flattery every noble uses. She trusts the judgment of someone as strong-willed as the princess, and she just asks for that same trust back. For the first time all day, the ice between them looks like it might actually crack. Walking back through the halls afterward, Edith just about wants to melt into the floor. I screwed up again. She tells herself she needs to break this habit, losing her nerve just because she is not like everyone else here. She keeps walking, still lost in her own head. Better to just drop it, she decides, and get back to helping Linon like always. Then out of nowhere, a shadow rushes past her. Startled, Edith reaches out and half calls a name, Sophie, before the figure vanishes. Cut to somewhere far darker, a cold, calculating eye watching from the shadows. A voice low and menacing, "I'll give you one last chance." The order lands: steal the tax records from the Duke's private office or answer for betraying them again. The maid just stands there, head bowed. She keeps going, accusing Reese of being nothing but a nuisance and turning the tables. Claims Reese only poisoned that thread to save her own skin, not to finish the job. Reese doubles over in pain. A cold voice confirms it from another room. Looks like Sophia had nothing to do with the embroidery incident after all. Then the threat lands flat and simple: if Reese wants to die that badly, Edith would be happy to arrange it herself. Gasping through the pain, Reese forces out her only defense: she already had the Count's permission to do this. Edith turns away, unmoved, and delivers her verdict: this is Reese's very last chance. Later, Reese lies sick in bed coughing while Edith looms over her. Alone with her thoughts, Reese wonders what happens if she actually gets caught doing what Edith wants. Edith isn't finished twisting the knife either. Cross her, and the Rudwicks will be the ones to kill Reese, so Edith and her family won't have to lift a finger. Reese fires back that she could just tell everyone what Edith's really been up to. Edith just laughs it off: if Reese could actually do that, she would have done it long ago. But Reese isn't as powerless as she looks. Quietly, to herself and to Edith both, she knows exactly why she hasn't spilled the secret yet. She's bound by the rules of the original story itself. The scene shifts to a tense ballroom moment. A young noblewoman is warned that the second the Duke decides she's no longer useful, the man she loves will drop her without a second thought. The man in question wrestles with his own conscience, an idea he's been dodging for a while now. Could he even tell the truth, even if the world's unspoken rules didn't hold him back? His troubled expression lingers, caught somewhere between duty and something he clearly can't say out loud. The noblewoman's fear crystallizes into one brutal question to herself: is she really staying with him, knowing full well he might leave her for Reese? Back with Edith, the mockery continues. Even if Reese gets dragged back to the Rigelhoff estate in disgrace, the Count will surely find some use for someone as useless as her. By the fireplace, Edith leans in with a warning dressed up as a favor: whatever comes next for Reese, it isn't going to be anything nice. The offer, such as it is, steal the documents well enough and Edith might just put in a good word. Results tend to soften even the harshest tempers, apparently. Reese looks Edith dead in the eye and asks if she has any idea how this is all really going to end. Then the quiet gut punch: no matter what Edith does from here, Count Rigelhoff and his entire family are destined to fall. Reese already knows how this book ends. The story jumps to a much calmer world, a sunlit study lined with books, warm light pooling over a quiet desk. A very different kind of chapter is starting. Enter Linon, a bespectacled secretary quietly working through paperwork at his desk, the picture of order. Reese peeks in from the doorway with a soft "excuse me," announcing herself for her shift. She apologizes right away, worried she's kept Linon waiting. Her real excuse, kept strictly to herself: it just took longer than expected to get dressed without any help. She braces herself, half expecting Linon to bring up the infamous pie incident, but he just waves her through: no problem, you can start working now. He warns her the backlog is bigger than usual but tells her not to rush, take all the time she needs. Reese exhales, relieved. She was worrying over nothing. The narration lingers on the little details: the smell of old paper, a faint cold breeze drifting through the room. Just the steady scratch of a quill pen as she settles into the work. Aside from the occasional turn of a page, the room is completely silent. It hits her how long it's been since she felt this at ease anywhere. We get a peek into Linon's own head, back where he came from. He always wished he could be more outgoing and charming at work, but reading people has never exactly been his strong suit. The scene drifts briefly to a sunlit garden, Reese strolling by in an elegant gown as a quiet figure watches from his seat nearby. Back at the desk, Reese hands over the finished paperwork, privately thinking this office might be the safest place she has ever known. Linon hesitates, clearly working up to something. There's something, he says, that he's been thinking about for a while now. Reese's mind short-circuits. Is Linon actually complimenting her? he immediately backpedals, insisting he's just doing his job. He admits, almost begrudgingly, that if every noble lady worked like her, he wouldn't have to let so many people go. She's genuinely useful to him. Even the simplest tasks, he adds, come back from her perfectly organized down to the smallest detail. Privately, Reese decides her filing is honestly better than his own. Something shifts. Linon notices her expression and asks carefully, "My lady." Without quite meaning to, Reese leans in close, her hand drifting near his face. She catches herself and jerks back, mortified. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Flustered, she insists it's not what it looked like. Linon is just as thrown, stammering out a "wait just a moment." Once he collects himself, he offers her something surprisingly gentle. "Holding onto emotions like that only makes things worse for you." Reese wipes away a tear as he keeps going, quietly. "Forcing your feelings down never actually makes them go away. Every emotion you bottle up," he tells her, "is bound to explode eventually." Reese can only whisper his name, stunned that someone finally said that to her, of all people. Linon tells her the documents aren't urgent, she can take her time, and quietly steps away to give her space. Walking off alone, Reese admits to herself he's right, that wasn't the way to react. She realizes something else too: people who barely register in the original story like Linon seem to matter less to it. Which means she thinks that Linon is far less bound by the story's pull than anyone important like her or Edith. Elsewhere, Reese makes a point of complimenting a passing servant on doing a great job, catching the poor woman completely off guard. Reese's new personal mission: befriend the story's forgotten extras. The startled servant can only stammer out a "thank you, my lady." She continues down the hallway, quietly building whatever small alliances she can. Still, she's realistic about it. Even doing this won't actually change her situation in this mansion. If anything, she suspects everyone here would breathe easier if she just got kicked out entirely. Across the mansion, the anxious noblewoman spirals further, certain the staff would rather just avoid her, and wondering if Killian went to go see Reese again today. That thought barely finishes before it gets blown apart by something else entirely. Why? The shock lands hard, one single word echoing over and over: why? Cut to Killian himself, slipping in to see Reese at night, casually asking if there's any problem with him showing up now that her work's done. Reese can only blink. "Killian, what do you mean?" She recovers fast, tossing the question right back with a smirk. "Didn't you like this sort of thing?" Or maybe she's clearly enjoying making him squirm. Picking up right where last chapter left off, Killian corners Reese in her room, demanding she explain herself, and she just fires back with a smirk: "Should I have come to your room instead?" She's suddenly very aware of how close he's standing. He needles her right back. "Isn't sneaking off to calm your nerves kind of your whole thing?" He keeps needling her about running to someone else to calm down whenever she's stressed. She squeaks out a flustered, "Okay, fine, that does happen sometimes." Somebody's clearly been feeding him a rosy story about the real Edith, and Reese isn't buying a single word of it. Across the ballroom, someone mutters that the woman in question hides her lies by stirring up chaos around her. Typical Edith, apparently. Back with Killian, he smirks that this has always been her style anyway, and she purrs back that she'll humble herself to him just this once. Reese flips the whole script, insisting she's always been innocent, and honestly, isn't he the one who's been misreading her this whole time? Killian just blinks. "Wait, I misunderstood you." He's sure she's got some tidy little excuse ready to go, and needles her further. "Did last time really leave you that disappointed?" According to him, she tried provoking him once already, and it clearly wasn't enough, and now here she is, ready to become prey all over again. Reese sputters, completely thrown. What exactly is he even accusing her of? Stepping on prey or claiming something, or whatever he just said? Is he drunk? She wonders, right before he lands the real jab, that she's the one with a reputation for chasing men wherever she goes. He claims he was almost worried she'd hear the talk about herself, since apparently it never actually stopped. Cut to two nobles trading gossip in the shadows. Is it actually true that Edith Rigelhoff is now Killian Rudwick's wife? One of them shrugs it off. Of course he accepted. Who could turn down someone as rich and gorgeous as her? The gossip drifts into darker territory, about all the men who have apparently fallen for her before. Back with Reese, she admits her own hands were tied by her contract with the Wine Count's family, and now on top of everything, strange rumors about her have started spreading too. Killian's mask finally slips just a little. He tells her flat out he'd lose his mind if she ever ran off. Rewind a bit, turns out Killian had absolutely no idea what Reese had actually been going through. She's turning out to be nothing like the shallow flirt he'd assumed from all that gossip. Sure, she's maybe not as sharp as her reputation claims. He watches her giggling with a friend in the garden and can't help but soften a little. What's actually surprising is how much she secretly loves the arts, even if she'd never admit it out loud. A decent meal from the right chef is apparently all it takes to make her the happiest person alive. But the second real trouble shows up, she goes ice cold and immovable, plants herself right in its path and dares it to try something. No matter how bad things get, she never loses her composure, which apparently makes her the perfect target for someone looking to use that against her. Piece by piece, it's finally starting to click for him. The uncomfortable truth lands. It was never her stirring up doubt, it was people like him feeding the rumors in the first place. He starts second-guessing his own detective work too, because underneath all that stubborn pride, it was obvious the whole time that she'd been hurting. Meanwhile, Reese sits alone with a letter in her hands, quiet and lost in thought. Word has it she never used to show her face around the Rudwicks at all, so this new closeness is raising eyebrows. She kicks everyone out and suffers through it completely alone because asking for help has never once been her style. It eats at him that she never blames him, never actually tells him what's wrong, did she think? That Linon, the office ghost himself, is just better than him. Yes, Killian is somehow jealous of the secretary. He spirals a little further, convinced she never cared about him before a certain night and wonders if he just wasn't enough for her. Elsewhere, the rumor mill turns on someone else entirely. Apparently poor Linon was just being a gentleman and Edith's the real manipulator working him over. The gossip escalates, Edith's apparently out here seducing Linon too, and everyone agrees she's more than capable of playing a man's emotions like a fiddle. Whatever doubts had been creeping into Killian's head about Reese start falling apart completely. Turns out he genuinely had no idea what she'd really been dealing with, and that ignorance is about to catch up with him fast. Because underneath her sleeve, Reese's back is covered in bruises she's been hiding from absolutely everyone. One look and it's obvious these weren't an accident and they've been there for more than a day. Nobody thought to tell him. Killian's fury is instant. Who did this to you? Reese goes silent because if it really was someone from the Rudwick household, staying quiet might genuinely be the safer bet. Killian isn't having it, he wants an answer right now. Cut to a quieter morning, a maid gently asks Reese if she's been having trouble sleeping. Reese laughs it off. Turns out the real problem was that she actually managed to fall asleep for once. Killian, stiff as ever, actually apologizes for losing his temper earlier. Reese just smirks. She says she never minded it and she'd be perfectly fine with more of it if she felt like it. He tells her flat out he'd never be cruel enough to make someone covered in bruises suffer through more pain. Reese freezes, caught completely off guard. That's just how it is, she manages, clutching the sheet like it'll hide how flustered she actually is. She drifts off to sleep, and by the time she wakes, Killian's already gone. Then she notices something sticky on her shoulder and goes, "Wait, what is this?" It's ointment. He snuck in and treated her bruises himself without saying a single word about it. Reese is somehow more upset that she slept through the one tender moment of the century. Before she can spiral any further, Killian barges back into the room, all business. He's got urgent business, barking quick orders at an aide while Reese just watches, baffled. She has absolutely no idea what's about to happen. Enter a maid, dropping to her knees with the most dramatic speech imaginable. Apparently she was sent by God himself to serve this household. She claims she was sent specifically to guard Reese. Killian just deadpans. What a farce. Killian isn't buying the act. He points out coldly that her so-called devotion hasn't done Reese a shred of good, not compared to someone who's actually been by her side since they were kids. The maid straightens up fast. Yes, of course, a little too quick to agree. Killian notes dryly just how diligent this supposedly devoted maid has really been. Then he drops the real accusation: whoever's been hurting Reese had to be someone close enough to do it without anyone noticing, and right now, she's the only suspect. The maid tries to laugh it off, brushing the marks aside as nothing, just minor injuries really. Killian just stares, minor injuries. He asks point blank if she'd have any objections to getting the exact same treatment done to her. The maid's composure finally cracks under the pressure. Turns out the maid had been secretly bruising Reese all along, convinced that now that Edith was officially the Duchess, keeping her rival quietly in line was just the solution. Killian isn't remotely moved, he just wonders coldly what happens to people who go home to the Rudwicks empty-handed. Killian reveals the maid was actually ordered to bring Reese back completely unmarked. Reese, weirdly unbothered by the danger and stuck on logistics instead, just blurts out, "It's not even mid-morning, when did you get letters from the Rigelhofs?" Killian shuts down any argument on the spot. That maid is getting fired whether Reese likes it or not. And for the first time, Reese quietly wonders, does Killian actually care about her? Deep in the manor, Reese Sinclair is done playing nice. He is shipping Edith home himself on the fancy carriage her father sent, and word starts spreading through the staff that something about this is off. The maids cannot help but gossip. One warns the other to quit shouting about how suspicious it all looks unless she wants that trouble finding her too. Back in her room, Edith's loyal maid Anna asks, gently but firmly, if she can check her lady's body for injuries. Edith brushes it off, yes, of course, but the second the fabric comes away, an ugly bruise on her leg tells a very different story. Anna freezes at the sight of it. All she can choke out is "my lady," because bruises like that do not come from tripping on a rug. Edith just tilts her head, almost too calm, asking what is wrong, while Anna is already fighting back tears. Anna can barely get the words out. Why didn't she say anything? She lays into her, gently but furious, "How do you stay silent when your body looks like this?" Edith just looks away, guilty as charged. As Anna carefully rubs in the ointment, Edith cannot help but wonder, almost surprised, if this girl is actually worried about her. She settles into it with a small, private thought: okay, maybe having someone in her corner is not so bad after all. Cut to something stranger. A glowing warning flashes across a control screen, threatening a penalty if a mysterious second-stage exception condition is not met by today. A hooded figure groans under the pressure, grumbling that yes, fine, they get it, they get it. Somebody upstairs is clearly breathing down their neck too. Fingers tap through some kind of glowing command interface, setting the next move in motion. The figure mutters that this whole situation is getting seriously strange. Honestly, same. The voice starts breaking down the pattern. Most girls who wake up as Edith are thrilled to land this rich, golden spoon life, and from start to finish they all play it the exact same way. Step 1 for every one of them: avoid the villainous path at all costs and just try to live a nice, quiet life. Step 2, once she is cozy in the ducal estate, she is supposed to fall head over heels for one of the two leading men, Killian or Cliff. She chases their affection despite getting basically ignored, pokes at the story to see how far she can bend it, and eventually gets smacked with just how powerless she really is, all over some leaked documents. That is the script every single one of them follows like clockwork without fail. From there, it is a downward spiral. Panic sets in and she crashes straight into ruin. That is chapter 1 of every Edith, according to this voice. But this Edith, she is sitting there completely unbothered, and that is not part of the formula. This Edith calmly, logically defends her own innocence, which apparently is not even supposed to be possible, and the voice warns there is more. Worse, she is winning over side characters the system barely has a grip on, almost like she somehow knows exactly which people were never even supposed to matter. And it is not like she is only nice to people who are useful to her either. It is more like she is wandering through the whole cast like a stranger browsing a market, no idea she is even breaking the rules. Just when the voice thinks it has finally predicted her next move, she vanishes and switches strategy completely. All of it somehow adds up to her hitting a first-stage exception condition nobody saw coming. Even meeting that condition only loosens the story's grip a little, and mostly it just frees up the supporting cast, not her. Which raises the real question buzzing in this voice's head. So why is Killian, the actual male lead, acting so far off script too? Something has rattled him enough that his hands will not stop fidgeting. His fist tightens, whatever is going on in his head, he is not happy about it. Back with the hooded watcher, still hunched over that glowing screen running the numbers. It talks itself down, no, this is still fine, probably, definitely still fine. The plan, apparently, is to grind her into the perfect ingredient for whatever comes next, and the voice cannot help but grin at the nerve of a mere ingredient fighting back this hard. Fine, let her try. The watcher waves her on, almost daring her to keep defying the script. And there it is, this is not even her first time around. The voice calls her Edith the 13th and promises to watch closely to see if she can clear this next condition too. With that, the next challenge locks in. The second stage's exception condition is officially set. Elsewhere, someone is asking the obvious question, so you just let her go. Someone is furious with Killian, demanding to know what he was even thinking because this whole mess might be tangled up with lies poisoning. He lays into Killian, she should have been held and grilled properly, not waved off. Killian pushes back. With zero evidence, dragging her into a rough interrogation would just make them look like they were torturing an innocent maid from the Regalhof house. One of them shrugs it off, almost relieved. They did not want that maid around from day one anyway, so honestly, good riddance. But their father signed off on sending her away too, he reminds him. This is not just Killian's call. Killian adds that Lies herself agreed with the decision, and that makes the whole room go quiet fast. Lies, still weak in bed, just looks away and says she does not want to talk about it anymore. He mutters darkly that whether the culprit turns out to be a Sinclair or someone from the ducal house itself, one thing is clear, somebody out there really hates him. Lies privately admits that if she ever learned who actually poisoned her, it might hurt even worse than the poison did. Killian is just relieved Lies spoke up in front of his father when she did, because if the truth about how little Edith's own family actually valued her ever got out, it could shake the entire arranged marriage holding the two noble houses together. And that, more than anything, is probably exactly why Edith has kept her mouth shut through all of it. Even so, it eats at the people around her. How does a woman this sharp let herself get beaten down like this without ever fighting back? Flashback, Killian, fed up, demands to be handed a maid who can keep tabs on him so nobody can accuse him of anything shady either. He replays it in his head. She never just sat there and took it, she actually used him right back. Someone catches him spacing out and asks what has got him so deep in thought. Lies studies him carefully and starts to ask if maybe, just maybe, this is about someone else entirely. The accusation lands hard. Is he really ignoring his sick girlfriend to daydream about Edith? Before it can blow up, Cliff steps in and tells everyone to just drop it, though Lies clearly is not finished with that thought. Killian just stands there caught with way too much going on behind his eyes. All he manages is a quiet apology. There is just a lot on his mind right now. Lies, ever gracious, tells him it is fine, then floors him with a request. She wants him to go take care of Edith himself. She points out that while she has had both Cliff and Killian fussing over her sick, Edith has been suffering through all of this completely alone, and that has to be lonely. So her ask is simple: go comfort her, give Edith the kindness nobody else has bothered with. Start small, she says, maybe just go have tea with her. Maybe a walk together, a real conversation for once. Warm up to her too, Lies asks, the same way he has always been warm with her. Which is, frankly, a lot of generosity for a girl who just got poisoned. The morning sun spills through the tall windows of the Rudwick estate, but the calm does not last. Edith stares out at the grounds, bracing herself. Killian must already know something is wrong. Word is already spreading that she is being beaten by her own maid, and that her own house is demanding the girl, Sophia, be returned unharmed, in a private carriage no less. It is not hard to put together. Now that she is worthless as a hostage, he could have tossed her out on the spot. Instead, he keeps his distance and watches her carefully, like he is still deciding what to do with her. In the end, Killian quietly sends Sophia back home, unharmed. Nobody argues with him about it. Edith clocks that detail immediately. He never told his own father. Getting thrown out is not even her biggest fear. In the story she remembers, her character mattered more than Sophia's ever did. Too many events are tied to her for the plot to just discard her. The real problem is all the unresolved Sophia scenes still waiting to happen. So she is worried that those very events are about to get dumped in her lap. Better start preparing now. She has no idea how far Killian's sympathy will stretch. To make it to the end of this story alive, she needs him convinced she is harmless. For now, she figures he probably sees her as some woman using her body to manipulate people. So whenever she needs a favor down the line, she is going to change exactly what he thinks of her. She locks in, steely and determined. Step 1 of her harmless girl campaign starts now. Cue the charm offensive. Of course, it's my pleasure, Killian, she says, all smiles. Thank you for inviting me, she adds sweetly, playing the perfectly agreeable guest. Killian, meanwhile, is quietly panicking. Was that invitation too sudden? Yes, obviously yes. He tries again anyway. Why not join him for dinner tonight, in her own room even? She turns him down gently. The Duke is clearly not comfortable around her. No need to disrupt the family's dinner. Thank you for considering me, she says, polite and distant, exactly on script. Alone, Killian reasons it out. His father has been on edge since his sister Lies fell sick, and Edith is probably just as uneasy around him, careless of him to push. Better give both women space. The next afternoon, he decides on a walk in the garden. Instead, the weather is too nice to waste. Edith settles in with a book among the roses, half expecting him to turn up again anyway. Sure enough, he offers something else and she waves it off just as smoothly. The sun's a bit strong, I'll stay indoors. I understand, he says, and lets it go. Elsewhere, she is all warmth. Thank you for inviting me. While Killian just walks off, another door clicking shut behind another polite no. He retreats down the hallway alone, rejection written all over him. Is she just uncomfortable around him? Full stop, he wonders, increasingly rattled. Did he do something wrong? And it is not only because his sister Lies asked him to look out for her. Out in the garden, Edith spots Killian with Lies and cannot help peeking from behind her fan. Lies, for her part, is doing her own reading of Edith. Still thinks she is a snake, honestly, but not the monster the rumors made her out to be. Reading between the lines gets complicated fast, so Lies decides the smart move is to just spend time with Edith and judge for herself. Killian is still turning it over. Maybe she really is just simple sometimes and he is overthinking every little thing. New plan: do what worked before and just show up uninvited during her mealtimes. Killian, Edith blinks, caught off guard. What are you doing here? I thought you were headed out for a walk, he admits, flustered and clearly busted. He recovers fast with a bribe: strawberry tart from the Peridot store. Care to join him? Strawberry tart from Peridot, now that gets her attention. I've always been curious about that tart, she blurts, practically glowing. And then mid-glow she catches herself. Thank you, but I think I've gained weight lately. Thanks for the offer though. Leave then, Killian snaps, storming off, thoroughly wounded by a pastry-based rejection. No matter how many times he tests her, she tells herself the answer stays the same. She will be the thankful, harmless, forgettable wife right up until he stops paying attention. Day 4 at Lies' bedside. Edith. Lies starts carefully. Have you been disappointed with Killian? Pardon, Edith freezes, not expecting that one at all. No, I'm sure that's not it. Edith laughs it off. Of course I'm not. Not even a fingertip of disappointment, she insists. Lies just tilts her head. Not even a fingertip, and Edith immediately backpedals. Maybe that was a bit much. Lies is not buying it either way. She is more grateful than disappointed. She says she knows Killian looks after her in his own clumsy fashion. So then why? Lies trails off, clearly not finished puzzling over it. That is, it's not that it's about Killian, but... Edith stumbles while the maids nearby gossip about how many times now she has turned him down. Lies gets serious. Killian is a poor, unfortunate guy. She says he has sacrificed a lot for this dukedom. Arranged marriages are common enough, sure, but it is different when your bride comes from a family painted as the villains. Edith cuts in. I don't want Killian spending time with me just out of duty. She cannot exactly explain that Killian has been testing her this whole time. Lies will not hear it anyway. That's not true, Edith. Every single day he shows up with some new offer, like wondering if you're worried about your weight and want to exercise together. She rattles off another. Did Edith want horse riding lessons from him sometime? No, I don't, came the flat answer at the time. Of course I don't, Edith protests to Lies now, and yesterday he even showed up at Linen's office just to keep an eye on me. See, it's all pointless to fight it, Lies declares, so Edith, you really should let your guard down around Killian more. That night Killian corners her with a simple line. Tonight, I know you don't have any other plans. He straightens up, confident and locked in whatever he is planning. He is not backing down this time. So let's go to the opera together, he offers. Killian, she replies evenly, I'm truly fine. Then why not go with Lies instead, he suggests. She's looked a lot better lately. Edith blinks with Lies. Is that really what you sincerely want? She presses. Of course, he insists, way too fast. Seeing you two get along would be great, truly, without a doubt. Back over tea, Edith mutters to herself that none of this bothers her one bit. Killian just stares off, caught somewhere between a thought and a confession. You. Who in the world do you think I am? Edith fires back, all bravado. And then Killian leans in close with a rose in hand, the whole room suddenly a lot quieter than it was a second ago. Reese catches Edith off guard with one blunt question. What does she actually think of him? All she manages is that of course he's her husband. Then she catches herself. What if this is one of his tests? So she backpedals fast. On paper, sure, they're husband and wife, just on paper. Across the room, Reese just looks away, quiet. On paper is exactly the phrase that's eating at him. Because to him, this marriage was never a fairy tale. It's duchy duty, and those wedding rings might as well be shackles. He's reading something now, and it's worse than duty. The words call their marriage the very thing that crushed his last hope of loving the person he actually wants. Whatever he's reading paints a picture, a jealous, chained-up version of Edith clinging to a love that was never hers to have. The story keeps going. Some other woman gets the fairy tale ending while jealous Edith is left grasping at scraps. Reese can barely finish the page, his own written verdict on her, like the devil, like the snake. Buried in those same pages is another version of Edith entirely, introducing herself under a different name, wrapped up in another man's arms under the stars. That written version scoffs at the idea of jealousy, like she'd ever get worked up over some other woman stealing attention. Back in the present, the real Edith can't stop turning that word over in her head. There's no way she'd be jealous, right? Then his name slips out of her without meaning to, Killian. Reese, arms tucked in, eyes down, quietly asks if she really hates spending time with him that much. In his own head, he's already lost the argument. There's no way she'd want a man she's not interested in. He's the clingy, jealous one here, and he hates it. Out loud, though, it comes out sharp. Did you find yourself another man? He demands. Edith just blinks, totally lost. Wait, who's Linen? Why is he even bringing up some random name right now? She watches him turn to walk off and second-guesses herself. Is this an act? No, it really doesn't look like one. Killian, wait, she calls after him. For 1 second she sees it plain as day, the hurt written all over his face. So she chases him down and he finally says the real thing. Since he's just her husband on paper, is he supposed to be nothing more than breeding stock with a title? He says it with a bitter little smile, daring her to disagree. Edith is floored. Pardon? Then she overcorrects hard, practically begging forgiveness for every cold word she's ever said to him. Before he can spiral any further, she grabs his face and stops him cold. Wait, what are you even saying, Killian? And instead of finishing that sentence, she just kisses him. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she already knows this is a terrible way to make her point. He's going to read this completely wrong. Again. He's going to think she's just some shameless woman chasing him for one thing, she thinks, right before losing that thought completely. Because tonight, apparently, actions are going to speak a lot louder than words. Let's just say the rest of that conversation gets postponed. Somewhere entirely outside their world, a status screen lights up. Stage 2 of some mysterious exception setting has just been cleared. A rare glitch, the screen warns. The original novelist's grip on this whole story just got weaker. A hooded figure at the controls just stares, stunned into silence. Then it clicks for her and she nearly shouts it. Oh, she gets it now. Her theory, sleeping with Killian, is what's been clearing these stages. Except no, the real fine print says stage 2 only clears if Edith turns down 10 of Killian Rudwick's requests in a row. That is not that. Even she has to admit, that's one baffling condition to pull off by accident. Which can only mean one thing to her: whatever force is running this story is toying with her, using her own feelings for Killian against her. And yet, somehow, impossibly, she cleared it anyway. Which means somewhere this world's so-called God just took a critical hit. The hooded figure recoils. No way, there is just no way. He can't process it. How did she clear the reversed condition that fast? He's up and pacing now, visibly rattled. How, he demands, could she possibly turn down 10 requests from a man she genuinely likes? Because that's not how love is supposed to work, he mutters. If you love someone, you want to spoil them no matter how outrageous the ask. He conjures up the picture in his head. A devoted man, a bride in white, gifts piled sky high, none of it held back. That to him is the blueprint. You're supposed to want to hold the person you love close, simple as that. So why then is Edith openly saying she doesn't want Killian's attention just because duty says he owes it to her? The hooded figure can't square it. How does she say things like that and still act the way she does around him? He's spiraling now. If this keeps up, even the story's so-called main couple start losing their scripted pull. He goes quiet under that hood, clearly turning something over. An old book glows with the truth of it. Once characters start acting on their own instincts, they start writing their own story. And there's a catch nobody signed up for. When this novel finally ends, time won't reset back to page 1 anymore. It just keeps moving forward, even for sweet, gentle lies. We finally see her properly for the first time, lies, angelic and untouched, practically glowing. The cost of that broken reset spelled out bluntly: she'll age, she'll die like anyone actually would. Back at the controls, the system prompts him for stage 3's condition. He reaches for the console, ready to rig the next round in his favor. The system flatly shuts him down, not an approved condition. He slumps back in his chair, completely deflated. Fine, he mutters. If he can't just kill this off directly, he'll find another way in. Sparks flicker in the dark as he gets to work on something colder. The console lights up again. Stage 3's condition is now live. Cut back to the actual couple, tangled up in bed, Reese teasing her with a grin. Does she like it that much? Edith goes red and deflects hard. It's not that, it's just impressive muscle tone from training, nothing to make a fuss over. Reese isn't buying the deflection. If anyone's impressive here, he says it's her. The teasing turns soft, hands lingering, admiring just how gentle she is. She admits she half expected to be sore after how suddenly he pulled her in, but somehow he was careful with her the whole time. Morning finds them still wrapped up in each other, unhurried. Edith, cheeks pink, can't shake the feeling that this, whatever this is, feels like something real. Reese just says her name soft, Edith. Then he asks it outright. Earlier, when she said he wasn't just a stallion to her, did she actually mean it? Reese just watches her, unreadable as ever, while she tells herself none of this should matter, as if he actually cares what she thinks of him. But Edith isn't buying the easy explanation. Whatever is driving him, she is suddenly sure it is not simple guilt. She lets it go for now and falls into step beside him as they head back through the manor, his retinue trailing a respectful few paces behind. And of course, she reminds herself she has read the original novel front to back. Whatever this is between them, she is certain it cannot be love. So what is actually left then? Just physical chemistry, maybe, or something she is very much not ready to put a name to. The three of them keep up appearances as they move through the halls, every face perfectly composed for anyone watching. Loneliness, she thinks, watching him. She has read his story before anyone else even lived it. She understands his sadness better than he knows. In that novel, Reese was always the shadow, a brother he could never outshine no matter how hard he tried. That golden older brother had it all: the title, the future dukedom, every ounce of their parents' pride and attention. You can see it in a single family portrait. Every eye and every ounce of praise goes straight to the golden son while Reese fades into the background. Even the one girl Reese actually cared about only had eyes for his brother. Rough deal, honestly. She never looked at Reese twice, not once, not with the golden brother standing right there. Growing up second best in every single way in that kind of world. He must have realized something was different about Edith. She was the only one who ever actually looked at him and meant it. One name flashes through his memory over and over: Edith, the woman who somehow changed everything for him. Or perhaps he thinks it is the other way around. Maybe he is the one who cannot look away from her. And here is the twist nobody saw coming. The girl who read that novel back in her old life, that was her. Edith was once a modern-day reader named Suna Choi. For a second she swears she can see that old self walking right beside her, a ghost of the person she used to be. The memory hits hard enough to rattle her, her eyes going wide before she manages to blink it away. Killian, she says softly, pulling herself back into the present. What do I have to do, she asks him, for you to actually believe me? A petal drifts down between them, and for a moment neither one says a word. Then the scene jumps entirely. Edith steps into the grandest opera house in the capital and just about loses it. This is beautiful, she gasps, amazed. The hall is massive enough to get lost in, yet every note still reaches her perfectly. Reese teases her for gawking like a total tourist. Turns out, she admits a little sheepishly, this actually is her first time at the opera. He cannot quite process that. The biggest opera house in the entire capital, and she has never once set foot inside. Edith just shrugs it off, a little embarrassed. Great, now he probably thinks she is some uncultured noble, she frets, before immediately getting distracted wondering what the actual play is about. Truth is, it was never her choice. She remembers the wine count's voice, cold and clipped, stop being curious about the entertainment district and just follow his orders. Even here at the opera, all he cared about was not running late, never once about what she actually wanted. Opera was obviously off the table growing up. Honestly, so were art, music, and books in general. Deep down, her father was terrified of what she might figure out if she learned too much. On stage, the opera begins. The tragedy of Odilette, a viscount's daughter with more good fortune than sense, who wanders into the forest one day to pick wild strawberries. There she finds a wounded stranger and, being the soft-hearted type, nurses him right back to health. He calls himself Laszlo and claims he cannot remember a single thing, so he stays by her side until he is fully healed. Twist, he is actually a foreign prince on the run from a bloody succession fight back home. Amnesia story and all. Naturally, because it is an opera, the two of them fall hopelessly in love. But her father, the Viscount, smells opportunity here, not romance. He arranges her marriage off to a wealthy neighboring baron named Hubert instead. Love be damned. Desperate, Laszlo begs her to run away with him and skip the whole arranged marriage mess entirely. Hubert, fully aware she loves someone else, counters by tempting her with everything his fortune can buy. Odilette clutches her chest and wails to the heavens, torn completely in two. Between the man she loves and the family she owes everything to, she chooses duty, just like that. Please forgive me, Laszlo, she whispers, already breaking her own heart. Laszlo, my love, she says one last time, my heart will always belong to you, even now. Back in the audience, Reese glances over at Edith, quietly studying how completely the tragedy has pulled her in. On stage, Odilette makes her final, tearful goodbye. She has no choice left but to walk away from him. As the lights finally come up, someone leans over and gently asks Edith if she is all right. Oh, it was wonderful, she says, dabbing her eyes. If she had known operas hit this hard, she would have begged to go ages ago. I don't think I could have said no as easily as she did, Edith admits. Reese just stares at her, uncharacteristically speechless. Walking her out through the grand hall, Reese finally asks the question that has clearly been eating at him. If she were Odilette, what would she have done? Easy, she says. She would pick Hubert, the rich one, and skip the dramatic suicide entirely. Reese cannot quite tell if she is joking. Why would she ever turn down a wealthy man, she jokes. And honestly, she argues, Laszlo was kind of the real villain of that story anyway. Think about it, Laszlo knew exactly what pressure Odilette was under, and he still hid who he really was, basically testing her loyalty the whole time. Reese pushes back. If it were real love, would money alone really have swayed her? Edith fires right back. It wasn't just money, her whole family's name rode on that marriage. And besides, she adds quietly, Reese of all people knows exactly what that kind of pressure feels like. Still, the opera keeps painting Hubert as the story's villain. But honestly, Edith points out, the truth is messier than that. Hubert loved Odilette too in his own way. He offered her anything she wanted and then just waited patiently for her to actually choose. Reese admits the ending never sat right with him either, no matter how touching it played. Odilette taking her own life the second Laszlo marries a princess just feels off. If she hadn't been written as the tragic heroine of some opera. Reese bets Odilette and Hubert could have actually had a decent, happy marriage. How could that possibly be true, he wonders aloud. Edith's answer is simple, there's a little thing called time. Even feelings you are absolutely sure will never change, eventually change. And scars you would swear will never close start healing anyway. People, she says, are built tougher than we give them credit for. Reese just watches her say it, quietly thinking, there she goes again, wrecking him with the sweetest words without even trying. No, he finally says, that's not some universal truth about humans, that's just her, she is the strong one. You're someone who won't ever be taken down, he tells her, not bent, not broken, stronger than anyone else I have ever met. Caught off guard, she laughs and asks why he's looking at her like that. He just smiles and asks if she's too tired to keep the night going a little longer. Picture perfect, right? Edith on Reese's arm, dressed to the nines and strolling the capital like the golden couple everyone gossips about. But under that smile, Edith's stiff as a board. I don't really have experience hanging out with someone, she admits to herself. First real date jitters even for a fairy tale bride. A flower girl swoops in with the classic street pitch, please buy some flowers, and Reese isn't about to say no in front of his girl. She really means it too, repeating the pitch like her whole week depends on it. Reese just glances over, already reaching for his wallet. How much is everything? Reese asks. The girl about drops her basket. All of this, buddy, you're about to make her whole month. Edith tries to hit the brakes. Reese, wait a moment, but he's already flashing the cash at the girl. Will this do? Subtle, he is not. Edith just blinks. Reese, while the flower girl's jaw hits the floor. Thank you, my lord, that's rent covered easy. Edith cradles the whole bouquet like it's made of gold, beaming a genuine thank you very much, right at him. Reese can't resist the tease. You must be the only noblewoman in the empire who'd buy flowers and leave her husband behind. Smooth and a little smug. Edith goes quiet for a second. This is actually my first time receiving flowers. Yeah, hey, let that sink in. Reese can't help but rib her about it. Honestly, this is probably your first withered bouquet too, though I'm sure it was fresh if we bought it before noon. No, this is perfect, she says, and she means it. First flowers of her whole life, and she's soaking in every second. Flash back to her old life for a second. Her parents were never the sentimental type, not even flowers at graduation, so gestures like this never really happened for her. Turns out her old boyfriend never bought her flowers either, too busy with his superior on nights he claimed he was working overtime. Don't ever contact me again, she'd told him. Now in this new life, suitors keep sending Edith bouquet after bouquet trying to woo her, and she barely looks up. Again, just put it over there somewhere. Compare that to this, Edith actually stopping to enjoy the scent of real flowers. I like this subtle, fragrant scent, she says, savoring every bit of it. Reese just watches her enjoy the little things, already plotting the next stop on this date. Then shall we look around some more, he asks. She hesitates just a beat, yes, and off they go. That smile right there is a woman having the best day of her life, and she doesn't even fully realize it yet. The two of them wander deeper into a street dressed up for some kind of festival, flags snapping overhead, the whole city glowing gold in the evening light. Reese can't stop stealing glances at her. The guy is completely gone for her at this point, and honestly it shows. Hand in hand through the crowd, just two people enjoying a night out. Novel system, none of that matters right now. For one night, Edith gets to just be a girl on a date with a guy she's falling for. No drama, well, not yet anyway. Then the festival crowd gets a little too friendly. Some reveler crowds in way too close and Edith's face goes straight to panic. Reese doesn't even hesitate. Now then, please release my wife to me, casual as ordering coffee and twice as terrifying. Wife, the word just hangs there and Edith's whole face goes red. He didn't even blink saying it. She can still feel exactly where his hand was. That word is going to live in her head rent-free for a while. He said, my wife. She replays it over and over as they keep walking, hand in hers like nothing happened. Then the thought creeps back in, the one she can't shake. This whole street, this whole festival was built for the actual protagonist of this novel, not her. This whole event was scripted for the story's real heroine and hero, and here she is, living it instead with Reese of all people. Then a notification only she can see flickers into view. Second stage for exception setting, cleared. This isn't just luck, her own status screen is quietly leveling up. Later that night, Reese leans in with a much more personal invitation. Want to go to the opera with me? Sure, opera, let's call it that. Edith breathes a soft yes and the scene tactfully fades before things get any more interesting. Her mind drifts to the bigger picture. If she can just reach the third stage, does that mean she, Reese, everyone trapped in this story finally gets to break free of the original novel? Would they get to just love each other normally, have normal fights, normal sad days like actual people instead of characters on a page? And normal happy days too, just two people finding their own version of happiness off script for once. She watches the crowd drift by, ordinary background characters, nobody special to the plot and yet completely blissfully free. She wants that. For now, she just lets herself enjoy the noise and lights of the street, one more ordinary night she almost didn't get to have. Later that night, the halls go quiet, moonlight through the windows, footsteps echoing down an empty corridor. Reese can't stop turning it over in his head. No matter how hard I think about it, it doesn't make sense, he mutters, clearly rattled by something. He'd figured she must have seen the opera dozens of times before. Turns out she'd never seen it at all. She cried like a kid at her very first show and it wrecked him a little. Who would have guessed? He thinks that Edith Riedlhoff had never once been given flowers before today. The great, untouchable Edith, turns out she just needed someone to actually try. I had a great time today, Reese, she tells him, flowers pressed close, meaning every word. A whole day stacked full of firsts for her, first flowers, first festival date, first time someone called her his wife out loud. Thank you so much, she says again, and Reese realizes just how much it means to him, being the one giving her all these firsts. I must be out of my mind, he admits to himself, completely blindsided by how far gone he already is for her. Then a voice cuts through the moment, Reese. He turns and there's Lies waiting for him. His whole expression shifts like he just got caught somewhere he shouldn't be. You're quite late, Lies says, and it is not said in a friendly tone. She catches the look on his face and softens, worried. What is it? Did something happen? He brushes it off. It's nothing, it's... He presses her instead. It's all right, please tell me. Lies hesitates, clearly bracing for something. It's regarding Edith, Lies finally says. I heard someone saw her apply poison to the embroidery. Yeah, that escalated fast. What? The word hits Reese like a slap. The rumor, Lies explains, traces back to a maid who used to work at the mansion. Problem is, that same maid packed her bags and vanished the same day, and Cliff apparently spent the whole day hunting for her with nothing to show for it. Why tell me this now? Reese demands. Why not the moment you heard it? And how did Cliff even find out? He pushes. Lies just shrinks a little. I don't know either. Cliff said he'd handle it, she adds, but I thought you deserved to know too. Real considerate of her, suspiciously considerate. She goes quiet after that, watching him carefully, like she's gauging exactly how hard this news is landing. Reese, she says softly, almost gentle now, it can't be true, surely. Sure sounds like she already has an answer in mind. Then it slips out of her, cold and clear. Of course that disgusting woman would do something like that. There it is, the mask cracks and Reese hears exactly what she really thinks of Edith. Something about that sentence lands wrong and Reese goes rigid, the air around him practically crackling. His whole expression hardens, whatever trust he had in this conversation just evaporated. Something in him just shattered, quiet and total, like glass giving way under pressure. He's furious now, and doing a very bad job of hiding it. Word is already ripping through the palace, and one court lady can barely believe her ears. "It cannot be true, surely," she gasps. "That's lies," sweetly insisting Edith would never do something so awful. Then the moment she thinks no one's listening, her real thought slips out. "Of course that disgusting woman would do it," she sneers. Two faces, one girl. Across the palace, Killian goes stiff like he's just been struck by lightning. Something has rattled him down to the bone, though he's not saying what. "What was that just now?" he mutters to himself, badly shaken, while Liz trails a step behind, completely lost. Liz admits she heard something strange too, just now, like a voice out of nowhere. He turns to press her on it. "Liz, just now," and she just blinks back at him. "Yes." He thinks better of it and waves the whole thing off as nothing, though she can tell it's still bothering him. Logically speaking, Killian thinks, even if Edith really did get an order from her father, the so-called wine count, to eliminate someone, she'd have gone after real heavyweights in the Rudwick family, not harmless little Liz. Sure, some people are whispering it's jealousy over Liz. You can practically hear the eye roll coming. But Edith, jealous of Liz? Not a chance, Killian thinks before catching himself mid-thought. If anything, he's the one who kept chasing her, and she looked more uncomfortable than flattered by it. Someone probably paid a maid to spread this whole story. Liz catches his drift fast. If a maid started it, they say, the real culprit has to be someone close enough to the duchy to pull it off. Ah no, Liz backpedals, looking almost guilty. She never meant for this to spiral so big. Killian just tells her not to worry about it and to bundle up. The night's getting cold. Then he adds one condition. Next time her brother Cliff tries to meddle where Edith's concerned. Liz warns him pushing back will only make Cliff hide things from him even more. He thanks her anyway and sends her off to head back for the night. She lingers though, reaching out like there's something else she wants to say. "What is it, Liz?" he asks, turning back to wait. She hesitates a beat too long, so he just keeps walking. "Ah, it's nothing," she calls out, losing her nerve, left standing alone in the hallway. She just watches him go and settles for a quiet goodnight instead. Killian. Cut to Edith at breakfast, admitting to herself that Killian hasn't missed a single meal with her lately. She figured she'd handled his curiosity about her just fine. She teases him about skipping work again just to sit with her. He goes quiet for a second, then apologizes for something. A bit late, he admits. Cut ahead, he's home from work, greeting her like the doting husband he's apparently become now. "I'm back, my dear wife." He can't help but think her expression should be illegal while she calls him out, half flustered. "Why the sudden sweetness, Killian?" She spirals a little, wondering what she's even done to deserve this. They've shared every single meal for 4 days straight now. Well, she reminds herself they are married. He catches himself too. Ah, so she's noticed, calls it his own mistake. He tells her plainly he meant every word he said that night, and admits he's made plenty of mistakes along the way. She sits with that for a second, turning his words over in her head. He tells her straight she's still the prime suspect in the whole incident, but he's more convinced by the day that she's not actually the culprit. She can't help but marvel at the turn. The same man who once put his own wedding ring on himself just to avoid touching her now wants to drop every assumption and actually get to know the real her, and he said as much out loud to her face. More than anything, he tells her he just wants her innocent. It's a small, quiet moment, but their hands find each other anyway. "Thank you, Killian," she says, smiling for real this time. He just watches her, a little caught off guard by his own feelings. He brushes off the thanks. If anything, he says he's the one who owes her the apology. So he lays it out plainly. Getting to really know someone just takes time. He wants to learn every single thing she loves and hates, right down to her smallest habits. And here's the fun part, Edith clocks it herself. This whole story is basically a harem plot stacked with possessive love interests. She's not wrong, I do not wish to, she thinks. Overlook even one thing about you, he finishes for her. Not one detail about her gets to slip past him. He checks in gently, "Is that too uncomfortable for you?" She protests it's overkill for just getting to know someone, but that's exactly how her so-called period of observation kicks off. Also, she adds, this cake is absolutely to die for. He teases her right back about where she learned to make an expression like that, while she muses that being watched this closely by him feels oddly less awkward than she expected. Looking back on it sentimentally, she admits it's actually kind of nice. Out in the garden, she admires the roses in full bloom, feeling like some invisible wall between them has finally come down. They stroll on together, comfortable in the quiet. He fusses over her catching a chill, she waves him off. It's still late summer, Killian, no need. Still, she admits, it'd be a shame if he caught one himself. He shrugs it off, says he'd hide it so well nobody would even notice, and she practically scolds him for joking about that at all. He turns serious for a second. Hide that you're hurt from me again, he warns, and there will be consequences. She can't resist calling him out though, wasn't it him who once called this kind of worrying annoying? Busted, he backpedals fast, apologizing for the old comment. Did I hurt your feelings, he asks. She just waves it off with a soft laugh. No. They settle into tea together, the tension long gone. That's when Lies wanders over and blurts out that they look like a genuinely married couple. Edith flusters immediately, insisting it's a misunderstanding, then winces, realizing they're literally in the middle of tea time with Lies right now. Hearing someone else call them a real couple stirs something strange in her chest, she admits. Killian just raises an eyebrow. Is that so, he says, way too pleased with himself. She spirals on the spot. Wait, does that mean his feelings aren't even hurt by any of this? Lies, oblivious to the chaos she just caused, cheerfully pours a fresh strawberry tea and hopes Edith likes it. Edith compliments the scent, and Lies wonders aloud if she's got a thing for strawberries after that tart from before. He's at it again, someone mutters. Yeah, Killian's not exactly subtle about the doting. Edith lays out her actual taste. Raw strawberries a bit too sour but sweetened, she loves the scent. On her skin though, rose and florals all the way. Edith suddenly catches herself wondering if Killian's just performing all this affection to make Lies jealous. Meanwhile, Lies, sitting off to the side, wonders if she should just invite herself over. Killian circles back to teasing her. Not bad, huh? So does that mean she doesn't actually dislike it? They lean in close, wrapped up in their own little world for a second. Something catches Killian off guard, and for once he's the one at a loss for words. A familiar voice cuts in, teasing that the honeymoon phase is clearly still going strong for these two. But she points out Lies has been trying to get a word in for a while now, and isn't it a little unfair to leave her hanging, little brother? In the palace garden, Edith rounds on her little brother Cliff, calling him out for brushing off sweet Lies mid-conversation. Aren't you being a bit unfair? She needles him. Lies protests that he didn't have to cut them off like that. Cliff, sheepish, apologizes and asks what's really on her mind. But Edith's radar is already pinging. Something about this whole exchange feels off. She can't shake it. Why is Cliff suddenly playing nice with Killian, the guy he's spent forever keeping on a leash? Cliff, cool and evasive, brushes it off. It's nothing much, he says, mentioning he'd already picked up a pair of shoes from a boutique. He adds that he remembered a nearby spot Killian likes. Convenient, almost too convenient. If it's all right with Edith, he tacks on, testing the waters. Someone calls her name, and suddenly the whole group is closing in around her. Elsewhere, someone frets over Lies' health, wondering if the chilly weather is bad for her. Lies insists, a little too loudly, that she's fine. People will think she's some sickly little thing, she groans. Cliff deadpan points out she does catch colds easily. Cue the awkward silence. Lies just sits there, quietly stewing over the whole exchange. Embarrassed, she backpedals. It was nothing, she says, please forget she said anything. Edith, arriving mid-conversation, wonders aloud if she should have just gone with Cliff instead, then catches herself. What exactly did she just walk into? Cliff insists he's got time to spare and starts pitching Rubelmarie Street, famous for its shops. It'd be great if Edith joined the two of them, Cliff suggests, and Edith nearly short-circuits. Her, Lies, and Killian, she tries to politely decline. Cliff explains he, their father, and Killian's own wife will all be tied up at the royal palace that day. So shopping together would be tricky otherwise, he finishes. Edith walks off beside Killian, her gut screaming that something doesn't add up. He's not just letting this happen, she realizes, he's making sure it does. The grand estate looms ahead as the outing gets underway. Walking beside Killian, Edith can't shake the nagging feeling she's missing a piece of the puzzle. Turns out those matching shoes Killian and Lies picked out together were ordered back before Cliff ever rose to become the story's real leading man. And a guy as jealous as Cliff has apparently become would love nothing more than to see anything tying Killian to Lies quietly disappear. Petty much. It's stranger still that she got summoned to the palace at all, Edith mutters to herself, and now that she thinks of it, Killian's been acting off too. She turns to him. Killian, why have you been? The two of them stand close for a beat, the question hanging unanswered in the air. Wait a moment, someone cuts in and Edith freezes. Why is he here? A blonde stranger greets her pointedly as Lady Edith Rigelhoff, snubbing her married name entirely. Rude and clearly on purpose. Edith's mind races. Damien Sinclair, why is he showing up now of all times? Why don't you head in first, someone murmurs, trying to smooth things over. A quiet correction follows, please refer to her as Edith Rudwick, someone's got her back. Ah, my apologies, Edith offers smoothly, brushing past the awkwardness like the pro she is. Word around court is that Count Sinclair has his eye on stealing the rights to the Southern Steel mines. Cut to later, alone with her husband, hands undoing laces, a soft gasp slipping out. Let's just say this one fades to black. Back to business for a second. Edith clarifies those mining rights actually belong to her own father, the wine count himself. And there it is, the real reason Edith was married off to the Rudwick Duchy in the first place. Those steel mines were worth protecting with a political alliance. Later, her husband tells her he'll have to head out early. Please understand, he says, reaching for her hand. Edith watches him quietly across the breakfast table, unreadable as ever. And also he starts, clearly not done yet. He leans in close, tucking a strand of her hair back. The tension between them is doing plenty of talking on its own. It's not that I dislike it, he murmurs with a smirk, clearly enjoying himself. I do like it, he adds, the scent you always wear, smooth, real smooth. Edith can't quite hide the blush creeping up her face. The next morning finds her out early on Dalsha Street, coffee and gossip on the agenda. Mid-bite of cake, something makes her eyes go wide. She'd only come out for a relaxing treat. Instead, she's just been handed a genuinely stressful question. I apologize, it's not really my place to say, her maid Anna hedges, but Edith waves it off. She'd asked for the honest opinion herself. I'm a little surprised Anna thinks that way, Edith says, curious now, and Anna admits she'd heard the young master and Lady Lies are out shopping together. I understand there's a reason for it, Anna adds carefully. After all, Rubelmarie Street is basically the date spot, and Anna clearly thinks there's more between those two than meets the eye. Much better, Anna figures, if the whole thing was just a casual, sibling-style promise between Killian and Lies, then maybe Edith could step in and say something. Ah, she was worried about me, Edith realizes, touched. Say what you want about Anna, but the woman never lets her expression slip while doing her job. Ever loyal to the Rudwick Duchy, Anna goes right back to business as usual. But I'm fine, Edith insists, the kind of fine that fools absolutely no one. Still, some small part of her just wishes for more easy days like this one. Turns out that same morning she'd quietly sold off 3 dresses and most of her jewelry. You're selling a dress you've never even worn, the shopkeeper asks, stunned. I don't want to wear something that might embarrass the duchy, Edith deflects, to which the shopkeeper cracks, showing this much skin is basically nothing these days. She's right, it'll look stunning on Edith, someone agrees. Her father, the wine count, clearly put real thought into this design. Modern, elegant, unmistakably Edith. Not many women could pull off a design this bold, the shopkeeper admits, so we can't offer much for it. Edith just nods along, unbothered. How much exactly? She asks, handing over an emerald necklace and diamond earrings, every piece of jewelry she brought into this marriage, hoping it fetches a solid price. Also, she'd have the means to run the moment things fall apart. No matter how kind he acts, no matter how much his warmth starts creeping in, Edith won't let herself get comfortable. I can't rely on him, she tells herself firm. I must not rely on anyone, she repeats, and a memory surfaces. A voice snapping, "There's no money in this house, so why the hell is she sick? She's still your sister," someone pleads in the memory. "No, I don't care," comes the cold reply. "Tell her to go die," the memory screams, brutal and clearly not the first time. "After her treatment, we'll get you that laptop you wanted, okay?" A voice bargains, placating the favored child while the sick one goes ignored. Don't cry," someone soothes, but the truth underneath it is plain. Any help she ever got only came back around as debt, and being sick just got her called an attention seeker. "Really, you promise?" the child in the memory begs. "Yes, yes," comes the empty answer. "There's no one to rely on," young Edith realizes, "but your own power." And just like that, the woman she is now makes a whole lot more sense. Back in the present, Anna approaches quietly. "My lady," she starts. She hesitates. Whatever it is, it's clearly weighing on her, and that's exactly where the chapter cuts off. Meet Anna, 10+ years as a maid in the ducal household, and she has turned invisibility into an art form. Rule 1 of being a good noble's maid: hear everything, repeat nothing. Anna's been drilled to keep her mouth shut since day 1. Rule 2: whatever happens behind closed curtains between the nobility, she never saw it, ever. Professional blindness, basically. She works the room like a shadow, quiet enough that the noble she serves practically forget she exists. No thinking for herself, no feeling with her heart, just a row of maids trained to be furniture with a pulse. Serve your master like you're their own hands and feet. That's the whole job description. Then comes the real assignment. From now on, you'll be Edith Rigelhoff's personal maid. Watch her closely and report anything suspicious. Anna just bows. "Yes, Your Highness." Somewhere in a study full of paperwork, Edith's marriage gets sealed in ink before she ever gets a say in it. Nobody bothers explaining the arrangement to her. Why would they? It's just her life on the line. And just like that, a ring, an embrace, and Edith is officially locked into an arranged marriage. Here's the thing about Anna: she was never the type of maid who lost sleep over her master's problems. Down in the kitchens, the gossip is savage. "Lady Edith is the worst," one maid whispers. "She returns favors with vengeance," her friend adds, not even trying to be subtle. "Poor, kind Lady Lies is the one who's going to suffer," someone sighs. That name sends Anna's mind drifting back to when Lies first arrived at the estate. A little girl in rags brought in by a stern guardian in furs. Not exactly a fairy tale entrance. "It must be hard for you, young one, you poor thing," someone coos while patting her head. Young Lies just smiles through it, flowers in hand. Anna herself started working as a maid at just 12 years old. She knew exactly what bad luck looked like. She'd been living it. So no, Anna never actually pitied Lies. Sympathy wasn't part of the job. However, there was one person who cracked that professional shell wide open. Enter Edith, practically glowing in the sunlight. This woman was built different. "Of course we should sit together at the restaurant," Edith says like it's the most obvious thing in the world. To servants, out loud. "You aren't going to have me eat by myself, are you?" Edith teases. She never drew the usual line between herself and the help. She actually asked for her servants' opinions, and then, wild concept, she listened to the answers. "Is this too shabby? What do you think, Anna?" Edith asks her, genuinely curious. She treated everyone top to bottom like an actual person. "Anna, it's been a while, why don't you come sit and dine with me?" An invitation no noble ever hands their maid. Anna doesn't even know what to say to that. Warmth wasn't in her training manual. Every gesture, every little kindness, Edith just kept being exactly the same person, no matter who was watching. Anna isn't supposed to feel anything toward the nobles she serves. That was the whole point of her training. "That's enough for me, Anna," Edith tells her. And somehow, despite every rule in the book, she became a real person to Anna even though she was never actually her master. Arm in arm, chatting about strawberry cake like old friends, and then, mid-sentence, a voice cuts through. "Edith," someone shouts her name, and the pleasant afternoon evaporates instantly. "How could you sell all your dresses and accessories? What is the meaning of this?" Edith rounds on her husband, and this is clearly not a small complaint. "What do you mean all? I only took care of some useless items." Killian shrugs. Ouch, not the reassurance she was hoping for. If a married noblewoman suddenly sells her belongings, don't you know how that looks to everyone else? Edith snaps. Her reputation, not just her jewelry, is on the line. Even the smallest slip gets twisted into a scandal. Decline one party invitation and suddenly it's proof Rudwick has her locked away against her will. No matter how hard she tries to stay low-key and unnoticed, the whole court is watching her every move. The flower of high society, married into the ducal family, a title that sounds a lot prettier than it feels from the inside. There's no escaping the scrutiny. Not even the tiniest movement goes unnoticed by someone eager to judge her. I barely had any cash beyond what I brought before the marriage, Edith presses. So what exactly are you spending on that your income can't cover? Don't you know how much it costs to maintain the ducal estate's honor? Killian starts, sounding a little too defensive for comfort. He catches himself mid-sentence and something in his face shifts. There's money that comes to me, Edith blinks. Apparently there's a whole side of this marriage's finances nobody bothered to mention to her. Cut to Edith laughing and nearly late for her invitation to the royal palace. Drama on, drama off. Why didn't you tell me you weren't receiving anything? She presses him again. This income mystery is not going away quietly. I didn't even know I was supposed to be receiving it, Killian admits. Then, quick subject change. Don't you need to leave with lies soon? I need to get ready too. Do you think that's important right now? He cuts in, brushing right past her question. And suddenly they're sprinting through the halls, palace deadline looming. Killian, let's walk a bit slower, Edith pleads, getting dragged along at full speed. The rush fades into something heavier, a silence neither of them seems ready to break. Why won't you say anything? Killian finally asks, and it lands heavier than expected. You're always like this, Edith fires back. Even when your family's maid put me through all kinds of trouble, you said nothing. His mind flashes back to when she was poisoned, starved, barely holding on a memory that clearly still haunts him. Do you really think I can't protect you? Killian asks, and for once he sounds completely serious. He grabs her hand before she can pull away. Do you really think that I'm... Edith starts and can't quite finish it. When you realize I'm just a pawn my father can throw away, Killian Rudwick, you'd be the first one celebrating that you finally get to toss me aside. It'll be over in an instant the moment you throw me away, she says quietly. That's the fear she's been sitting on this whole time. There are things that sometimes one just can't say out loud, Killian, she adds, and the weight of it hangs between them. I can't lean on just the words you say, she tells him. I have to take that into account too. Fair, actions over promises. I will rebuy every single item you've sold, Killian declares. It's a grand romantic gesture with a receipt attached. If you brought them into the ducal family, I'm sure they weren't useless, Edith says softly, touching his sleeve. Why are you doing all this? It's a waste of money, Killian mutters, visibly flustered. Smoothest romantic recovery of the century. Talk to Lennon, he'll sort your monthly income right away, so please forgive me, Killian rambles. No, that's not what I meant. Edith sighs. Edith melts a little despite herself, cheeks flushed. Right now, more than that, she starts, clearly not thinking about money anymore. Something in her finally softens, the walls come down, just a little, just for him. For a quiet moment, the political pawn and the reluctant husband just look like two people who might actually be falling for each other. But Killian's mind is already elsewhere. My priority right now is dealing with Cliff's intentions, he says, and just like that, a new threat enters the picture. Reese catches her staring and flashes that easy, needling smile, warning her that if she keeps eyeing him so suspiciously, even he might get nervous. Caught out, Edith stiffens and mutters an apology. This is still painfully awkward for both of them. She winces to herself, wondering if she just let too much show on her face. Reese needles her about how much better she and Killian seem to be getting along lately. Edith brushes it off. It's only been a few days, who knows where things go from here. She reminds herself to keep smiling professionally, then coolly declares that whatever interest Killian has in her is the kind that'll cool down soon enough. But privately, the math stings. Whatever time Killian spends with her is nothing compared to what he used to spend with lies. You can practically see the jealousy creeping in. In a hazy, dreamlike beat, Reese admits he's wishing for something too for Killian's interest to finally turn toward her. He tells her his wish and hers are exactly the same, aren't they? Edith just blinks, genuinely thrown. No point pretending otherwise, he says with a smirk. It's not exactly a hard concept to grasp. Then the real motive slips out in a vision-like flash. She wishes for Killian, sure, but Reese wishes for lies. Turns out this whole matchmaking act has been about clearing his own path. He tells her it's important the two exes never look back at each other again. Convenient advice, coming from the guy angling for lies himself. Something about it doesn't sit right with Edith. Wait a moment, she says, I think there's a misunderstanding here. She lays it out plainly. She's Killian's wife, yes, but she has zero interest in forcing herself into his heart. Reese isn't buying the noble sentiment. Elegant words, he says, but who really knows what's true? Then he lands the real question. If Killian ever goes back to how cold he used to be, will she still be able to say the same thing? Edith freezes mid-question, caught off guard. What exactly is he wishing for here? Before she can finish asking, he's already moved on, casually mentioning what Killian actually enjoys. Apparently Killian's a sucker for yacht rides on the lake the moment the weather warms up. Edith recalls her own mother always said summer had officially started the day she spotted a yacht out on the water. Reese drops the real gossip though. Back when Lies was around, Killian used to take her out on that yacht all the time. Since the wedding, not once. Killian's caught studying a wall of paintings, quiet and thoughtful, and Reese isn't done gossiping yet. And also, he adds, turns out the guy has a real thing for art. Compliment him on it often enough, Reese says, and you'll see exactly how effective that is. The real kicker, though, Killian's always had a complex about falling behind Reese himself. Edith can't help but note how interesting an effect that rivalry seems to have on him. A flashback flickers by two men who go way back with Lies tied to her by more than just old feelings, blood apparently. Watching the carriage roll off, Edith admits she'd at least hoped the two of them still cared about each other. Reese, of course, has an angle. Use his information well, he says. It'll turn out useful for the both of them, he promises, with that same knowing smile. Think about it once more, he presses, clearly not done playing puppet master. Edith goes quiet for a beat before finally conceding. Ah, that's right, she says, clearly turning something over in her mind. Then out of nowhere, Reese asks if she knows a maid named Sabina. Edith has no idea who that is. Sabina, never heard the name. Reese paints a quick picture anyway: brown hair, freckles, a bit on the thin side. Then he shrugs it off entirely. If she doesn't know her, that's just how it is. Though, he adds pointedly, it would have been better if she did. Out in the courtyard, Reese wishes her a wonderful time with the Imperial Highness waiting inside, and strolls off, mission apparently accomplished. Edith bolts after him, completely lost. Wait a moment, what exactly does he mean by that? A maid catches up to her instead. Pardon the intrusion, Madam Edith, but Her Highness is waiting right this way. Edith straightens up and agrees to follow, bracing herself for whatever royal audience is about to happen. The path winds through the palace grounds toward wherever or whoever is actually waiting for her. But instead of a princess, she's met by a striking silver-haired stranger, entirely unbothered by the mix-up. Edith gives her most formal greeting. Edith Rudwick, at your highness's service, proving this Her Highness was never quite what she expected. She grumbles to herself about being forced into this riding gear the second she arrived, and he looks just as thrown by the whole situation. He can't help but point out the irony. He'd heard she had zero riding experience, yet she looks completely at home in a pair of pants. Edith panics internally and blurts out the real reason: she wore pants every single day in her past life. Oops. Her body might be relaxed in the saddle, but her heart, she admits, is anything but light. Well, no matter, she decides, shaking it off and pressing forward anyway. Come, follow me, the prince says simply, leading the way himself. Face forward and ride with confidence, he coaches, and don't forget to keep that waist straight. Use your knees to hold yourself steady, he calls out. Horses, after all, listen to whoever's actually riding them. The horse lurches and Edith yelps, immediately suspicious. Is this payback for how rude she was to him last time? Taking his advice to heart, she admits out loud that maybe she shouldn't just be listening to rumors from other nobles after all. She wishes, she says, to be judged by Her Highness's own wise eyes, not by whatever gossip's been making the rounds. Off to the side, the prince muses to himself that maybe this whole gesture is her way of returning the favor for putting up with his lecture. In a burst of playful energy, she hands something over anyway, a small thank you gift, tossed his way mid-ride. He just stares at it, completely speechless. The silver-haired man tries to reassure her. Knowing Killian's personality, he says, this is not the kind of joke he would ever make. Curious, she admits she really wanted to know what he needed to talk about without his own father or brother hovering nearby. Turns out the ask is simple: teach Edith Rigelhoff to ride a horse. His stunned face says it all. Killian corrects him flatly: she is not a Rigelhoff anymore, she is a Rudwick now, and yes, he wants the lessons. His territory is nothing like the cushy capital. Once the snow hits, anyone who cannot ride gets stuck fast. That is the real reason behind this whole plan. He admits he thought about teaching her himself, but let's be honest, the poor woman looks uncomfortable just being near him. Flashback: a younger Edith, resolute, tells him he is the only person she can actually trust. He does not get it. Why is she so certain about him? Killian pushes back. Why go this far for her when he claims to have zero interest in politics? He knows exactly how this looks. His father and his brother never stop gossiping about the Rigelhoff name. Wasn't this whole marriage just a useless arrangement out of necessity? That is the accusation on the table. Then the ugly part surfaces. Once the political mess is handled, someone suggests he can simply toss aside his temporary wife. Killian's stomach drops. A temporary wife? He repeats it like it's poison. Did his own father actually say that? Or was it Cliff running his mouth, or just noble gossip? Either way, he is furious and disappointed in the woman standing in front of him, Catherine. His stare turns ice cold. He is not backing down from this one. Catherine scoffs right back. Talk about judging someone, she snaps, when Edith was still a Rigelhoff just a month ago. So is he saying every heinous thing the Rigelhoff family did was just a baseless rumor? She is not convinced. Killian does not blink. Or is Catherine saying Edith herself is somehow irrelevant to all of that family baggage? Hard as it may be to swallow, he insists that going after the Rigelhoff family and judging Edith are two completely separate things. He cannot spell out the details, he admits, so he is not asking her to just blindly trust his word. But if Edith and he have basically said the same thing on their own, maybe that is worth considering. The thought hangs between them, heavy and unresolved. Killian lays down the challenge. Catherine, he says, go meet Edith yourself in person. And then decide for herself, he adds, just as Edith walks in, completely unaware. Back to the present, sprawled out lazily, the silver-haired knight admits she and Killian are both right about it. He cannot help laughing at the absurdity. A woman this worried about him after he dragged her out of nowhere and threw her on a horse, and high society calls that a snake or the villainess of the century? Please. Still chuckling, he offers her a genuine apology. The two of them settle in together, an odd but easy pair out on the training grounds. Edith admits she never meant to put Killian in a troublesome position, and that she has also heard lies, is struggling. Elsewhere, guilt creeps in. Without ever looking into the matter, someone admits she said some cruel things. To someone who genuinely respected her, she showed her ugliest side. Out of everyone, she of all people should not have done that. The memory of that public moment will not stop replaying in her head. Shameless as it is, she has to ask, will Edith forgive her? Edith's eyes well up, so it really is true, she realizes. The story rewinds further, into a bright, bustling town square from years ago. A little blonde girl tugs an equally young Killian by the arm, pointing something out with pure delight. That is Lies. Lies remembers the shop they had planned to visit earlier, only to trail off. It is already closed. Wasn't today supposed to be the day they picked something up? The shoes, Killian realizes, they arrived later than planned, but maybe not too late. The shopkeeper waves them in anyway. Plenty of time left, he insists, calling his assistant over to show them more. Lies pouts a little. Why did he not mention he wanted to buy something for himself too? It's fine really, he insists, a little sheepish about it. He carefully fits the little shoes, adjusting every ribbon like it actually matters. He tells her to sit down and let him finish properly. She watches him work, quietly delighted. The little bow gets tied just right. Then softly he says her name, Lies. He ties the ribbon at her wrist, taking his time over every detail. Great shoes, he tells her, take you to great places. He finishes tying them off with real care. There, he says, satisfied, as she looks positively angelic in the moment. It looks great on you, he tells her, and he actually means it. Young Killian just watches her, quietly certain of something he cannot yet name. Out of everyone he has met since the day he was born, he admits she shined the brightest. Little Lies twirls through the garden, sunlight catching in her hair. She was gentle, warm, and easy to love, simple as that. Since that was the first feeling he had ever known, he assumed it had to be love. Maybe he spent his whole life believing that. That belief followed him for years, quiet and unquestioned. But there is a factor he never accounted for: time. Feelings you would swear could never change start changing. Scars you would swear could never heal start healing. All because someone unexpected walked in and took over every one of his thoughts. Edith catches him staring and calls him out on it directly. He does not answer right away, caught somewhere between the memory and the woman standing in front of him now. Back to business, he tells the craftsman he has heard good things about his skill. 4 pairs of winter shoes, he asks, how long will it take? A little under 2 months, comes the reply, if that is really all he needs. Make them to match his wife's, he adds, and 2 months is cutting it close. Somewhere far off, a familiar voice cuts through the static. Tight, is he going somewhere, Killian? Lie's expression does not quite hide what she is really asking. The craftsman just keeps flipping through his order book, completely oblivious to the tension in the room. Will Edith be going with him? Lies presses. Killian's jaw tightens. To his advisors, he confirms it plainly. Once he officially takes the position, he is heading straight to his territory. The wine count wastes no time getting to the point. Is Edith going with you? He asks. Ree's whole face locks up. Why are you asking me that? He snaps back. Subtle, Ree's real subtle. Cut to Edith herself, caught completely off guard. Rees goes quiet and she stammers that it's all just so sudden. Edith is one of the few friends I have, Rees admits quietly. That line alone tells you how much she means to him. Turns out this whole conversation isn't really about Edith, it's about Lies, the quiet girl who barely gets to leave the house thanks to her ties to House Sinclair. Ever since she came under the Duchy's protection, Lies hasn't had much chance to make friends her own age. Today, that's about to change. Out on the street with Lies in tow, Rees can't help but notice something. This road feels completely different than the last time he walked it with Edith. He remembers it exactly: cheap candy stalls, a girl hawking wildflowers, a clown doing tricks for pocket change. A whole different vibe walking it without her. She never looked uncomfortable around regular folk, he thinks, but everything he bought her that day is long gone now. He catches himself getting lost in the memory and quietly shakes it off. Lies, he says, snapping back to the present and to the girl actually standing next to him. Lies blinks, caught off guard. Why all of a sudden? She starts, before admitting it just feels strange hearing that he's leaving. Rees reads the sadness on her face instantly and pivots fast. There's a few shops up ahead still open, he offers. Can we go take a look before heading back? She asks. All right, he says, not exactly hard to convince him. The second they step inside, Lies can't hold back a delighted wow while the chaperone practically has to call his name just to get his attention. Take a look at this, Lies says, already holding something up to admire. Surrounded by pretty things, Lies practically glows. This is clearly the most fun she's had in a while. Rees looks it over. It's pretty, he agrees, then without blinking tells the shopkeeper to just wrap up everything and send it to the Rudwick estate. The Rudwick Duchy's estate, the chaperone confirms, stunned, while Lies practically squeals his name. Rich people problems. It's all right, you don't get out that often, he tells her gently. Riding the high, Lies immediately asks if they can hit up one more shop. There's actually one place that caught her eye earlier, she admits, pointing him toward it. He pushes the door open without a second thought. Lies steps inside and freezes. Killian, this place is, she trails off because this isn't just any shop. Yeah, it is, Reese smirks. Turns out this was never really about Lai's shopping trip at all. I wanted to buy gifts for Edith here, he admits. Lies blinks for Edith, real subtle Reese. Ah, for Edith, Lies says slowly but doesn't Edith. You prefer more lavish things? The shopkeeper finishes. I used to think so too, Reese admits, but once I actually got to know her, she wasn't like that at all. He can't help but smile just thinking about it. Since flashy jewelry always suited her looks, he never noticed her real taste runs quieter, more refined, more understated. He pictures her exactly as she is, never one for giant gemstones, always drawn to something delicate instead. And she never takes off that little ruby necklace of hers, he remembers. He holds up a pin. Is this garnet? Not bad for something understated, he decides. Do you have a different colored silk ribbon? He asks the shopkeeper, Lies watching from behind and clearly enjoying the show. Cut to later, a dim, candle-lit hallway, the kind of hush that means something's about to happen. Reese walks it alone this time, and whoever he's about to see draws a soft oh my the moment the door opens. Standing in the doorway, he can't help but ask, you personally chose all of this? Then, backpedaling a little, if it's not your style, we can exchange it. No, everything is perfect, she tells him, smiling. I didn't realize you had an eye for this kind of thing. It's actually pretty unexpected. I was taught how to pick out good pieces when I was young, he says, playing it cool. Will you turn around for me? He fixes the pin into her hair himself, close enough that neither of them is thinking about jewelry anymore. He studies the necklace against her collar. It suits, he starts. Well, he finishes, doesn't it? Honestly, if I tried picking something for myself, I doubt I'd find anything half this nice. If I'd known you would like it this much, he says, I would have bought more. No, that's not what I meant, she stammers, He just watches her, quiet, clearly enjoying this a little too much. Meanwhile, back at the estate, someone new corners Lies. Oh dear, he says, all faux concern, I heard you came home early because you weren't feeling well. Looks like you worked pretty hard trying to win Killian's favor, he adds. Yeah, hey, that's not exactly a compliment. That's not it, Lies protests, clearly caught. He pulls her in anyway. You know how loyal Killian is, he reminds her. Translation, don't get your hopes up. I didn't want to bother him, she admits quietly. He just says her name, Lies, with a look that's more calculating than comforting. Are you really that worried about Killian? He presses, gesturing at the gifts she picked out for him. The gift boxes tumble and scatter across the floor, a pretty on-the-nose metaphor for how well this conversation is going. Lies just stares down, unable to argue. I worry about both of you, Killian and Cliff, she finally says, although of course there's nothing I can do about it. You know full well that's not what I mean, Cliff cuts in. Is it really so impossible that your one and only could just be me? He leans in close. I want you to trust and believe in only me, he says. You look awfully sad over Killian right now. Someone points out that Reese looks awfully sulky about this Killian business tonight. His shirt loosens, that broody crimson smoke energy creeping in classic brooding love interest lighting. Edith isn't buying the innocent act. You mean disappointment, she asks. Her hand trembles slightly. I am, she starts, then stops herself. She waves it off, just more tired than she expected from the walk, then turns it back on him. Did Cliff get his writing done today? Reese smirks right back at her. Have you ever wondered if I finished my writing today? She admits she couldn't stop thinking about him after she left. Honestly, she wishes she'd gone out with him instead. His mind wanders elsewhere. He mentions an interesting chat he had with a Mr. Jesu on the carriage today. Edith blinks, caught off guard. A yacht, why bring that up out of nowhere? The scene turns dreamlike. She murmurs his name, and he answers softly that he exists only for her. For you, he says, cupping her face like she's the only thing in the room. The moment lingers, hands intertwined, neither one in a hurry to let go. Quiet and certain, he asks what it is she actually wants. Whatever it is, he tells her it's yours. I'm ready to give it to you, he says, and he clearly means it. He calls her his goddess of spring, and the man is dead serious. Turns out it was all a dream, both of them fast asleep, murmuring just me into the pillow. More than this, the dream teases on, sappier by the second. Things are about to get a little dangerous, the mood warns, and no, we are not showing you that part. A few days later, seems like Cliff finally cracked the idea for his next chapter, cake in hand and everything. A red-haired woman sighs she hasn't been out to the lake all summer. Across the table, a sharp-dressed man asks if she even likes boating in the first place. Oh, she loves it, floating around on a nice day is her favorite thing. It took Cliff days of deliberating to land on the yacht as the big idea. Her plan is simple, lay the praise on thick since her partner's always felt like he's living in her shadow. Tips straight from Cliff apparently. A random thought creeps in too in her old life, she never got past a duck boat at the park, let alone anything called a yacht. Once the weather warmed up, she started yacht hunting for real, she hasn't set foot on one since she got married. Those words got to me, she admits, figured I should at least give it a try. Killian isn't so sure small rowing boats flip easily and accidents happen. Good thing he's got an actual yacht, so nothing to worry about there. His hands stay clasped a beat too long, nerves, maybe, or just hoping today goes well. Her hands do the same, a flicker of doubt creeping in. What would I have done if I hadn't said anything, she wonders. She calls for her maid, all right, let's get Mr. Samuel to have the yacht ready. If the weather holds up tomorrow, want to go for a ride together, she asks. His answer is an easy sounds great. The estate grounds stretch out under a golden afternoon, everything picture perfect. A little blonde girl looks up at her with pure admiration, young Edith, tagging along for the memory. You look so pretty today, little Edith gushes, and the redhead laughs it off with a shy thanks. I decided to go to the lake with Killian today, she announces. On Killian's yacht? Yep, that's the one. Grown-up Edith looks back fondly. Killian used to take her out on that yacht every single year, and it was always a blast. You went fishing with me too, remember? Doing that again today? Nope, didn't hear a thing about that. Be sure to try it later. Then she catches herself staring a little too long. Wait, are you actually into the second lead type? I'm so happy, Edith, the redhead beams, you two look so good together. Just a proud family friend playing matchmaker. Well then, she giggles, practically skipping with excitement for the trip. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's head out now, Killian says, offering his arm. And just like that, we're back in the present. Grown Edith spots him across the garden. Ah, rise. Have fun, you too, someone calls out as Killian and his sweetheart head off for the big day. Shall we get going then, she asks, all smiles under her sun hat. Killian looks every bit the part in his finest coat, clearly hoping today goes perfectly. Flowers, fabric, careful hands, the whole scene practically glows with romance. Oh my God, Killian, she gasps, delighted the second she sees the yacht up close. It's a lake, she marvels, taking in the sparkling water stretched out before them. She leans into the wind on deck, hair streaming, loving every second of it. They chat easily. Yeah, I know, she says, look at all these ships out here. Hey Samuel, can you see it, Killian? She calls out to the dockhand, giddy as ever. Yes, I see it, comes the reply. Killian drapes his jacket over her shoulders. Wouldn't want you getting hurt, he says. Right on cue, she makes her move, eye contact timed just right. Glad you like it, he says, none the wiser. She notices the warmth still lingering in his jacket, and it does something to her. There's a whole different heat in the way he's looking at her now. What are you doing right now, he asks, voice low. Happy times drift by on the water, the two of them pulled closer with every gust of wind. Don't overthink it, just do it already, she teases. What do you mean by that, he asks, playing dumb. Even with a beautiful woman right there in his arms, he freezes up, not sure what to do next. Classic him. Whatever hesitation he had melts away fast. The two of them lost in the moment, flowers drifting past will leave the rest to your imagination. Because really, it is the perfect day for it, clear skies, calm water, the yacht gliding along without a care in the world. But something's coming, what happens next? The moment seems to whisper and the water suddenly feels a lot less friendly. Something pale and ribbon-like twists down through the water, sinking deeper into the dark. It keeps spiraling downward, further from the light, and this is not looking good anymore. Then she's there, sinking in the deep red, curling through the water around her. I couldn't even imagine it, the moment seems to whisper, and neither could we. Our girl Edith is getting ready for a day out, going for comfortable over fancy, which honestly is the right call. Killian is already fussing over hats and parasols like a professional tour guide, and yes, lunch is getting packed too. He agrees to everything with an easy smile, a little too easy. Days this nice tend to come with interest owed. Down at the dock, Killian checks in with his trusted old hand about the yacht. Everything checks out, apparently. The old man gives it a clean bill of health, no malfunctions in sight. Sure, buddy, nothing to see here. He gets a little sentimental too, saying the old yacht deserves a good run. Sweet, also extremely foreboding. And they are off, Edith in her sun hat, Killian looking way too good in that vest, both of them grinning ear to ear. She leans into the breeze, totally at ease. This is the kind of easy, ordinary happiness she never expected to get. In her head she is already wishing this exact moment could last forever, which, again, is basically a countdown in these stories. Cue the teasing, somebody is daring somebody to do something, and it is exactly as flirty as it sounds. She needles him for being clueless with a girl in his arms. But the story is already whispering its warning underneath the joke: something always goes wrong. And there it is, the kiss she was fishing for the entire time. The two of them just melt into each other for a second, the rest of the world completely on pause. She teases him for actually reading the room for once. Guess chivalry is not entirely dead in this guy. Turns out Killian got a little nervous hearing she has actual boating experience. Guy wanted to be the impressive one today. They joke about the yacht's reputation as a favorite hideout for couples, then quickly, very seriously, insist nothing scandalous ever happened on this one. Sure, Killian. He promises they will pick things back up once they get home, and she is thoroughly delighted. But first, lunch. A quiet blushing yes seals the deal. Lunch is laid out and ready, so Edith calls him over to eat. Ever the planner, Killian wants to drop anchor before they dig in. Then his face changes, he has noticed something is off. The sail is doing something it really should not be doing. It snaps loose and whips wild across the deck. This perfect little date just turned into a hazard zone. Killian screams her name and lunges for her, but it is already too late. She is already going over the side. The whole picnic spread goes flying as the table tips with her. The sandwiches did not deserve this. And then she is falling, dress billowing, straight down toward the water. Her last thought on the way down is his name. Up on deck, Killian is losing it, screaming after her as the boat rocks beneath him. She hits the water hard and starts going under. Turns out a soaked ball gown is basically a lead weight, and every layer of lace is dragging her further down. The water that looked so pretty an hour ago now feels like ice, and she cannot fight her way back up. Everything is going dark as she drifts deeper. And then, out of nowhere, a vision hits her, a version of this world where Killian was always fated to be the one who kills her. In the story as it was actually written, this yacht trip never happened. Something or someone is rewriting the script in real time. She is slipping further from consciousness, the truth pressing in around her. Even half drowned, she refuses to accept that this is how it ends, and then something stops her cold. A message flashes in front of her eyes. If the villainous Edith dies right here, the story snaps back onto its original path. And there is a helpful little countdown attached, 3 minutes until death. Real cheery system, this one. She cannot believe what she is seeing. If she dies here, everything resets, and not in a way that favors her at all. Worse, it means Killian's fate resets too, snapping him right back onto whatever path the original story had planned for him. And she cannot shake the fear that he would go right back to despising her the moment she is gone. Cut to later, she is alive, tucked into bed, dazed but breathing. Weakly, she calls out for her maid Anna. Her maids rush in, panicked, and she manages to croak out a request for water. The maid scrambles to help. Against a system's own deadline, she did not die. Once she is alone with her tea, the real question hits. What is she even supposed to make of all this? She starts piecing it together. Whatever wrote this story already knew the truth, and it has been quietly steering her back toward the original, failed version of events. There is apparently a whole rulebook working against her, and one condition stops her cold: deny Killian Rudwick 10 times. The story itself does not want them together. Every person around her, every so-called coincidence, it has all been part of the same trap boxing her in. She gets a glimpse of the story exactly as it was supposed to play out, full cast and all, and then, a twist. Somewhere else entirely, the mysterious figure behind all of this looks just as thrown as she is. It catches itself and tries to talk its way back into confidence, which is honestly not a great sign for whoever is supposed to be running this show. Back with Edith, she starts replaying exactly what that system message told her while she was under. Meanwhile, across the estate, Killian is on his knees coughing, clearly rattled by something too. He is staring down his own glitchy system message, one warning that the story's original flow has been thrown off. Even the household staff catch a glimpse of it, and it is enough to know something bigger is cracking behind the scenes. Killian puts it together fast. Whatever wrote this story and whatever has been pulling strings lately are clearly not on the same side. And the shadowy figure zeroes right in on him too. Turns out Killian is bound by his own version of the same contract. Back to something quieter, a fresh cup poured, the storm outside finally settling for a second. Once she is steady enough to think straight, her very first thought is of him. She asks her maid straight up where Killian has gotten to. Anna hesitates, then admits he is currently in the middle of interrogating someone. That name lands like a gut punch, Mr. Samuel, and suddenly Edith is wide awake and very much alarmed. Guess we know where next chapter is going. We open on a quiet morning in the Regelhof dining hall, Edith calmly sipping her tea like nothing in the world is wrong. Then it hits her, where in the world is Killian? Her voice cracks just asking the question. Her maid Anna tiptoes in with the news. The young master is currently grilling a guy named Samuel. Interrogating, that word alone makes Edith's stomach drop. Rewind a bit. Days earlier, the old war duke himself was chatting with Killian, casually pointing out that Samuel was the one who got the yacht ready. Have a wonderful time, the war duke beams, completely unaware he is basically foreshadowing a disaster. Because that so-called accident might not have been an accident at all. Edith's mind rockets straight back to the moment everything went wrong. Anna hesitates, chewing her lip before she says another word. Samuel is not that kind of person, Anna insists, though even she cannot say how this whole mess gets sorted out. Edith just says her maid's name, quiet, but it lands like a command. Because Edith refuses to sit back and watch some innocent guy get railroaded by a story that is not even supposed to include him. Message for Killian, she is awake and she is coming to find him. Anna nearly chokes on her snack getting the words out. Yes, my lady. Cue the flashback, the exact moment Edith went overboard. Killian's heart just froze watching her fall. Killian does not even think twice, he is already sprinting the deck then diving straight off after her. No life vest, no hesitation, just pure panic-fueled heroics. The water swallows them both whole. Killian claws his way down through the dark, chasing her shadow. Edith is sinking out cold, her dress ballooning around her like a shroud. He finally reaches her, hauls her close and begs her not to do this to him. He screams her name into the open air like it is the only thing keeping either of them alive. Open your eyes, he begs, hands shaking. All he can think is that he should have told her the truth sooner, and how he wishes he had bought her twice the gifts while he still had the chance. Cut to a much happier memory, Edith, dressed up, grinning like the cat that got the cream. Turns out just knowing he thought of her while out shopping is enough to make her whole day. He tells her that even out running errands with his friend Lies, she was all he could think about, and hey, they need new shoes for that territory trip anyway. I would love to come, Edith beams, already scouting shoe shops in her head. But not every memory between them is soft and fuzzy. Rewind further to a time when trust was not exactly Killian's strong suit. Back then he told her flat out she would always be a suspect given her family's reputation. Harsh but not exactly wrong. The Regelhof name comes with baggage, and Edith has spent ages insisting she is not her family's keeper. One especially charming stranger even accuses her of muscling in on their territory by threatening their household. And apparently, the bad blood goes back even further than that. Back in the present, Killian is not in a forgiving mood, opening the interrogation with a lovely "Aren't you a snake?" to Samuel. 10 years of loyal service at the duchy, Killian reminds him. Not one mistake in a decade, which makes this so-called accident awfully convenient. Killian practically dares him to finish the sentence about where his loyalty really lies. Tell me who gave the order, he demands, done playing nice. Say it, Killian roars, this is not the calm, charming love interest you met a few chapters ago. Right on cue, a knock at the door interrupts the interrogation. His staff barely dares to interrupt him mid-rage. Then come the words that change everything, the lady has woken up. Killian does not walk to her room, he practically teleports there. Edith turns at the sound, still groggy but very much alive. You came right, is as far as she gets before he is already crossing the room. He crashes into her arms like a man who thought he had lost everything. Neither of them says a word for a long moment, they do not need to. His hands are still shaking, just from holding her again. It is soft, it is quiet, and honestly it is the calmest either of them has been all chapter. All she can think is how warm he is, proof that he is real, that he is here. And from here let us just say the reunion gets a lot more private, we will give them the room. Once they come up for air, pun intended, Edith wants real answers. What actually happened to that yacht? Killian explains, the sails ropes were tangled badly enough that this should never have happened by accident. He is digging to see if Samuel was following someone else's orders. But before he can storm off to get his answer, Edith stops him cold. I do not think Samuel did this, she says flat out. Killian is not convinced yet. Her logic is simple. A 10-year veteran would not sabotage a yacht in a way this easy to trace straight back to him. She has got a theory brewing, and it is a good one. This whole setup feels eerily familiar, just like the time she and her friend Liz got poisoned. Same playbook, different method. Because somewhere out there, someone is still pulling strings, and this time Edith is determined to find out who. See, Edith knows something most heroines do not. She knows she is living inside somebody else's story, and the plot itself seems to be gunning for her. So she starts profiling the author like a detective, working out who could actually be pulling the strings. Minor players like her maid Anna or the aide Linen, she figures, are too small for the story to bother controlling directly. If the story could just puppet them outright, it would not need clumsy accidents at all. And Edith knows herself well enough. If someone she trusted turned on her, that is what would actually break her. Instead, whoever is behind this keeps engineering accidents from a safe distance. Like even the author's own hands are tied by the rules of its story, which narrows her suspect list down to one very specific type of person. Someone already written to hate her guts or someone who stands to gain everything if she falls. And that is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. The guard swings the door open and murmurs, "Please come in, young master." Reese steps in, jaw tight, ready to deal with the mess from today. Inside, Samuel sits bound and exhausted by the window. Reese exhales a clipped all right and steps closer, in no mood for excuses. Reese's decision is instant. Samuel walks free. Someone nearby presses further, asking if he'll be fired too. No, Reese says flatly, there's no proof of wrongdoing, so the punishment ends right here. He even offers Samuel a day off to recover, and the old caretaker can barely get the words out, stunned by the mercy. Reese adds the real reason. Edith herself vouched for him, certain he'd never take a bribe. So don't waste her trust, Reese warns, voice softening as Samuel bows low, visibly moved. Elsewhere, the real question resurfaces. The yacht that nearly capsized was under one man's watch, and Reese argues someone still needs to answer for it. Edith cuts in sharply, saying his name like a warning. Just because of the man's low station, does that make him an easy target for blame? How could anyone be so carefree about punishing a man for something he might not have done? She presses, unwilling to let it slide. Edith softens, almost laughing at herself. Comparing her own ordeal to his feels a little silly, she admits. After all, she was only grilled and confined to her room. Meanwhile, poor Samuel's been rotting in the dungeon for hours. Kind of unfair, don't you think? You're too soft for your own good, Reese mutters, but he caves anyway, promising to do exactly as she wishes. Thank you, she beams, and he heads off to set things right, telling her to get some rest. He strides down the quiet corridor alone, the heavy door clicking shut behind him. But his mind keeps snagging on one image, Edith's pale, terrified face from the day of the accident. He can't shake it. The memory hits like a punch to the gut, and his fist slams down without him even meaning to. Focus, he tells himself, finding whoever did this comes before anything else. He replays that sunny afternoon on the water. In a boating accident like this, it's almost always the women who end up in danger. One noblewoman aboard insists the logic is obvious. Soaked skirts turn into deadweight underwater no matter how light the fabric, so the target was clearly Edith, not her. That reopens an old wound. Could this be payback tied to the Rigelhoff family and that scheming maid they'd planted before? And if that theory doesn't hold up either, Rees forces himself to keep digging. Or was it his own Sinclair family again, the same ones nobody could ever pin down after the last string of incidents? Something isn't adding up, and it's eating at him. Just as the thought threatens to click into place, a knock at the gate yanks him back to the present. Samuel is asking to see him again, he's told. Send him in, Rees says at once. The door creaks open and Samuel steps inside, cap in hand. He bows deep, clearly carrying something heavy on his mind. Sit, Rees offers, but Salty Sam refuses. He wouldn't dream of dirtying the fine furniture. Rees cuts right to it. Is there more he wants to say? Samuel swears he didn't cause the accident. He'd checked that yacht himself the night before and everything was in perfect order. But if someone did tamper with it afterward, he admits he has a pretty good idea who. Right before Rees arrived that morning, Samuel had stepped away from the yacht for just a moment. Because young Master Cliff had pulled him aside, saying Lady Lies needed help finding something. It was only a few minutes, Samuel says, but if the sabotage happened in that window, he still blames himself for it. Rees studies him. Why bring this up now after already being cleared? He could have said nothing and let it all quietly disappear. Instead, Samuel fires back. Shouldn't they be catching the real culprit? Because someone out there still wants to hurt her ladyship, and that's not a risk he's willing to sit on. Staying silent and letting the culprit slip away isn't an option, not for a lady as kind and gracious as her. He'd stayed silent through a brutal interrogation, but it was Edith's trust and forgiveness that finally got him talking. Not out of fear of punishment either, even with more punishment hanging over him. He wanted to help solve this for her sake. Go easy on me for the neglect, that's all I ask, Samuel says quietly. Rees tells him plainly, Edith doesn't want him punished at all and nothing he says will change her mind. Cut back to Edith sitting quietly with a hand pressed to her chest, clearly still thinking about her loyal old caretaker. If anything, she'd rather just thank him for being honest. Samuel's eyes well up hearing it secondhand, completely undone by her kindness. She'd probably say he's already been through enough today and tell him to go rest. Thank you, young master, Samuel manages, bowing so low it's almost comedic. Later, staring into the fireplace, something keeps nagging at Rees. Strange, he mutters to himself, thoughts drifting to Cliff, who'd gone all the way to the lake at dawn, supposedly on an errand for Lies. In the memory, Cliff greets the women waiting for him with an easy apology. Sorry for the wait, let's head out. Ah, Lies, he says, almost too casually, as she explains they simply crossed paths on a morning stroll. Convenient, Rees thinks now. Lies just happening to be there, waiting at exactly the right moment. From the sewing incident to the leaked documents, he realizes the two of them have popped up near every single one. All of a sudden, that pattern is very hard to ignore. As requested, Lies has officially been added to the suspect list. Rees insists he tried to investigate fairly. Then, mid-investigation, Lies herself walks in and Rees freezes, caught completely off guard. You came just in time, someone tells her, waving her in over a desk full of evidence. One word from Lies was all it took to unravel his whole case, and it came out that he alone had been chasing a delusion. In the end, neither Cliff nor Lies was ever properly investigated at all. Which means Rees decides there's no real proof they are innocent either. First things first. He needs to find out exactly who was at that lake the morning of the accident. That's where he'll start digging first. And if that trail comes up empty, his pulse quickens at the thought of where it leads next. Then it comes down to the heir to the duchy, his own brother, and the woman he loves. Family or not, Rees sets his jaw. He's finding a way to investigate them properly, no matter what it costs him. Killian feeds her a bite of dessert like it is the most natural thing in the world, and Edith practically melts. "It's delicious," she gasps, and she means every word. He just smiles, quietly pleased with himself. Ever since the accident, this cold, buttoned-up guy has turned into her personal, hovering caretaker, and she has definitely noticed. He plates up another bite for her, fussing over the presentation like a man trying way too hard to seem casual about it. She can hardly believe it. The same Killian who barely used to talk to her is now hand-feeding her dessert. Then he drops the real news. Last night, Samuel showed up at his office to apologize for what happened. Killian relays the message plainly. Samuel wanted her to know just how sorry he was about the accident. Edith goes quiet for a beat, turning that over. Someone else is carrying guilt for what happened to her too. He doesn't rush off, he just stays close, settling in beside her like there's nowhere else he'd rather be. I can't believe he's saying things like this, she thinks, stunned. But credit where it's due, thanks to him she finally has real answers about what actually happened out on that boat. "Thank you, Killian," she says. A knock at the door interrupts them, and in strolls someone with zero chill. "Oh my, are we interrupting an intimate moment between you two?" he teases. It's Reese, and he hasn't come empty-handed, flowers in hand and a couple of companions trailing behind him. "I wanted to stop by because I feel bad," Reese says smoothly, "since I believe you got hurt because of me." Killian's jaw tightens instantly. "Hi Young, what do you mean by that?" he snaps, not buying the innocent act for a second. Reese shrugs it off as nothing, just idle curiosity. Then, almost casually, he admits it. He was the one who recommended Edith go boating with Killian that day. Edith's mind quietly clicks the pieces together. Of course, a lead character would end up steering the plot somewhere the story never actually intended. Somewhere else entirely, a hooded figure crackles with strange power, cool as ever. The more influence a character holds in the story, this so-called author muses, the more control they have over them. If the author really does have power like the one from the original novel, then nothing happening here is really an accident at all. Back at the estate, a servant is simply told to put the flowers in water. Killian keeps needling Reese with a pointed smile. "Hyung, you also went to the yacht the morning of the incident, right?" Edith watches the exchange carefully, or perhaps she starts to wonder, letting the suspicion hang. Killian doesn't let up. "Why was it necessary to look for it that morning specifically?" he presses. The memory crashes back, a fist slamming down on a table, a voice screaming her name in pure panic. The accident wasn't gentle, and neither is remembering it. Back in the present, Killian looks visibly shaken by the memory. "You don't look too well," his companion blurts, worried. Privately, Edith feels a pang of guilt. She never did follow the rest the doctor ordered. Killian tells her gently that he didn't think she was ever going to enforce those rules herself, so he took care of it for her instead. Says the one that comes in and stays until night every day, she teases right back. He deflects, muttering that she should really get more rest. The visitors take their cue to leave. "I'll come back later once you're awake," Reese offers, and someone wishes her a good rest. The group heads off down the hall together, flowers and all, leaving Killian and Edith alone again. Elsewhere in the estate, a maid quietly arranges fresh flowers, the calm going on undisturbed by all the drama. Edith breaks the silence softly. "Killian," she says. "I'm really fine," she insists, though her voice doesn't fully sell it. "He's not having it. How can you say that you're fine?" he bursts out. "We haven't even caught the culprit." Instead of arguing, she just reaches up and touches his face. "Have you been sleeping well?" she asks, flipping the worry back onto him. That catches him completely off guard. He's touched, in spite of himself, that she's worrying about him too. She keeps her hand right there against his cheek, and for a moment neither of them says anything at all. "I've been thinking about something since yesterday," she finally admits. If something like this ever happens again, she tells him plainly, he can't just dive into the water for her. He grabs her wrist instead of answering right away. "In that case," he says, low and serious, "are you expecting me to just watch you drown?" She fires back, startled by the intensity. "That's what you should do," he answers flatly, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. He pushes even further, dead serious. "Or do you want to die with me?" The room falls quiet around them, the weight of that question settling into the walls themselves. Neither of them moves for a moment, just close, just breathing the same tense, charged air. She takes his hand back in hers. I'm just asking because I want to take care of you too, she says softly. Whatever else is true, things could have gone very, very wrong that day. As dusk settles over the estate, the story moves on. The next morning, the gardener greets her cheerfully. Good morning, milady. She can't help but ask how he manages to be up this early. She strolls the grounds with her maid Anna at her side, the morning quiet and easy for once. Anna, why is everyone acting like that? Edith asks, catching the staff throwing odd glances her way. Anna guesses it's because she helped Mr. Samuel. Anna explains that Samuel has worked at the estate for ages, always looking out for everyone else first. She adds, a little awkwardly, that before all this, a maid named Sabrina had actually vanished for a while. Edith perks up. Wasn't Sabrina the maid Killian mentioned before? Turns out Sabrina had been spreading nasty rumors about Edith right up until she disappeared, stirring up quite the gossip storm. People assumed Edith had gotten rid of her over it. But since Edith helped Samuel even after nearly dying herself in the accident, Anna figures those rumors have finally died down. The three of them keep walking together, the mood a little lighter now that the air's been cleared. Cut to a very different crowd. Have you heard? One noblewoman leans in, already grinning. Someone else's name is already halfway out of her mouth, Edith's. It seems there was a problem with the yacht and it tilted, she reports, but some people say it wasn't just an accident. Her friend gasps, oh God. The rumor gets juicier by the second. Someone tangled the rope on purpose, apparently, and whoever did it must be desperate to see Edith gone. To be honest, I thought Killian would be the one who did it, but… Actually, she says, leaning in for the real punchline, her friend hanging on every word. Killian jumped into the cold lake to save her. Rumor mill be damned, the real story wins out. Whatever else is going on, that man dove headfirst into freezing water for her without a second thought. We open on a quiet garden tea, but this noblewoman's mind is somewhere else entirely replaying a scene that's got the whole estate buzzing. The gossip's already spreading. He dove in without a second's hesitation the moment she went under. Word is he looked downright heroic doing it, and that detail has Edith's jaw on the floor. Edith can't wrap her head around it. Why would Killian risk his own neck for her? Cut back to the moment itself, Killian plunging headfirst into the freezing lake. No hesitation, no second thoughts. Underwater, it all blurs to swirling dark water, and up on dry land, Edith's mind goes somewhere far uglier. What if there's another woman involved? Then the real gut punch hits her. What if this wasn't an accident at all? Because here's the thing nobody can explain. The man responsible for the yacht's upkeep walked away scot-free, and there hasn't been a real investigation since. Even the maintenance chief himself admits it makes no sense that he got off without punishment. Edith lingers by the dark, empty dock, turning the whole thing over in her head. At the next society gathering, the whispers turn sharper. Some of the ladies are convinced somebody wanted her gone on purpose. Others chime in, admitting they've heard the very same rumors floating around. The story going around, the Duke's only daughter-in-law nearly drowned, and somehow still nobody has paid the price for it. Edith practically lights up at the theory, because nothing says definitely the good guy here like celebrating someone's near-death experience. She's already spinning her own theory. Maybe the Duke's family simply doesn't want the bride around anymore. And in the privacy of her own head, the mask slips completely. She's just counting down the days until she can finally make her move on Killian. Weeks later, it's palace business. Killian's household is summoned for a formal fitting ahead of the big ceremony. Turns out these are official royal robes for the event, and Edith's told her look will match the rest of Lady Rhee's family circle. Meanwhile, Rhees faces her own fitting, staring down bridal white fabric, put on the spot for exactly what kind of dress she wants. She and her maid catch a breather. It's been a chaotic stretch since the lake incident, and the big palace event is closing in fast. A week's gone by since the Duke first brought it up, and the territory's founding ceremony is now just a month away. Duke Rudwick, the household's resident warduke, has bigger worries too. Word is Archduke Langston's been making some suspicious moves lately. Killian isn't worried. Let the man try to flex at the ceremony, he'll only prove how small and greedy he really is. At the family dinner table, talk turns political. Everyone agrees to keep watch for threats to the empire, and all eyes land on Killian for his take. He starts to answer, but even he has to admit this celebration is shaping up to be more of a political minefield. Ree's mind drifts back to what she remembers of the story in the original telling. Edith was sent off on some kind of mission for a woman named Sophia. Problem is, her memory's fuzzy. They're the version of events she knows focused almost entirely on her own arc. Her maid has to snap her out of the daydream. Reese waves off any worry about her wardrobe. She's got plenty of spares, seeing as Killian personally hauled all her old dresses back home. She jokes to herself that she's technically supposed to be the type who never repeats an outfit, but with this many dresses on hand, who's really counting? Honestly, since she barely remembers owning half of them, every single dress feels brand new all over again. Out in the garden, she floats the idea of trying a few on right then and there, and her maid immediately looks like she's bracing for trouble. Cut to the palace library, where someone unexpected wanders in on Killian. It's Edith, catching him off guard. She'd assumed he was still stuck in the dressing room. She's clearly rushed over, still adjusting her outfit, demanding to know what he's doing there instead of handling the ceremony prep. Later, Killian brings up something bigger. This will be their first public outing since the wedding, and he's got an idea to quiet the rumors. His pitch, matching outfits for the two of them, then, half teasing, he asks if she really hates the idea that much. Reese backpedals fast. Of course she doesn't mind, she just didn't realize it was such a big deal. Though she wonders, can they even get in without a reservation? Killian smug drops the bomb. He already booked one. Reese can't believe he didn't mention it sooner. Turns out he figured that if he'd given her advance warning, she'd have just called the whole thing an unnecessary expense, and honestly, he's not wrong. As they head out, someone else is watching from a distance, a sharp-eyed blonde stranger in glasses, quietly taking it all in. Her expression stays locked and serious, like she's turning something over in her mind. And what she's holding says it all, a book titled A Study on Curses, Manipulation, and Control. Not exactly light reading. Across town, the couple's afternoon outing is just getting started. They arrive at an absurdly grand storefront, greeted with a booming, theatrical welcome. Enter the shop's owner in full flamboyant glory, Moffat Dahlia, delighted to welcome them into his humble little shop. One look at the gold trim and chandeliers, and Killian has to wonder, this man's idea of humble is definitely not the same as everyone else's. This chapter's own silk tornado ushers them further inside with a flourish. The couple settles in with catalogs, and Reese can't hide her surprise at some of the options on offer. One design catches her eye, a bold, dramatic Gothic gown, and she can't help wondering if Killian actually expects her to wear something like that. He notices her hesitation and asks the obvious question, didn't she used to hate this style? She admits it's not exactly her favorite. But she reasons, something this dramatic might actually suit a royal ceremony better. Killian's surprised, since when did she start thinking that way? She flashes back to trying and failing to dodge this whole royal seamstress trip through her mother, while Killian gets ribbed about his own awkward fashion history moments later. Back in the fitting room, Killian starts flipping through options with real intent. He's already got something specific in mind. He picks one out, confident it'll suit her perfectly. Reese is caught a little off guard. Moffat, watching the pick happen, nearly loses it with excitement. Wonderful choice. Reese admits it kind of rattled her. He'd apparently pictured this exact dress on her the moment they met, and had it ready and waiting in advance. Moffat, in full chibai enthusiasm, practically begs her to try it on right now. She hesitates for about half a second before giving in. The moment she steps out in it, Moffat's whole demeanor shifts. This dress has finally found its rightful owner, he declares, completely serious for once. He admits the feeling's familiar. He had this exact same reaction once before, picking out her jewelry. Turns out plenty of past clients wanted this very dress too, but none of them ever quite felt right in it, so he'd always steered them elsewhere instead. Reese studies her reflection, quietly impressed. Maybe Killian actually has a real eye for this after all. Even Moffat has to catch himself mid-gush, reminding himself this isn't the time to fawn over his own genius. right as Reese calls Killian over to see. Killian, seeing her for the first time in it, gets hit with a wave of nerves he wasn't expecting. Reese fidgets, suddenly self-conscious. She knows the dress is a lot, maybe more than she's used to. She asks the question anyway, voice a little unsteady, does he actually think it looks good on her? And there it is, the full reveal, Reese standing in the finished gown, every bit the leading lady this story always needed her to be. Meet Edith Rigelhoff, just swept off to the royal seamstress with a certain Killian Rudwick in tow. And no, she swears this isn't about those messy rumors between their families. At least that's the story going around. To everyone else, it's smooth-talking Cliff who scored this impossible appointment, the golden boy who can get anything he wants. And of course, the golden boy comes with a golden fiancé. Reese, poised and lovely, playing the picture-perfect couple for cameras that don't even exist yet. Watch the sparkle, heads together, hands brushing, this is the romance the whole kingdom is rooting for. It's the kind of scene that gets written into storybooks, Cliff and Reese glowing under an imaginary night sky of pure wedding day sparkle. Meanwhile, off to the side, Edith is stuck watching the whole show, and honestly, she'd rather be anywhere else. Because Edith's got a hunch about this so-called perfect couple, and if she's right, this fairy tale isn't as airtight as it looks. But for now, her attention snaps right back to Killian, who leans in with a compliment that catches her completely off guard. He tells her the jewelry suits her better than he expected, and Edith actually shivers. That's cheating, she mutters, and honestly, fair. The two of them wander off through the seamstress's halls together, and even from behind, the tension is obvious. Killian's got that look on his face again, the one that means he's about to say something he probably shouldn't. He reaches over and starts arranging a hairpiece on her himself, hands-on in the most literal way possible. Edith, flustered and covered in flowers now, points out this shopping trip was supposed to be about him, not her. Killian just shrugs it off, says she has to match his style anyway, while their roped-in third wheel watches the whole flirty exchange with his arms crossed. That third wheel finally cracks, cooing about how romantic they are, which does absolutely nothing to help Edith's blush. Killian casually offers to take her somewhere else with matching pieces, and Edith is left utterly speechless. Next stop, a boutique down the street, because apparently one shopping trip was never going to be enough. Killian insists they rushed the last decision and really should have tried more dresses on Edith, because of course he did. Edith waves it off, tells him the dress they picked is already perfect, and admits his taste is sharper than she gave him credit for. He gets quietly pleased with himself over that one, in that broody, understated way of his. Naturally, he plays it cool, claims he's always had a good eye, then pitches round two, matching shoes. Edith's answer is immediate, she's in. Apparently this is exactly her kind of afternoon now. They push through the door of the shoe shop, and the staff practically lights up when they see who just walked in. Turns out Killian's already a regular here, and the clerk remembers exactly what he was after last time. He's not shy about it either, casually doubling the order like it's nothing. Edith protests she's already got shoes, but Killian's thinking practically now. His territory of Ryzen runs brutally cold, and she's apparently been secretly practicing horseback riding just to be ready to visit. Killian decides he needs more winter boots for himself too, and Edith quietly starts wondering if this shopping spree has a ceiling at all. Before the clerk can even reach her, Killian steps in himself, asking permission to lift her foot for the fitting like the world's most extra shoe salesman. Edith goes along with it, a little dazed, her brain drifting off into wondering about the economy and culture of some frozen territory she's never even seen. Which is a very convenient thing to think about, since it means she doesn't have to think about how close his hands are. And there it is again, that little slip. Edith quietly reminding herself this whole world used to just be a novel to her. Killian, for his part, is doing a terrible job hiding how flustered he actually is right now. Edith clocks it immediately and goes dead silent, which is somehow worse for him. He calls her out for avoiding his gaze, she plays dumb, and neither one of them is fooling anybody. Edith can't shake the feeling something's up with him today, and she's not wrong to be suspicious. Cut to a quiet tea house table stacked with pastries, because apparently this date has an all-you-can-eat itinerary too. Sitting there, Edith can't help but marvel at her own situation. Never in a million years did she expect to end up living as Edith, let alone flashing back to old advice about how to win Killian over. Turns out she doesn't need any tricks at all. His smile alone is doing all the work. Because unlike Cliff, Killian's just genuinely kind, and for once Edith lets herself relax into that instead of overthinking it. He tells her he remembered she liked strawberry tea, which is exactly why he picked this spot, even if the noise really isn't his scene. Edith melts a little right there at the table, and he can't help but laugh at how easily she lights up. Watching him like this, she decides that as long as he keeps looking at her that way, everything else can wait. Then the mood shifts fast. Someone brings up who Cliff Rudwick is actually going to marry, and suddenly Edith's full attention snaps back to business. Because across the room, a pair of noblewomen are gossiping hard, marveling that someone has apparently got both Rudwick brothers wrapped around her finger. One of them even predicts Killian's going to lose it if he hears this, since the younger brother is apparently freshly married. They keep going, laughing about how rough it must be for his wife to get pushed aside over some illegitimate child, and Killian's expression goes ice cold hearing every word. Edith can feel the temperature drop and braces herself immediately. This is about to get out of hand. They start walking straight toward the gossip, and every single step somehow sounds louder than the last. The ladies just keep digging, now speculating that no sane duke would ever let an illegitimate child claim the title of duchess. One of them turns around, all smiles, ready to greet whoever's approaching, completely unaware of what's coming. Her smile drops the instant she actually clocks who she's looking at, and the panic on her face says it all. Because yes, Edith Rigelhoff heard every single word, and she is not in a forgiving mood. First things first, she wants her name said correctly, thank you very much. She points out very sweetly that they clearly already know a lot about her family's business, so this next part shouldn't be too hard to follow. Edith calmly notes how much the rumor mill has been churning lately, then gently suggests they keep their voices down unless they'd like even more people overhearing. Because someone like her, she says, tends to overhear absolutely everything. Then she lays it out plainly. How exactly were they expecting her to react, gossiping about another woman under the same roof as her own husband? The two of them start backpedaling immediately, insisting they were just repeating things they'd heard, tripping over their own excuses. One of them practically folds in on herself, visibly regretting every word that just left her mouth. The tea keeps spilling blood red across the table, and somehow nobody in that room thinks that's a coincidence. Then a single word cuts through the whole mess, and everyone in the room goes dead quiet. Edith wraps it up with one last, perfectly polite warning to watch what they say from now on. The two gossips practically sprint for the exit, deciding this party is very much over for them. Edith just watches them go, arms crossed, thoroughly satisfied with herself. Then she catches Killian right next to her, already cracking up for some reason she can't quite place. And then he just loses it completely, full on belly laughing right there in the room. Edith has no idea what's so funny, and honestly neither do we, but it's contagious. She keeps pressing him for an answer while he just keeps howling, completely useless at explaining himself. Turns out he genuinely thought her little intimidation routine was the coolest thing he's ever seen, and he cannot get over it. Edith just sighs and asks the real question, exactly when is he planning to stop laughing at her expense? Killian finally settles down, looks right at her and goes quiet for a second, like he's actually about to say something real. Then he tells her, plain and simple, the more he sees of her, the more amazed he is by who she actually is. Not a bad note to end the day on. The more I get to know you, she admits, you're amazing. Killian just grins, clearly planning to hold onto that line for the rest of his life. Killian calls her out with a smirk. Instead of being mad at him, she's clearly mad at everyone else who's been gossiping. Edith, all wide-eyed innocence, asks why on earth she'd be angry at him. She admits the real culprits were the gossips running their mouths, then owns up to being a little careless herself for letting the rumors spread in the first place. Killian just nods along. Then Killian's smile flickers. Since she doesn't love him, he mutters, quietly needling for a reaction he's clearly hoping she'll deny. So I guess it doesn't matter, he shrugs, playing it cool. Edith, caught completely off guard, can only manage a flustered "pardon me. Please do not mind what I said," Edith backpedals before her voice catches. Killian, the words just won't come out. In her head she's screaming the real answer, that his little jab doesn't matter because she loves him far too much for petty gossip to touch. Out loud, not a chance. Someone hand this woman a thesaurus for her feelings. Elsewhere, the narrator can't resist pointing out that some random guy strolling by is apparently the sub-male lead in someone else's romance entirely, proof that even background characters have a whole storyline you'll never see. Edith, meanwhile, is still replaying Killian's words in her head. By the time they make it home, the tension has cooled just enough that nobody starts a scene in the doorway. Small victories. Edith notices the household staff rushing around like something big just happened and wonders out loud if the boutique visit for their houseguest Lies has already wrapped up. "Anna, linen," she calls out, hoping somebody will fill her in. A servant hurries over as Edith heads down the hall, the whole estate clearly buzzing about something. A young man greets her warmly, apologizing for interrupting the second she walked in before dropping the actual news. The Duke and Duchess just brought out the light of Lorraine. Edith's face goes completely blank. She has absolutely no idea what that means, and whatever it means, it's clearly a very big deal. Quick history lesson: the Light of Lorraine is a necklace steeped in generations of Rudwick family history. Basically, this isn't costume jewelry, this is the family crown jewels. And there it is, already draped around Lies' neck, glittering under the light while she looks anything but comfortable wearing it. Someone murmurs that this must be the very necklace Killian was talking about, while another voice pleads with him to just calm down already. Too late, Killian grabs Edith's wrist, practically vibrating with barely contained fury. "How could I be calm?" he snaps. Edith, unbothered as ever, just asks why he's so worked up in the first place. He doesn't answer, he just drags her straight into another room, leaving a hallway full of stunned servants gasping "Your Excellency" behind them, subtle as always. Cut to the family gathered around the jewelry display, all of them staring in shock. "How did this happen?" someone blurts, and honestly, good question. The Duke rounds on his son, scolding him for being so rude in front of his own mother. Nothing says family bonding like getting chewed out mid-tantrum. Properly chastened, Killian mutters an apology and slinks off, tail firmly between his legs. He tells Edith he heard something strange had gone down the moment they got back home. Someone points out the obvious: that necklace was clearly meant for Edith to wear, not Lies. Lies' face says she did not see that coming at all. Edith, for her part, is floored, a single stunned says it all. "For me to wear," she finally manages, Killian standing right beside her like this was obviously the plan all along. Turns out tradition demands the Light of Lorraine goes to the Lady of Rudwick, worn for the very first time at her first official public event after marrying into the family. Translation: it was never meant for Lies to begin with. Back at the display case, one onlooker mutters under their breath that Killian looks about 2 seconds from losing it completely. Decision made: since there hasn't been a big event lately, Killian figures now's as good a time as any for Edith to debut the family jewels. Edith stammers, clearly not ready for any of this, while Killian casually offers to show her the matching earrings too. "What is it? Just say it already," she presses. Killian hesitates, suddenly very interested in anything other than her eyes. And then, in a burst of pure honesty, Edith just yells that she doesn't like it because it's not her style. The whole room goes dead silent. Smooth, real smooth. Mortified, Killian scrambles to apologize on her behalf and hauls her out of the room to go rest, which is definitely code for escape immediately. Back with the family, everyone just stands there next to the now abandoned necklace display, soaking in the awkward silence. Killian apologizes again, and Lies immediately blames herself for the whole mess, guilt written all over her face, until a quiet "no" Lies cuts her off. The Duke steps in, assuring the two of them none of this is their fault, and tells them to go get some rest since they had a long day too. Lies agrees quietly, though the worry hasn't fully left her face. Someone tries to reassure her again, but she's clearly still turning it all over in her head. In the quiet aftermath, a young man just stands silently beside the Duke and Duchess, processing everything that just happened. The Duke, almost impressed, admits to his wife that he never realized their son had that kind of possessive streak in him. The Duchess is sharper than that. She points out plainly that of course letting Lai's debut the family heirloom first would have put Edith in an impossible position. The camera lingers on the necklace a beat too long, a quiet reminder that this whole stunt just handed the gossips a fresh reason to talk. Later, someone bursts into Killian's room without so much as a knock. "Oh geez, Killian," Killian, unbothered, notes dryly that this is exactly the kind of entrance he's come to expect. "But how could you do that in front of your own parents?" the visitor presses as their hands quietly find each other despite the tension. Edith pleads with him to just talk to her already, worried he's more shaken up about Lai's situation than he's letting on. "Killian," she tries again, unsure what's actually going on behind that unreadable expression. He finally looks at her, dead serious, and asks why she isn't angry at him. And there it is. If Lais, who doesn't even carry the Rudwick name, had worn that forbidden heirloom, it would have completely undercut Edith's standing in the family. That's what actually set him off. He turns to leave, tossing back that she can't even imagine the rumors that would have followed. "Killian," she calls after him, unsure what to do with any of this. Edith just stands there, still feeling the warmth of his hand, clearly more affected by all this than she's letting on. She realizes, bitterly, that the Duke and his mother already know exactly what kind of ugly rumors are being said about her and said nothing to stop it. Edith mentions she heard plenty of it herself earlier that day at a cafe. How much worse could it really get? She's used to this kind of treatment by now. The narrator obliges with the highlight reel, extravagant, cruel, vain, apparently closer to a snake than a person. Killian tries weakly to walk it back, but the damage is done. Killian admits there's a whole new round of rumors going around now, and this one actually worries him. The gossip has escalated. People are now whispering that their marriage has soured so badly, a divorce wouldn't shock anyone. Oh, and apparently Edith is so cruel to Lais that the entire household staff despises her. Edith's response, a flat, unimpressed wow. Completely unbothered, she shrugs that she'll let them gossip all they want and handle it exactly the way she did at the cafe. Killian asks, only half joking, if she plans to pull that same move at the big National Day event. Killian just smirks. His reputation can't really get any worse anyway, he points out, since it's already sitting at rock bottom. Edith leans in, playful and a little sly, clearly enjoying exactly how far she can push this moment. Caught off guard by the sudden tenderness in his touch, she barely manages a soft Killian. She admits to herself almost begrudgingly that being with him actually made her life pretty good lately, even when he looks at her like that. Close on Killian's face, that same intense, unreadable look Edith swears she keeps catching him giving her. He calls himself out with a grin. Yeah, hey, this is probably that mood she's mentioned before. And on that note, Edith leans in, all playful daring, and asks if she closes her eyes, will he actually kiss her? And that, my friends, is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Reese doesn't sugarcoat it. If he said he wasn't hurt, he'd be lying. Standing beside Edith all dressed up, he's clearly still carrying some pain from whatever went down before. And that pain's about to get worse. Edith already knows the National Day banquet crowd is going to have plenty of nasty things to whisper about her tonight. Here's the thing though, even before Edith could process her own hurt, Reese was already furious on her behalf, ready to be angry for her when she couldn't be. For me, he says, voice cracking a little. Reese wants her to actually let herself feel something instead of bottling it all up. And worry for me, he adds, this man just wants Edith to stop pretending she's fine for 5 seconds. Do you even know what they'll say about you at the National Day, she wonders. But wrapped up in his kindness, Edith realizes she almost doesn't care anymore. He pulls her into a hug, pressing a kiss to her hair, and just as things get tender, a voice cuts in with a very awkward "Wah, wait a minute." Cut to a much lighter moment, Edith, fan in hand, teasing Reese for still acting so worried. I'm fully recovered, she says, I even went to my riding lesson today. Reese isn't buying the tough act. He's still waiting on a promise she made him and sighs that she is just unbelievable. The scene settles into a quiet, empty room, sunlight pouring through the window a breath before the story jumps somewhere else entirely. New scene: a princess wanders a sun-dappled forest in a flowing blue gown. This is Lies, and her peaceful walk is about to get interrupted. Someone calls her name Lies, and she spins around, caught completely off guard. A hand reaches for her braid as the voice calls out again, "Over here, Lies." Riding up through a field of flowers on a white horse, grinning ear to ear, is her knight in shining everything. Let's just call him Sir Sunshine. Instead of the usual tea table, Sir Sunshine set up a full picnic for the two of them. "That's a wonderful idea, Princess," Lies says, clearly charmed. "Isn't it?" He grins. "I just finished riding with Edith and I'm quite starved." Lies perks up at the name. "Riding with Edith?" He explains he's been teaching her riding lessons. She's not exactly a natural, but she works hard and learns fast. He digs into the picnic basket, still riffing on their talk from the end of the lesson. The horse grazes lazily nearby while he laughs that Edith is honestly just a funny girl. Lounging back on the picnic blanket, he admits that Edith telling him Lies been doing better has eased his mind too. Then he turns serious for a second. "So what's been going on with you lately?" he asks Lies, reading right through her. Lies, he notices she's gone quiet, hands clasped, clearly holding something back. "So something did happen?" Lies stumbles. No, nothing at all." A terrible liar caught red-handed. "He's not letting it go, tell me." He presses gently and Lies finally starts to crack. "Well, you see, we never found the culprit for the poisoned thread incident," she finally admits, is the reason she's been so on edge. He remembers it clearly. Someone laced her embroidery thread with poison, and he'd heard she wanted the investigation shut down before it went anywhere. Lies admits the real reason: she didn't want to know who hated her enough to try to kill her, so she buried it. But then a maid claimed the culprit was Edith. That maid conveniently vanished not long after making the accusation. A few days later they found her dead. "What do you think happened?" Lies asks, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Her hands tremble in her lap. She can't shake the feeling that it's her fault, that she looked away from the truth when she should have dug deeper. He reaches out and says her name softly, Lies grounding her before she spirals any further. "This isn't your fault," he tells her. "Come, sit down with me." Lies just sniffles, still shaken but grateful he's there. Back at the estate, Reese holds up a delicate necklace, turning it over in his hands, clearly weighing whether it's really enough for tonight. Dressed in full imperial red and gold, he asks quietly, "Is it truly all right with just this?" Nervous about a gift of all things. He calls her name, Edith, and she turns, bare shoulders catching the light, waiting to see what he's got. She'd already picked out the same ruby necklace she always wears, figuring it's simplest to just stick with what works. Edith points out the duchy's got plenty of other jewelry lying around. She's sure her mother would happily raid the treasury if asked. But she knows Reese knows better. If she shows up in anything too flashy, it'll just look like she's trying too hard to outshine the family's famous heirloom, the Light of Lorraine. He worries someone will still try to belittle her regardless. She just smiles and says she'll tell them she's got a piece of her husband's heart hanging around her neck instead. "What other jewelry could possibly be more important than that?" she teases, and he goes completely red. "Yo, you really have no shame," he mutters. The necklace catches the light as it settles into place, the first gift he's ever given her. With that, the prep for tonight is finally done. She calls it the first favor she's ever received from him, and it clearly means more to her than she's letting on. His hands work the clasp carefully, the ribbon and chain catching the light between them. Dressed to the nines in black lace and gold, with Reese fixing her hair from behind, Edith looks every bit the part for tonight's banquet. She glances at the small jewel and can't resist a jab. "It looks good on you, but it's such a small jewel," she teases. "I had no idea you were someone who isn't greedy at all," she needles further, clearly enjoying herself. "A greedy woman?" he shoots back, caught off guard, so she doubles down. "As the woman who captured Killian Rudwick, are you sure I'm not greedy?" He clears his throat, flustered and clearly trying to hide a blush. "You really are unbelievable," he mutters, still red in the face as she leans in close, thoroughly enjoying his reaction. Haha, did I say something incorrect? She grins, all innocence before he clears his throat again and hurries her along. They're going to be late. The doors open on the National Day banquet and the whispers start instantly. Oh my, it's the Rudwick family. Oh my, the young master's partner. The crowd huddles and hisses behind fans. That's really the girl from the Sinclair family. Wait a minute, no way is that necklace what I think it is. Someone finally puts it together out loud. Then that bastard child is. Because Reese isn't just Reese Sinclair anymore. Turns out he's Killian Rudwick, the Duke's long-rumored heir. Word spreads through the hall like wildfire. Edith is the future bride of Duke Rudwick's heir. The room cannot handle it. Edith just smirks to herself. I knew it, since it's basically a novel's world. Of course they gossip this loud. Honestly, she's about to enjoy every second of this. Of course, the one I think is the best dressed tonight is, she teases, drawing it out, someone else, leaving Reese completely thrown. Arm in arm, the two of them disappear down the gilded hallway together, ready to face whatever the rest of the night throws at them. The night kicks off with an entrance dripping in old money. Duke Rudwick and his Duchess, arm in arm, dressed to make everyone else in the room quietly reconsider their outfit. That's our so-called War Duke and his lady wife gliding in like they own the place. Honestly, they kind of do. Turns out the old War Duke has a soft side. Somewhere backstage he's grinning at a dress box like a kid on his birthday, certain he nailed the perfect pick for his wife. Months back he'd ordered a custom gown from the royal seamstress, sure it would finally be the one she chose to wear. Except every time the Duchess dressed up, she reached for a gown Reese had picked out instead, leaving the Duke's gift hanging untouched in the closet. Poor guy figured she just hated his taste and quietly nursed the bruised ego. Turns out she was saving it for tonight. As they walk in, the compliments start flying. Oh my, you look so beautiful in that dress, Duchess, one guest gasps, it caught my eye from far away. It's really gorgeous, another chimes in, surprised she pulled off such a bold new style. The Duchess just laughs it off. Haha, I was a little scared trying it myself at first. Enter the real star of the night. The Duchess introduces her daughter-in-law, Edith. She's married to my second son, Killian. But Edith's mind is somewhere else entirely, because this exact moment never happened in the story she remembers reading. Yeah, plot twist. Edith isn't just Edith, and she's living a life that's supposed to follow a script she already knows. Right now, Killian leans in with a quiet let's go, pulling her out of her own spiraling thoughts. Introductions keep coming fast. This is the wife of Marquis Edelman, and this is the wife of Baron Kraus, the Duchess announces, parading her new daughter-in-law around like a prize. Edith manages a polite, "It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Edith Rudwick," while Cecil Edelman and Lalissa Kraus giggle their way through hellos of their own. And there's Killian, decked out in full military dress, looking every bit the husband who could make a girl forget her own name, reincarnated or not. The orchestra strikes up, cello and all, setting the mood for a night that's about to get complicated fast. Someone leans in to ask if she's enjoying being back in society after so long away. Loaded question for a woman who technically wasn't around for any of it. Edith admits she can't remember a single name from earlier, and Killian just laughs it off. You don't have to remember everyone, just focus on remembering how to dance. Edith fires back, teasing that he's just worried she'll step on his foot, and reminding him cheekily exactly who he's dancing with. Then the music takes over and they're spinning across the floor, wrapped up in each other like the rest of the ballroom doesn't exist. Here's the kicker, Edith might not remember the cast list of this medieval romance, but her borrowed body remembers every step of this dance perfectly. Convenient. Killian dips her without missing a beat, and for a second the whole ballroom seems to hold its breath. Edith decides to stop overthinking and just feel it, and Killian rewards her with a slow, deliberate kiss to the hand. Smooth as always, this man clearly knows exactly what he's doing. She teases him again about the foot-stepping thing, clearly enjoying having the upper hand for once. He admits he was wrong and jokes she must have danced with countless men to get this good, and she shoots right back that a jealous man isn't exactly a good look on him. Across the room, the gossip mill is already grinding. The rumor about Killian trying to kill Edith clearly wasn't true, one guy mutters to Layla, who just snaps shut up. He keeps going anyway, pointing out that Reese showed up tonight wearing the family's most precious heirloom and on Cliff's arm, no less. The news clearly rattles him more than he wants to admit. Layla isn't handling any of this well either. What the hell is happening here, she mutters, eyes locked on Edith. Something strange is going on with that woman. And she's not wrong, the whole room's noticing it. Edith used to look gorgeous but perpetually miserable, tonight she's glowing. How is she this bright now, someone else whispers, especially in a marriage that's supposed to be a total sham? Good question, honestly. Fake or not, whatever's happening between Edith and Killian tonight looks pretty real from where we're standing. Somewhere in the crowd, a stunned voice gasps her name like he's seeing a ghost. But nobody's more furious than Layla, who finally snaps, "How dare you take my man, I will never forgive you. Someone get this woman a drink and a hobby." Blissfully unaware of the storm brewing behind her, Edith keeps dancing like nothing's wrong. She teases Killian about his suddenly red ears, wondering aloud if she's just too fast a dancer for him to keep up with. "Of course not," he mutters, clearly flustered. She suggests they take a break for a bit, right before everything goes sideways. Footsteps close in fast, and the mood shifts in an instant. Someone yanks Edith around without warning, and Killian's whole demeanor snaps to alert. Edith freezes, and Killian's glare could probably melt steel at this point. "Edith, Killian, long time no see," comes a voice that clearly isn't here for pleasantries. It's Edith's own father, the so-called wine count, flashing a grin that doesn't reach his eyes and announcing he's got a few problems to work out with his daughter. "Would you excuse us a moment, Killian," he says, already steering her away while Edith's brain short-circuits into pure panic. Oh God, what does she do now? Killian isn't having it though. He grabs her hand right back, tight and unmoving. "Why would you talk without me?" he demands flatly, while Edith adds her own pointed question. Is there something in this conversation he doesn't want her to hear? The Count practically explodes, insisting he's just a father wanting a small conversation with his daughter. "Sure, buddy." He tries the guilt card, calling Killian rude to his own father-in-law. Killian doesn't blink, he just asks how a certain maid has been doing lately. The one, he clarifies, that the Count sent to take such good care of his precious daughter. The temperature in the room just dropped 10 degrees. The Count stammers, falling back on the excuse that his daughter has always been difficult to deal with. Sophia was just trying to correct her naughty behavior, he insists, still trying to sell a little strict as no big deal. Edith's mind is racing, wondering if Killian's really protecting her right now or just making sure her father can't pump her for information. Either way, something in her chest goes warm. Whatever Killian's real motive, it's enough to leave the Count stammering and speechless. Killian doesn't ease up for a second, eyes locked on the Count like he's daring him to try something. The Count finally caves, muttering he'll see her next time as he retreats, though inside he's still telling himself he's the one who raised her. He can't resist one last dig on his way out, grumbling about his ungrateful child just loud enough to hear. Once he's gone, Edith braces herself, sure Killian's about to ask why she got so nervous back there. Her mind spirals. She can't exactly explain the truth, so how is she supposed to explain any of this? But Killian just casually mentions the Emperor's about to arrive and Edith blinks, completely thrown. No interrogation after all. He suggests they go greet their family for the arrival, cool as ever. Edith practically sags with relief that the questions never came, and happily agrees. Then the herald's voice booms across the hall, the Emperor has arrived. Edith can't shake the feeling that when their moment comes, it's going to kick off the next chapter of a story she thought she already knew. This is apparently the chapter where the real story kicks in, the one where we finally learn what's actually going on between the princess and Reese. And the one where something shocking is about to blow up the entire foundation ceremony in front of everyone. Edith's stomach drops. But why, she thinks, as the night takes a turn nobody in that ballroom is ready for. We open at the Foundation Festival and this whole night is staged for one moment, Reese Sinclair stepping up to be welcomed as an official member of the family in front of every noble in the room. The gift that seals it is the light of Lorraine, a necklace so blinding it practically announces her new status to the whole ballroom. But not everyone in the crowd is thrilled. Edith can feel eyes crawling over her, and it is not a friendly kind of attention. All she can do is keep her gaze down and dodge the stares, one awkward step at a time. Meanwhile, Cliff plays the gracious host, gushing about how nice it is to see everyone's favorite people reunited under one roof. Real smooth. A noble fawns over the Rudwick family's big turnout and can't stop gushing about how gorgeous her dear friend Reese looks tonight. Edith just stands there, quietly written out of her own family's night. Then a herald calls out a name that turns heads, Edith Rudwick. Half the room does a double take like they forgot she still exists. Someone can't resist teasing her about matching outfits with her husband Killian. Subtle, everybody, real subtle. The princess pulls Reese aside to note, sweetly, that the ugly rumors about her family finally seem to be dying down. With any luck, people stop spreading garbage rumors about her altogether. Cliff admits he has always hung out with Reese and Edith separately and wants everyone together next time. The family plays it humble, but you can tell they are eating up the royal attention. Off to the side, the gossip mill spins into overdrive. Wait, the princess actually hangs out with those two? Cue the dumbfounded whispering. Cliff notices Reese looking a little pale and checks in on her. She brushes it off, just nerves about greeting the royal family up close, she says. Sure, Reese, sure. Her hand tightens around the champagne glass, knuckles going white with nerves she is trying very hard to hide. A gentleman notices and asks if she is all right. Reese plays it off, her feet are just a little tired, that's all. Tonight was supposed to be simple, every bit of attention on Reese. And the so-called villainous Edith was just supposed to stand aside, quietly stewing in jealousy. That's the script, anyway. But scripts have a funny way of not holding up, and somewhere across the hall, the young emperor lets out a laugh that turns a few heads. Edith's mind is racing though, she has no idea what the exception condition of the third stage even is. Is it actually safe to bend a chapter this important? This story business never gets less unsettling. Elsewhere, someone raises a toast to blood relatives being the most reliable allies you can have. Sounds nice until you remember whose family just got rearranged. Reese gets pulled into an introduction with Archduke Langston, straight from the imperial family. The Archduke works the room like a pro, showering compliments about loyalty to His Majesty on anyone who will listen. He needles a little deeper too, pointing out just how close someone's bond was with the previous emperor. Not everyone loves what they're hearing. I can't believe he's siding so openly with the Archduke, someone mutters, clearly rattled. Nostalgia gets thick fast, it was such a peaceful time, like something out of a fantasy. Missing the good old days, huh? Of course, praising the last reign as perfect is really just a polite way of trashing the current emperor, and everyone in earshot knows it. Someone tries to walk it back, insisting the young emperor is doing his absolute best to live up to his father's legacy. He adds he's known both the prince and princess since the day they were born, so who's really questioning his loyalty here? Sympathy creeps in too, someone admits they've always felt for him, so gentle and soft yet stuck carrying the weight of an entire empire. The emperor overhears every word of it, and his face falls in a way that says the compliment landed like a punch. Cliff catches the shift immediately and reacts fast, clearly worried. He excuses himself in a hurry, asking Reese to just wait a moment for him. If anything kicks off while he's gone, he tells her just scream and he'll handle it. Somebody in the background teases that he's already going to miss her, adorable and useless in equal measure. Killian's expression sours fast when the gossip circle starts up again, mocking someone for playing the fragile, humble act. I can't believe she's still pulling the classic "my feet hurt" excuse, one of them sneers. Yeah, we heard that line too, Reese. Somewhere nearby, someone panics, wondering if the whispers are actually about them, while another pocket of gossip picks apart a marriage that sounds a lot more like a hostage situation. Edith can't help but think, they wouldn't believe her actual situation even if she spelled it out for them. Honestly, part of her is relieved. If everyone is still playing along with the story, maybe she doesn't have to worry about that exception rule kicking in just yet. But the real danger is quieter. Whispers about whether it's too late to divorce her off young and how the family can't afford to let people badmouth the Rudwick name. Killian has heard enough. He steps in with a flat, pointed "Hey, all of you." Edith doesn't hide either, telling the gossips straight up that if they've got opinions about Killian Rudwick's wife, they can say it to her face. Her inner monologue is a lot less noble. Honestly, if she did divorce him, that's a solid payout and a nice little mansion. She could live very comfortably off that settlement, thank you very much. One noblewoman snaps that Edith is nothing but a leech on the Rudwick family. Big mistake. Edith just smiles and points out it's cute watching someone act this bold without even having a husband of her own yet. The room goes stiff. Nobody saw that clapback coming. Edith drops the mic line. Whatever they think of her, she's still the one who ended up married to the great Killian Rudwick. She struts off while the gossip circle stands there frozen, thoroughly shook. Later, alone with Killian, her bravado cracks a little. She quietly asks if he thinks she's taking advantage of him. He blinks, genuinely thrown. Advantage her? Where is this coming from? He explains someone accused her of only acting sweet to seduce him in the first place. Killian shuts that down cold. No one else has ever stood out to him more than she does. Cue the flustered silence and the world's most satisfying blush. Before the gossip crowd can regroup, Killian whisks her straight out of there. Edith can't help but admit, privately, that playing the villainess is turning out to be way more thrilling than she expected. Still, she keeps her guard up, just in case. Killian reassures her that Princess Catherine is just a childhood friend, nothing more, that's all there's ever been. He's never once been interested in her, he says. If anything, the princess might have had a thing for Cliff back in the day. Edith teasingly fires back that he's the one who clearly only had eyes for Reese once upon a time. He deflates a little, she cracks up. The bickering settles into something quieter, warmer, the kind of silence that doesn't need filling. She lets herself think it. If you'd told her she would end up with a relationship like this with Killian, she never would have believed you. Then a cold, glitchy voice cuts through the moment, straight out of some hidden system, until Edith Rigelhoff meets the condition of the third stage. The hidden settings stay locked. Yeah, that's not ominous at all. Rewind for a second, because this festival almost didn't happen for her at all. There was a point where Edith was ready to give up on all hope and just run. She just wanted to disappear, to live quietly as if she were already dead to everyone. But someone reached her before she could vanish, promising they trusted her completely, even without knowing who was really behind whatever horrible thing happened. Her father tells her plainly, he knows it wasn't her, my child, simple as that. A mentor once told young Edith, it's not healthy to keep bottling everything up the way she does. Because feelings you force down don't just disappear, they build and build until they explode. A loyal hand simply says he wants her happy, milady, nothing more complicated than that. Even a maid who once wronged her comes back around, admitting how ashamed she is and asking to be forgiven. It's not good to hold everything back, she's told again, gently, by people who actually mean it. And maybe the wildest part of all, even the man who was supposed to be the one to kill her ended up being one of the people who cared. Killian just asks quietly why she's looking at him like that. Back at the festival, Edith looks radiant, dressed to the nines and finally actually enjoying herself. Killian asks if she wants one more dance. With pleasure, she says, and takes his hand. But the night isn't done throwing curveballs. Somewhere far from the ballroom, the mood shifts into something a lot colder. A room sits wrecked in the dark, a portrait knocked over, glass shattered across the floor. Something bad happened here. A shadowy figure stares out a window, lit only by cold moonlight. Another silhouette slips away down a darkened hallway, unnoticed. A woman crumbles, muttering in disbelief. How could she do that to her Killian? Yeah, that's a whole lot of jealousy talking. Someone stumbles across something on the floor and freezes. What exactly is this? A small card lies there with a name printed clean across it, Layla Sinclair. Remember that name. Back at the party, a note gets passed with 3 chilling words to open it. Please, would you? The card finishes the thought, and it is bad. Help me get rid of Edith Rigelhoff. So much for a happy ending being uncontested. And just like that, we cut back to Edith and Killian lost in their dance, completely unaware that somewhere in that same building, somebody just signed up to ruin everything. A letter arrives and it opens with a compliment dripping in menace. Someone saw her publicly denounce, and I quote, that leech attached to the Rudwick family. The mystery writer gushes that watching her take that leech down at the celebration convinced them they had finally found someone brave enough for a bigger job. Then the pitch lands. There is a good way to get rid of Edith Rigelhoff, they say, but they need her help. The note promises an address and a meeting. Cloaked and wary, she checks the paper against the crumbling building in front of her. The address checks out, but something about this already feels wrong. Under a sliver of moon, she sizes up the shuttered old house. Meeting someone out here alone at night, every instinct is screaming this is a terrible idea, and she walks in anyway. She creeps closer down the empty street, boots echoing off the stone, the whole block dead silent except for her own footsteps. A voice warns her to turn back. A second voice cuts in, telling her to just stay still for a moment. Before she can react, she is struck down. She is seized and dragged into the dark, and just when it looks like an ambush gone wrong, a shadowy figure steps forward with an eerily calm greeting. "I've been expecting you." The stranger welcomes her in by name, and as she steps inside, she clocks the crest on the wall. The Rudwick family emblem, home turf of the War Duke himself, so that is who is really behind this. Someone crows that even the Rudwick family wants that woman dealt with, confirming her worst suspicion, while outside under the same pale moon someone tries to get a word in edgewise. "Miss, but..." She waves off the hesitation. "It is fine," she says, "show me in." Her escort obeys without another word and leads her further into the house, deeper into whatever this arrangement really is. Cut to a much brighter morning where a cheerful redhead comes bounding in with a big good morning for a bespectacled man named Renan. Turns out she was still getting dressed when he showed up, and going by the look on her face, she is not exactly upset about it. Renan stumbles onto a stash he clearly was not meant to find and asks if this is what she and Killian were poking around with last time. "Real subtle, you two." Under the clutter is a book humming with actual magic, and that stops her cold. Magic is not supposed to exist in this story at all. Cue the world's most awkward entrance. Renan walks in on our heroine and the young master mid-moment and immediately starts backpedaling, already regretting opening that door. She waves it off, laughing that it is fine. She really did not mean to cause trouble. Her curiosity just has terrible timing. Alone with her thoughts, she admits she has gotten way too comfortable lately and half forgotten her place. A maid pops in asking how the celebration went, and she brightens right back up. "It was lovely, thanks for asking." Killian saunters in, noting she rested all day after the party, then with zero subtlety informs her it is time she took responsibility for tempting him. Smooth. He pulls her close, murmuring about how they danced all night at the celebration, and she yelps his name as things get considerably less formal. "Don't expect to leave the bed until tomorrow," he warns, scooping her up in front of two very flustered maids who suddenly find the floor fascinating. So yes, that is exactly why she needed the whole next day to recover. Renan gently scolds her for taking so much time off lately. She insists, dead serious, that rest is also an important duty for a noble's wife. He concedes she is not wrong, but that is really not what he meant. Still blushing about last night, she gets handed a stack of paperwork. "Starting today, please review the documents for the Lazen territory. Back to business." Soon, once the young master formally receives his title, this remote but promising territory will be his to govern, and she is already knee-deep in the prep work. Together with Killian, she says quietly, savoring the idea of the life waiting for them out there. Here is the twist she is sitting on. In the story she remembers, it was Cliff set to inherit the dukedom, not Killian. After the rebellion arc, Killian gets the title instead, and in the original novel that exile came with a long, lonely life out in the middle of nowhere. But if she can just steer them both safely through that rebellion episode, she realizes she gets to be the one standing beside him instead. Leaving the capital behind means leaving behind a life where he could never quite beat Cliff at anything. Out here, he finally gets a fresh start. If they focus on developing the territory properly, he muses, there is real potential here worth building. And looking after the people who live there, she adds to herself, even if he never comes to love her with wild passion. They could still end up with a pretty happy life just like this. Not every fairy tale needs fireworks. Back at her desk, buried in paperwork, she barely notices someone humming their way into the room. Killian asks almost too casually whether Reese Sinclair makes her uncomfortable at all. Loaded question, considering what we just watched Reese get roped into. Not really, she shrugs, clearly not picking up on the vibe. Things have just been chaotic lately, she reasons, but there is no real reason for the two of them to be awkward with each other. Famous last words. I see, Killian says, clearly unconvinced, and just like that we jump ahead to the next day. Reese shows up all smiles, inviting her to visit Revelry Street together before she leaves for the territory with Killian. Sweet gesture, or is it? Reese immediately backpedals, insisting she does not mean she wants to get closer or anything, she just figures shopping gets a lot harder once Edith moves out to the territory. Fair point, honestly. Reese gushes about the year-end decorations already going up on the streets, perfect for gift shopping and sightseeing, then someone cuts in, curious why she is not just going with Cliff like she always does. She stalls, mumbling something about being too busy lately while privately admitting the real problem. In the story she remembers, it is downright bizarre for Reese to be palling around with Edith, the villainess. Yes, that villainess is her. Something does not add up about this friendly little outing, and she has a hunch she is not going to like the answer. As she recalls it, this character never makes a single friend her own age for the entire story, with exactly one exception. That one exception is the princess herself, and their bond is the whole engine of what the story calls Princess Catherine's growth arc. In the original story, Reese is the only girl the princess ever spends time with, strolling together down Revelry Street. And at this year's celebration, it came out that Edith had unknowingly wedged herself right between that friendship. Which means the marriage proposal that was always meant for the princess in the original story might swing toward Reese instead now, just to keep the story's own logic patched together. Being a side character in a self-aware isekai is rough. If she refuses the outing now, it might look even worse, and before she can sort out her own face, Reese is already apologizing, worried she has been insensitive. Reese keeps insisting that was never her intention, while the story quietly keeps grinding forward exactly the way it always did, princess and all. Uncomfortable, no way, she insists with a big smile, absolutely not feeling weird about any of this at all. Sure. Reese is already dreaming about a trip full of pretty things and window shopping, and this time, someone unexpected offers to tag along. I will assist you, the prince offers coolly, and suddenly this innocent little shopping trip has a royal escort attached. Killian nearly leaps out of his boots. Reese and the two of them off alone together, someone is not thrilled about this plan. She reminds him patiently that it is just Revelry Street. They planned a simple shopping and sightseeing trip, nothing scandalous. He tries again, but even if you do not come along, she cuts him off. He already said he has palace business that day anyway, so what exactly is wrong with a crowded street in broad daylight? He pivots, mumbling something about how, given what the princess said at the celebration, it might look better if the two of them are seen together. She sighs, of course, always worried about his reputation. Why are you being so touchy about this? She presses. He hesitates, but rees and stops himself right there. And then it hits her like a slap. Is he still worried deep down that she might actually hurt Reese? After everything, he still is not sure the villainess in her is gone. He open on a nobleman fretting over some big ceremony, worried how it'll look if those two are seen walking around together in public. Before he can finish, a dark-haired man cuts him off in a panic, but lies. Someone shrugs it off. It's just a crowded street in broad daylight, what's the big deal? But word's already spreading that the princess said something stirring up trouble. What about lies? Someone presses. Is there actual evidence here or just smoke? Turns out someone's been quietly digging into her and Cliff's ties to the old Edith case. The verdict on the digging, barely anything. There was little to find out. An absurd lack of information all around. Whoever buried this did a thorough job. Every scrap of material from past investigations sits locked away with Duxo, and digging for fresh testimony from old employers, way too risky. And here's the real question. What happens if His Excellency or the little Duke ever finds out someone's been quietly running this background check at all? Memory flashes back to the false accusation that started all of this. Cold as ice, someone points out he doesn't even love her, so this can't be jealousy talking. Cliff's worried sick that if people misread this as him secretly loving Lies, they'll paint him as scheming against his own brother. Reese, ever the voice of reason, doesn't doubt his heart for a second. But he warns Cliff plainly, keep going down this road and it's Cliff who ends up in trouble too. Without hard evidence, nobody's going to believe him. And even with evidence, suspicion has a way of circling right back to the same faces. What a headache, Reese sighs. His advice is simple, just stop now. Are you seriously not hearing me? It's like a voice in Cliff's own head keeps needling him about what he did to Edith, and he can't shake it. Have you never heard of it? Reese asks pointedly. All Cliff can manage back is a quiet guilty, sorry. Even if he genuinely hadn't known what he'd done to Edith at the time, would that make it just a convenient excuse? Or maybe he thinks all this guilt is just a story he made up to make himself feel better. Rough spot to be stuck in. Edith catches Cliff spiraling and steps in with a warning of her own. Please don't do anything stupid. She pours herself a quiet moment of calm, letting the drama simmer down before it boils over. Cut to something lighter. Edith heads out into town, and word is the Moonlight bookstore across the way gets the newest romance novels before anyone else. Lies is already off and running, pointing out the cute little shop called Fiancé for bonnets and parasols, and gushing about a place called Pink Cake with even better accessories. Then Lies spots her. Edith. You look so tired, Lies says, and Edith practically yelps in denial. Ah, no. The group can't resist teasing her. She knows an awful lot about La Belle Marie Street, huh? Is that because she goes there with Cliff so often? Oh, that's not it? Lies scrambles to change the subject, babbling about a quarterly magazine full of store write-ups she likes to read. Smooth save. Edith's mind starts turning. Now that she thinks about it, isn't this actually an opportunity? Lies never did anything wrong on purpose, it's just that this story never went the way it was written. There she is, flowers and all, the picture of a sweet heroine. It's easy to forget just how lonely that role can be. The fact that Lies is the real heroine of this novel is exactly what makes her so dangerous to the evil woman. After a few close calls, Edith had all but decided to just avoid her entirely. But somewhere along the way, something shifted. She'd apparently met the conditions for some kind of level 2 exception. Stage 2 exception conditions met. Whatever force is riding this story, its grip is loosening. It gave her a real friendship, one that never existed on the page. It even softened the heart of someone who mattered a great deal in the original story. So maybe, just maybe, the same could happen with Lies. This isn't some helpless heroine who can never get close to the wicked woman of the story. Maybe that old rule doesn't have to hold. After all, even an ordinary person gets lonely without real friends. Lies blinks, caught off guard. Did you say fiancé earlier? Edith doesn't let her dodge it. Let's go everywhere you've wanted to go with friends today. I'll take responsibility and we'll have fun together. She isn't about to just ignore that loneliness. Lies' guarded little smile actually cracks into something real. Hats on and they're off, laughing their way through the shops. A little montage through the city streets, arm in arm, the whole afternoon stretched out ahead of them. Cliff and Reese end up tagging along too, the whole crew wandering the shopping street together like it's the easiest thing in the world. For one afternoon, nobody's plotting or investigating anything. It's just friends out enjoying the day. They're deep into trying on jewelry now, fussing over which piece looks best. Lies lights up over a bookshop find. This is a new work by my favorite author. If you haven't read it yet, I highly recommend it. And Lies gushes that the bickering between the book's hero and heroine is just too cute. Nothing bonds two girls faster than a good love story. Edith can't help herself. Teasing the naive little heroine is just too much fun. Well then maybe, do you know Mrs. Graham's secret temptation? Lies asks a little too innocently. Turns out anyone could recognize that title. Edith is floored. There are seriously 19+ romance novels in this world. Now she's just standing there wondering what exactly she's been missing out on this whole time. Liz leans in with a secret. There's another bookstore she knows one Cliff apparently sneaks off to on his own. Heels clicking with purpose, the two of them slip off to go investigate this so-called secret spot themselves. "Hey, it's here too," Edith blurts, spotting a familiar face already browsing the shelves. Edith turns to Liz maid Anna with an apologetic grin, quickly making up an errand to send her off for a bit of privacy. "If you really want to, I'll stand in line at the cafe out front and grab you a tart," Edith offers, sweetening the deal. "Well, let's each pick one and see each other again." They make a plan, giddy as two kids sneaking candy. As expected, nothing about this world matches what was written in the original story. Edith flips through a book, stunned that raw-rated romance novels are actually a real thing here. She goes dead silent flipping through the pages. Yeah, that is definitely spicier than she expected. "I have some decency, so I'll just buy 3 books today," she tells herself. "I should come back with Anna later." "Sure, Edith, sure." She keeps browsing, blissfully unaware of what's about to happen next. Looking up, she realizes Liz has wandered off somewhere, and she can hardly go shouting a noble's name out loud in a place like this. She spots an odd door tucked behind the shelves. "Is she over there?" "Liz here." She pushes the books aside and freezes. What? Doesn't this just lead straight to the back alley? Wait, could she seriously walk out of a store without paying, even by accident? That counts as trespassing. She scrambles to get back before anyone mistakes her for a thief. And that's when a shadow grabs her from behind. A voice, cold and certain, murmurs right in her ear. She's really Edith Riedlhoff, isn't she? A hand closes tight around her wrist in the dark. And that, dear viewers, is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging.